You're listening to the first legendary Beastmaster chapters 801 through 850, brought to you by Cheney Audiobooks. Please like and subscribe. The next morning, Karl woke up to a tail in his face as Dana got ready for the morning. "You seem to enjoy cat form quite a bit," he joked. "It's actually quite convenient. People don't look at me strangely in this shape, at least not here in Drod. But more importantly, this form is significantly stronger than my actual body. That's useful not only in combat, but just doing daily tasks. Besides, now I have a tail." She laughed. Karl couldn't really complain, as he rarely changed back from a transformed state. That was likely putting a damper on their intimate moments in the past, but now that she was also transformed, Dana seemed much less concerned about keeping her emotions hidden. That could be because she had far too many tells in this form, from the ears and the tail to the purring, but it was a refreshing change. "Big plans for the day?" he asked as Dana shimmied into a pair of soft silk pants and tied the back above her tail. "We're going to steal Thor and go to the dungeon today. You've got things to do, and people will definitely be coming to kiss ass today. None of us wanted to hang around for it, but the dungeon is a 5-person instance," Dana explained. "Stop at the tree in the backyard and see if you can push yourself to Monarch rank first. If you can, the dungeon will go even more smoothly, and you'll get a chance to get used to a new power level," Karl suggested. "Oh, that is a great idea. How is the butterfly doing?" Dana asked hesitantly. "Thriving. I can sense that the butterfly's illusions are playing tag with Kara in the library room, or rather the city outside the library room. Energy levels, both mana and stamina, are up, and the power level is beginning to stabilize now after a rapid growth spurt. I think that the species is just really poorly adapted to living in the modern world, and it needed some special conditions to make it past emergence," Karl explained. "That is wonderful. So, we're not going to lose our library?" Karl laughed. "No, we're not going to lose our library. At least not anytime soon." Dana headed down the stairs to give the great news to Lotus, who was certain to be stressing out about the fate of the butterfly by now, as well as the illusions that came with it. She didn't need to worry so much. Lotus was already in the library, buried in a pile of super fluffy white puppies that constantly licked her face and begged for her attention. Dragging her away to do a dungeon run might be difficult. Maybe they should take Ray and Thor with them and let Lotus play. Before they left, Dana went to the altar and pulled a huge amount of mana from the tree, flushing the energy from her body and integrating the new power. The effect was akin to dousing herself in acid. Every part of her body burned as the mana was forcefully integrated, despite not matching what her body was used to, and her maximum power kept soared. But not far enough. When the mana was fully integrated into her body, she had only managed to retain it near the peak of royal rank, and the majority of the quality had been lost in conversion. She wasn't quite close enough to the peak of royal rank, so she went to the dungeon with a renewed determination. Karl saw Davis coming down the street from the yard when he went to check on the damaged workshop, and then noticed that there was already a lineup of people outside, one of whom was the Overlord-ranked mage who did the barriers. "Oh, Mage Jones, please come in. Everyone, the shop will be open in the next few minutes. Please be patient as we repair the damage from yesterday's excitement," Karl announced. The mage came in and clasped Karl's hand with a huge smile. "Congratulations, Overlord. I will fix up the workshop right away, but Davis mentioned that you would like a forge added," he asked. "Yes, please. We would like to start adding metal accessories and items to our selection, and that needs a forge. We can do the forge fire enchantments ourselves, but the stone structure of the forge needs a better trained hand," Karl explained. With a wave of his hand, Davis repaired the roof of the workshop. Then, the building began to slowly grow towards the road, stretching out another 4 meters. "There you go. I didn't enchant the forge itself, but all the essential parts are there. I put a more robust barrier over the building as well, so that if there are any crafting mishaps or another battle, it will not be damaged again. At least not by a single strike." Karl noticed as the tree altar in the back pulsed, and the mage stood up a bit straighter. Well, that is fascinating. You have activated some sort of automated healing ward for the property, Mage Jones asked, looking around for the source. In the backyard. It automatically activates when someone injured enters the property, but it's just a shamanistic healing totem spell at the overlord rank imbued into a nature dragon altar. The mage smiled and nodded in understanding. Still, it will make you a tourist hotspot. You should start selling basic cures and potions at a stall in the yard. Karl laughed. We already need a blacksmith, unless Davis found one. Now I guess we need an alchemist as well. This house is slowly filling with apprentices. The mage shrugged. That's just the nature of a guild house. You could always make some gargoyles to keep them under control. Karl wasn't quite sure what he meant until the mage took out a skill book with a sly smile. Oh, I do believe that we have a trade to make. Was there something in particular that you were interested in? Karl asked. The mage nodded. In fact, I had something very specific in mind. You see, I am best with earth and barrier spells. The gargoyle spell is earth magic and quite handy for home defense, but it can't leave the property. It is limited in distance from the spot where it is created. What I could use is a versatile spell of similar output. Karl nodded. Do you know the golem spell? Jones shook his head. It's been difficult to get my hands on. Do you happen to have a copy? In a manner of speaking. Karl took out a small stone from Remy's swamp. Not a magical stone, just a stone, and held it out to the mage. Swallow that, and it should activate the skill if you're compatible. The demonic mage was highly suspicious about this method, but once he swallowed the stone and Karl activated "Follow me, little one," his eyes lit up in joy. Then a single sand golem, for meters tall and overlord rank, appeared in front of him. Jones handed over the gargoyle skill book and walked in circles around his new summon. That is a wonderful ability that you have, even if your method tastes like swamp water. Karl laughed. It's an acquired taste, I would assume. Congratulations on your new assistant. Karl focused on the gargoyle spell and did his best to understand how it worked before he cast it for the first time, in case it was like the golem spell, and the appearance would be fixed in future castings. What he found was that you had to target a specific spot to form the gargoyle on, and it would appear as a statue in that position until activated. Karl decided that the obvious choice would be two either on the wall by the gate or near the stairs to the porch, and 4 smaller ones on the corners of the roof. That was where the Golden Dragon Nation's buildings often had gargoyles, though those were just decorative, and the ones on the roof were primarily water outlets. Karl focused and realized that he could actually make many more of them than just those few. So, he put them at all 4 corners of the property as well, standing on the wall. 10 gargoyles should be enough to handle most problems that the property might face, and they could see everything with their placement. With the placement decided, Karl focused on creating the statues, using the images of gargoyles that he had seen on buildings before as a reference, but making them as lifelike as possible so they wouldn't be hampered by poor design if they should activate. Tiger bodies, feathered wings, long front claws, and a furry head with a draconic muzzle. Karl formed them with an immense surge of power that nearly dropped him to his knees and drained a significant amount of mana from the team, once they realized they were needed to assist. Perhaps 10 was too many to create all at once. Mage Jones gasped, and Karl straightened his back before opening his eyes again. That is, did you make them actual gargoyles, as in the species? I swear that one just blinked at me, the demon muttered. Karl frowned. Was that not the point of the spell, to make gargoyles to protect the property? Mage Jones stared at Karl in mutual confusion. Then Karl noticed that the statue at the gate had just lost interest in them and looked away to supervise the road. So, they weren't statues, they were stone golems of a sort. It is supposed to make stone statues that fill the purpose of property guardians. It's only called the gargoyle spell because that is what the actual species lives to do. The mage finally explained. I think they're quite handsome though. Karl noted. They were definitely not statues, Jones decided. They were mostly stationary, but they shifted subtly, turned their heads to watch pedestrians, and periodically blinked. The demon walked up to one of the golems and leaned forward to inspect it closely. For those few moments, it appeared to be a statue, but as soon as he turned away, Karl saw that the statue rolled its eyes at the demon. Quite a few people entering from the western Frostfire Gate turned to look at the golems that were stationed all around the property, an unintentional show of force by Karl, who viewed them as a defensive spell, not as 10 Overlord rank combatants on guard as everyone else saw them. Home upgrade made defensive garrison Mage Jones turn to the line of people at the gate, who were all now staring raptly at the gargoyles, and sighed. I should get going. Good luck with your business ventures. I will see you again. Let me know if you need a custom order. I will help you out. Mage Jones took flight to leave the property, and Karl nodded to the golems, who opened the gates for him. Seconds after they entered, the healing effect pulsed, causing confusion in the crowd. Don't let it hold up your business. It's set to aid those who have injuries or illnesses. A little customer service, Karl explained. Then he went into the expanded workshop and began carving the runes to activate the forge with ghost fire. So he didn't notice the most important fact about the lineup of guests that Davis immediately did. None of these people were locals. They were all merchants and ship captains. The word had spread about this shop full of treasures, and even in the Dragon Isles, where magic was at its strongest, there were precious few sources of royal and monarch rank magical items. The number of people who could and would create them for sale in any given nation could normally be counted on the fingers of one hand, yet this Rakshasa had opened a shop full of magical items instead of putting them up for auction. Which begged the question, what was he holding in reserve for after his workmanship had a better reputation? Most of these people didn't know that he had been a monarch yesterday, only that he had been selling royal and monarch-ranked items. The facts about the shopkeeper were vague, except for the fact that he was a war champion with a golden-trimmed tabard and the power to wipe out an enemy guild in minutes. Karl was putting the finishing touches on the new forge when he felt eyes on his back. Not hostile, just curious and intent on him. How can I help? The crafters are working inside today, so there is nobody here to take requests unless you need me directly, Karl asked. The slender demon with flaming hair gestured at the forge. The forge fire is pretty. His voice was soft, enraptured by the blue flames. In his space, Hawk was just as fascinated by the demon as it was by the forge. This was the first creature he had met that was also on fire. And it was an overlord. Overlord rank fire was on par with Hawk's in some ways, though ghost fire was a grade above regular flames. I don't suppose that you're looking for work, are you? We are in need of a smith for magical metal items, Karl asked. To work this forge? The demon asked. Karl nodded, and it smiled. I think that we could work something out. I wasn't intending to stay here and work. I was going to go inland to the volcanic mountains. But this forge, I like it. Karl looked at the demon's name tag. Ashbringer, Grandmaster Elemental Smith, Fire Element. Karl smiled, and Hawk cheered. This one was just right. If you want to work here, we can offer you half the profit on all items you make that I upgrade and 80% on what you make, with the house taking the other 20% for operations. Karl offered. What is it that you do that you think you could upgrade a Grandmaster's weapons? The demon asked, slightly offended. I am a rune master, Karl replied simply. The demon looked at the carvings on the wall around the forge and, understanding, turned its expression to a smile. So, you can do that to weapons? That is a powerful skill. Not just that. I can add skills to the item, stat buffs, and even mana storage. Karl elaborated. Do you have materials? Ashbringer asked. My team is in the dungeon now, collecting as much as they can to smelt for raw materials. That was good enough for Ashbringer, who gestured to the forge. May I test it first? Karl nodded. Go ahead. Let me know if you need anything, and I will have it added to the workstation. But the smith simply began taking out items from its inventory and set up a workstation complete with tables, benches, and a leather-padded stool. Karl stepped back and let him work as the demon put a chunk of glowing green metal in the forge. and whistled happily as he activated the runes to bring up the heat. It took seconds before the metal bar was turning red with heat, and the smith brought it out to hammer it into shape on his own anvil, ignoring the one that had been made along with the forge. The magic of the demonic grandmaster seemed to make the blade shape itself, smoothly turning into a sailor's cutlass in a matter of minutes. Then Ashbringer held it up to Karl. "Let me see what you can do, and then I will decide if this is a worthy partnership." Karl nodded and etched runes for increased skill damage, sharpness, lethal poison, and flaming body to the weapon, then brought them all the way to the Overlord rank, where they turned ghostly blue against the rapidly cooling green metal. That was different. When he had done it to the tree, it had turned the runes bright green. Could it be a difference in element that was making them change? Or perhaps the nature of the shrine would only accept green runes? The effect was almost like ghost fire leaking from inside the blade, though Karl hadn't used the ghost fire skill. Ashbringer cast appraisal on the blade and stared at it in silence for a moment. Blade of Searing Agony adds 35% skill damage, ignores 45% of target armor value, deals 20% weapon damage as poison damage per second until cured. Adds 200% of skill damage as fire damage. Applies Agony effect to target. 200% of skill damage was significantly more than the poison damage, but the combination of being poisoned and in agony would reduce the enemy's ability to fight back. That is a thing of beauty, Ashbringer whispered while staring at the blade like a lover. I am glad that you like it. I don't think we would sell something like that in the shop. Custom order or auction only. But we do sell royal and some monarch ranked items directly, Karl explained. Ashbringer winked at Karl. Never sell an item that you can't counter. Wise plan. Besides, every crafter knows that selling masterpieces is idiocy. You only make enough of them for yourself and those with life bonds to you. Did you want to keep working, or meet the rest of the crafting team? It's just the shopkeepers and a pair of sculptors here right now. My travel companions are at the dungeon. The sword was reluctantly put in the demon's inventory, and Karl led him in to face the chaos. Only, the chaos he found was much worse than expected. The gargoyles from the front door were inside, glaring at the customers. The customers were arguing with each other over prices at rates far higher than posted, and Mick was hiding behind Davis, who looked lost as he shouted at the customers to calm down, or he would kick them all out. The entrance of 2 more overlords calmed the crowd, especially as one was the rumored shopkeeper. "Sir, might you have any more stock? The appraiser has told us there are only 50 pieces in inventory," one of the merchants pleaded. Karl blinked slowly. 50 pieces? There should be hundreds. Davis sent a system message. I sold all the commander rank stock and a good portion of the royal rank stock in bulk before I realized that they were all looking to buy it for export. Now we have a supply shortage. Karl sighed. There is a bit more upstairs. In fairness, what is on the shelves will be first come, first served. Then I will split the remainder between you evenly, so nobody has to leave empty-handed. Ashbringer nodded in satisfaction. He liked how this man did business. One wealthy merchant was gloating, as he was the next in line when the gate opened, and he didn't even bat an eye when Davis rang up the sales total to a whopping 84,000 gold pieces. He bought everything that was left. Not a single ring was left for the others when he exited the shop. Karl led their new smith upstairs to see what the others had made so far. We've got 30 of the monarch rank rings ready for runes, with simple carvings. Then Wendy has got 100 more commander rank rings made and inscribed. Who might this gentleman be? Loros asked. This is Ashbringer, potentially our new smith, should he decide to join the team. They all shook hands, and Ashbringer sat down to admire the handiwork of the 2 sculptors. This is beautiful. Obsession demons really do have the advantage when it comes to artistry. I am half fire elemental and half wrath demon. A grandmaster smith, but such artistry is beyond my expertise. Loros shrugged. If you make the base items, we will happily carve them. But if you're making mostly weapons, they don't need all the pretty, just the functional runes. I am still behind, as you can't make runic items above your own rank. but my sculpting skills are top-notch. Karl sat down and quickly inscribed dozens of different abilities onto the monarch rank rings, which was a much easier task now that the quality of his mana flow had changed. Rings weren't their only offerings for the remaining shoppers. Remy had two massive cauldrons of potions going and was stirring both at the same time with her lower pair of arms, while chopping and measuring ingredients with her upper arms. It was quite the sight, and the Naga Queen was utterly focused on her work. She finished the vats just as Karl finished the rings and began pouring them into small vials instead of full-sized potion bottles. Minor healing and recovery potions. They have a quarter the effect, but take a tenth the volume. That made sense. With time and volume limited, she was making as many as possible to use up the small mountain of bottles that she had made with Hawk's help. As she finished, she loaded them into crates, then came out to carry them downstairs. Let's watch the chaos from the stairwell. Ashbringer whispered, then ushered the two sculptors forward. This should be fun. Karl set the rings in the display cases, while Remy placed the crates of potions behind the counter. We have 100 commander rank rings with giant strength and skill damage buffs, 30 monarch ranked rings with mana storage, skill power and mana regeneration, and 500 each of the lesser healing and recovery potions, both at monarch rank. He announced as everything was placed. Those potions were the mainstay of every adventuring group, the emergency assistance needed to prevail in a hard-fought battle. So, all the merchants assumed that Karl had gone so far as to clear out their guild bank storage to provide the items for them today. The lesser potions weren't expensive, 2 silver coins each, even at the monarch rank. But that was still 200 more gold, and a sense of satisfaction for the merchants who would get a whole box full of potion vials. The ingredients also all grew in Remy's swamp at a rapid rate, so she could do this every day and not run out of them. It would just keep the weeds down. There were still some arguments, but after a bit of back and forth, the deal was struck, and the items split between the 10 merchants in the shop who didn't back down from the threats of their peers. A few more were still present, but had decided it was best not to compete today and let the others have the win. They could try again next trip. As they left, the gargoyles informed Karl that they were putting on a show of being sad and defeated, so that anyone watching along the road would know that they weren't the ones who had gotten the valuable loot. It was a cunning plan. Leave, put on a show, but also let the spies who might be gathering intelligence to sell to pirate groups know that the others would have something good on board their ship this trip. That would keep them away from the ships of the unsuccessful merchants, who would still have an entire boatload of goods from other shops aboard to sell. As the last of the customers left, Davis went out and placed a "closed for restock" sign on the gate, but only closed one side, in case someone with a custom order or other request wanted to enter. "Who is the other overlord that I sense?" Ashbringer asked curiously. "Oh, my class is Beastmaster. I have a number of bonded magical beasts. One of them created a magical library area with an illusion domain spell. That's the other overlord. Then there is a monarch-ranked void badger around here somewhere, plus a divine thunder sarrow and a bloodbath spider with the dungeon team. Plus Hawk, the ghost fire thunderbird, who is currently on the roof. There is one other non-beast member of the group upstairs in the library. Would you like to meet her?" Karl replied. The demonic smith smiled and nodded, then followed Karl up to the 3rd floor. Lotus was in the middle of the room, buried in puppies created by the butterfly's illusions. She didn't even look up until Ashbringer began to laugh. "A green dragon cleric? Oh, this will be a fun place. Hello, High Priestess." He greeted Lotus. "Hello, strange man with his head on fire. Would you like to have a seat? There are puppies." Ashbringer sat on a cushion, and a few of the fluffy creatures climbed onto his legs. His joy was immense, but he looked somewhat shocked. "So, this is what it's like. Real ones are terrified of me because of the fire. It never got better, even now that I'm no longer a child who can't control his flames, and these pups are not afraid at all." He muttered. "Just avoid squishing them. Little Butterfly didn't put much magic in them, so they're very fragile," Lotus warned. Ashbringer nodded. If you damage an illusion too much, it breaks. I understand. But they feel so real, it's incredible. The power of a domain ability can't be underestimated. The others came upstairs while the new Smith was playing with puppies, and Karl did the introductions, then remembered to remind Davis that they didn't need a Smith anymore unless Ashbringer wanted an apprentice. As happy as he was, Karl couldn't see him turning down the job. Is there anything else before I head home for the day? The shop is closed, and now that the ladies are back, I can close the gate on my way out. The fallen angel asked politely. Ashbringer brought out the sword he had made earlier. Bring this to the auction on behalf of the Dark Light host. Standard registry for the next sale. Davis put the sword in his inventory and bowed. Of course, Overlord. The auction is next week, the day before Matriarch's Day. Ashbringer nodded, and Karl frowned. You know, I have no idea what day it is. I haven't seen a calendar in ages. Ashbringer shrugged and brought one out. Most nations use their own, which is a nightmare. I don't have a local calendar either, but I have a dragon calendar, which the priestesses should know. He had been marking off days, and Karl rapidly flipped through the pages when he realized what one they were on. Every single one of us missed our birthdays. He realized. Tessa looked at the current date on the calendar and nodded. You're right. We got so caught up in other stuff that we forgot. However, I'm not claiming that one. So it doesn't count. Loros giggled. You know, you don't actually avoid getting older if you just pretend your birthday never happened. But it's a big one. I've just turned 20. Tessa explained, which made Ashbringer laugh. I remember my 100th birthday. I didn't want to acknowledge it at all. I was still a young demon. How could I be more than a century old? Now, I only feel young when I am near the forge. But at least I still look the part. He joked. Lotus nodded. That is true. You don't look any older than I am. Ashbringer frowned at the comment. Aren't you like 12? Hey, I'm 19. I'm just short. With a baby face. The demon shrugged. I'm bad with dragonkin ages. I thought that you were at least a few years younger than the cat demons. Karl smiled. I should likely warn you, now that you're one of us. These forms are a transformation. Spell. Not our actual appearance. Ashbringer looked intrigued, so both Karl and Dana changed forms, while Ophelia chose to remain as a werebear. The bear was her, and she was the bear. The human form had become secondary in her mind. When it was a permanent passive activation, what was the difference? Ashbringer nodded when he saw Dana's form, then looked confused as he sniffed at Karl. You look mostly human. I think. But you don't smell like one. Not at all. I have a special constitution. I don't know if that counts as a change of species, but my bones are void iron, and my blood is metallic. Karl explained. That doesn't sound very human to me. But I don't have a name for the species either, so I guess you're just a Karl. Ashbringer was surprisingly casual about the revelation, but Loros was poking at Karl's arm, reminding him that he hadn't told any of the others. Interesting. It's like a hybrid demon. No special name, just a unique existence. If I had to guess, I would say you're more elemental than human. Your whole presence feels like void iron. She agreed. That's settled then. I'm a Karl. And I will be in mostly cat demon form. Then, Karl shifted back a half second before Dana did the same and settled down on his crossed legs to occupy his lap before stealing a puppy. For the next 3 days, the shop remained closed, and all of the crafters worked on building a new stock for the store. A few times a day, locals would come to sit on the benches along the wall, letting the magic of the altar in the backyard heal them of whatever illness they had contracted. As the shop was closed, it would be rude for them to simply walk around the back of the house to find the source of the magic, but it was commonly known that if you were unwell and went to sit in the yard, you would be healed. On the second afternoon, Lotus went to the market square in the Redwood Sprawl and spent the afternoon as a healing tree, while Tessa cooked a free meal for the needy, and a group of city guards watched over them. The guards had learned that anywhere in the Dark Light host property was just as good for the healing effect. So, if they stepped inside the gate and out of sight during the lunch break of their shift, it would eliminate all the sore and stiff muscles that they had accumulated. Soon, the guard commanders would stop them from doing it while on duty. But for now, they could at least get a refreshing break while they were stationed at the gate. Lotus had even grown a picnic bench out of wood for them to sit at, right in the corner by the gate, where their boss wouldn't be able to see them, but they would only be 2 steps from their station. Warriors at Monarch and Overlord rank could easily hop the wall, and the wards wouldn't keep them from leaving, even in the event of an emergency. Each day, Dana, Tessa, and Ophelia went to the dungeon with Ray and Thor, bringing back loot for the smithy. On the 4th morning, the ache in Dana's body had subsided enough that she was willing to try the altar again. She could feel the restrained pressure of having hit the bottleneck now, a different sensation than the feeling of being at the peak, which she had mistaken for it before. The Overlord rank mana from the altar flooded her body, pushing the royal rank energy out, the same as last time. But this time, when she began trying to integrate it with her body, she felt something change. A subtle shift that made it easier to integrate the energy, and the relief that came with not needing to reduce the density and quality nearly as much as she had to the first time. Her rank broke through to Monarch, and her mana capacity soared, refilled and refreshed by the healing magic emitted by the totem, even as she depleted its stored mana. Tessa pulled her into a hug, and Thor gave her an envious look. He still couldn't feel the bottleneck to the Overlord rank, but he was hoping to get ahead again and be the first of his siblings to advance. Well, the second. But Little Butterfly didn't count. The butterfly started at Overlord. That change had immensely improved the quality of life in the spaces, with the higher quality of mana, which was even recharging Thor's pond. Previously, the holy stones were of too low quality to do more than just make the water comfortable. But now, they were actively glowing with holy power again, and the golden stones were beginning to turn to a pure white. Thor liked the color change, it contrasted well with his scales. Sister Remy was getting incredibly close to advancing, with her alchemy work improving her mana quality faster than even escorting the herd through the dungeon improved Thor's own power. It was possible that she might be the next one to advance, but Sister Ray hit her power as easily as she hit her body, so it might not be so easy. The only one he was sure about was Kara, who spent most of her days playing in the illusionary city. She was still growing larger, but her power wasn't growing as fast as the others. Karl wasn't too concerned. Soon enough, they would either hit the bottleneck or be forced to advance. Simply being on the Dragon Isles was increasing the mana density of his spaces at a rapid rate, and now that both Karl and the butterfly were overlords, the quality change was immense. A new space was beginning to form, but Karl was deliberately keeping it fairly small, as he could force the majority of the energy into the other spaces for now. Once they advanced, he would have to even them, but a tiny overlord space was still considered to be the superior state by the system. So, it was no mental strain to leave it the way that it was. He just hoped that everyone would progress smoothly. With their bloodlines changed so much, or being so unknown, it was impossible to tell. That day, the group was back much earlier than usual, and in a great mood. The Dana's golems are very strong now, and her guardian got a new attack skill. Ray explained. Oh, that is wonderful. More monarchs definitely makes the fight easier. Ray piled the trash loot in the corner of the forge, where Ashbringer was working with Karl's guardian. The guardian was smelting all the common-grade magical items into blocks of metal alloy, while the demon was using his magic to make an ever-growing pile of identical blades from them. He made 3 styles: short sword, broadsword, and cutlass. Then, when he took a break, he brought them all up to the 2nd floor, where someone would upgrade them. Usually, it was Karl, but the alloy was only good to the royal rank, so upgrading them to the commander rank to sell in bulk to the trade caravans was a viable option as well. So far, they had nearly 200 such weapons made by Wendy, along with a huge pile of rings, bracelets, and wooden earrings. Loros worked mostly with the mana jade for Karl to upgrade, but her stock was running low, and the material wasn't always available in town, as it was imported. Karl's writing speed had immensely increased since he started doing rune crafting. Unfortunately, not in common. But he could scribe a runic power passage on both sides of a sword in under 15 seconds now. As the weapons were stopping 2 full ranks below him, he didn't even need to put effort in to complete them. But the shining silver mixed alloy with the glowing purple runes would quickly become a trademark of their shop. Especially with Ashbringer putting the dark light host mismatched wing symbol, one demonic and one feathered, on the root of each blade. I think that we've got enough of the bulk merchandise. I am going to switch to higher grade alloys. The demon suddenly announced. All right. I am fine with that. Do you need me to send someone to get you more or? Karl asked. Ashbringer shook his head. The various alloys of the uncommon and rare items that were discarded are good enough for my work. But you should make a full set of accessories for everyone, including the staff. It would impress the customers. Karl looked at the monarch-ranked mana jade and nodded. I can do that. It will only take a few minutes to tailor an existing themed set to everyone's skills. Is there anything in particular you would like? Ashbringer considered it for a few seconds. Skill power and strength should be good enough for most of them, but if you can add agility to the larger pieces, that would help my speed. Karl made an approving gesture, then looked at the items that had been created. There was a thick golden chain that the smith had made last night, and that would work out very well with a fire gem in it, inscribed with a skill. He wasn't a mage, but surely Karl could grant him an ability that he would be able to use. He had quite an affinity with the forge, so Karl decided that giving him a ghost fire body spell, that would be perfect. That night, Karl stared at the pile of jewelry in his storage as everyone gathered for dinner. The kitchen staff set out the meals, then joined them at the table. That was Karl's cue to start his presentation. I have made a set of jewels for everyone on the team. I would say matching, but all they have in common is their materials. Starting at the end on my left, we have all 3 abbeys. For you, I opted not to make rings, as you would have to take them off to work anyhow. Instead, I made bracelets that you can tuck under your clothes, earrings, and an amulet. All of them have skill power, reduced energy cost, and stamina regeneration on them. He passed over the bags, then moved to Mick and Davis. For the front of the house, I made 2 rings, 2 bracelets, and an amulet. I know how Davis feels about earrings. The fallen angel laughed. He always kept his hair pulled back because he hated the feeling of anything touching his ears. Similar to the others, they have skill power and reduced energy cost, but they also have increased strength on them, which will help you both while moving goods at work and if you are attacked. You're both capable enough of defending yourselves. Then, Loros and Wendy, this set is identical to the set for the kitchen staff. I know that you like to work far too many hours a day, so the stamina regeneration in place of strength seemed like the best option. Now, Ashbringer, I have a different item for you, as your powers are at the point where a little more skill power won't make a huge difference in your work. So, I have made you similar rings with this necklace. The fire elemental gem is inscribed with the ghost fire body skill. The big demon actually teared up a little as he took the bag and put the necklace on. His hair went from red to blue flames, and his eyes flickered to a striking azure, the color of tropical seas. Before Karl continued, he transferred the recall skill to everyone in the room, then gave teleport to Dana and Ray, who were the only ones that could use it. For the ladies, we have more practical items. Lotus, all of your items have lowered energy cost, increased healing, and increased agility with mana storage. I heard how you keep trying to catch the wild Nakomata in town and failing. Lotus giggled as she took the bag and winked at him. I will catch one soon. Ophelia, I have put skill damage, strength, and life on hit on all of these items for you. And you have no idea how hard it was to get life on hit to work on a ring. The berserker chuckled and put on the items, which vanished under the fur of her werbear form. Apparently, the transformation hit equipped accessories, so they weren't damaged. Tessa, I thought about going with a layout similar to Lotus, but instead of increased healing, I went with increased skill power. Not as effective as a targeted buff, but more versatile. like the assistance of a red dragon cleric. Tessa equipped the white and red items proudly, while Dana waited impatiently. For Dana, I chose reduced energy cost, increased skill damage, increased skill power, and mana storage, but I made a special amulet. Karl passed it over, and Dana laughed as she realized that someone had carved her cat form in mage robes on the large, flat windstone. The necklace didn't have any skill buffs at all on it. But what it did have was an immense amount of mana storage and regeneration. Just hanging it around her neck made her skin tingle with the amount of incoming mana. With this item on, she could spam full power skills through an entire battle. The mood in the house was considerably improved that evening, and everyone went to the auditorium for Little Butterfly to put on a play for them. Kara and the Butterfly had been carefully picking out the next show options over the last few days. They had settled on a grand comedy, Beasts of the Dragon Isles, by High Priest Gregory Stormchaser. Ashbringer looked over at Karl as everyone arranged their cushions for the show. "Is there a reason that we're watching an illusionary nature documentary?" he whispered. "It is 1,200 pages and fully illustrated. Plus, I think that guy got attacked by nearly every known species. I swear, he has the worst luck I've ever seen on a nature cleric." They only played the first 2 hours before everyone was ready to head to bed, but Karl could sense the Butterfly's satisfaction. That show was fun to put on. It still didn't talk at all, except through its illusions, and Karl couldn't sense clear thoughts from it. At least not in the conventional sense. It was almost like the Butterfly was always asleep, and the illusionary world was its dream reality. Much different from the other beasts, but Karl had realized that there was potential to the illusionary domain, spell beyond making a hidden city for them to relax in. He could use it to make solid illusionary tools, mock-up dress plans for Ray, or even just create a mannequin for her to work with that was identical to the real person. But their peaceful days ended rapidly the next morning when Karl had the gargoyles open the gates and change the sign to open. Within minutes, a flood of merchants had descended upon the shop again, looking for anything that they could get. Today, they had a plan for them. Bulk sales of royal and monarch rank items other than weapons will be limited today, unless you have made prior arrangements. No more than 5 per customer. However, we have a large selection of commander rank jewelry available. Plus, we have a large assortment of potions, medicinal products, and the next auction will have a few of our ranking items available. Davis announced. "Isn't that tomorrow?" one of the merchant vessel captains asked. "Indeed it is. You will know our pieces when you see them." Davis agreed. Now, who would like a selection of royal rank blades, all crafted by a grandmaster and artfully upgraded by a true rune master? Davis announced. Not particularly powerful, but good for city guards and mercenary guards. Once the store had sold out again, and a new limited stock sign had been made, indicating that they only had whatever leftover jewelry hadn't been chosen by the morning rush and what the team had made that morning, things began to calm down in the shop. And Davis prepared to go home early. He would be off the next day, as Matriarch's Day was a city holiday, and most shops that weren't food or present-related would not operate at all. Karl planned to open the shop for a while, but not stock more than the basics, just in case someone needed a last-minute, "please get me out of the doghouse" gift. From what Karl understood, the day was mostly an exchange of chocolates from the women to their desired men, and then a date night where they would take the lead. Nick could watch the shop for the rest of the day, as most of the items were not high-ticket items. And Davis needed to drop off the latest Overlord rank creation by Karl and Ashbringer at the auction, which started early the next morning. Remy had reserved a few boxes of potions for regular sales, and the girls had put out a dozen wooden rings for both mage and warrior types, but that was about all that was left in the shop for the rest of the day. Those were going quickly to the steady stream of regular customers from the city, especially the potions. Everyone wanted to be at their best for the holiday, so an emergency healing potion as well as a recovery potion were a great insurance measure. Just having them with you could turn a minor disaster into a touching memory. Then, just before Karl was going to have the gargoyles close the gate, A middle-aged mage in the same uniform as the academy man who had custom-ordered ones entered the shop. "Good sir, might you know where to find the Dark Light Host Guild House?" he asked. "You're standing in it. What can we help you with?" Karl replied with a smile that must have shown too much tooth, as the man looked concerned, and he was some sort of partially skeletal monster species, not a demon as far as Karl could tell. Upon closer look, Karl realized that it was actually just a bone protrusion that covered half his face like a mask, with a horn at the top. He wasn't undead. "The governor of Lard City would like to invite you to the academy to give lessons on rune crafting. You see, we have it as a course, but nobody actually has the skill. So, what we can teach students is limited," the mage asked. Karl frowned. "My time is rather limited, and I have a lot to do here. Attending an academy hundreds of kilometers from home for an extended period of time simply isn't feasible." The mage sighed. "I was afraid that you would say that. I don't suppose that you would have a skill book to teach the art, would you?" Karl shook his head. "But I can make one for apprentice rune smithing. That's a primer to the art, and far more people can use it. However, it will take a significant amount of time to create." But Remy had other ideas as she appeared beside him. "Didn't your school year just end? Does that mean you're on a break? Why don't you send the teacher here, and we can teach them the skill, then they can teach others? Even if it's just introductory, it would be something. They would be able to at least make the items work," she offered. The mage considered that for a few seconds, his eyes flickering left and right as he paid attention to something else, possibly reading system messages. "All right. If you can provide introductory skills to our instructors, it would be appreciated. 2 juniors, one for armor and one for practical applications, will be here in just a moment," he explained. Karl shrugged. "All right. Can you explain the courses? If they're too similar, it would be the same subset skill. You see, the subset skill which I taught my apprentices is rune smithing. That's not the same as a rune priest, a runic alchemist, or a runic architect." Remy did her best not to laugh as Karl started making up classes. Then she realized that if he mixed skills, he probably could make those different specialties with the runes, and the students would be somewhat limited by their initial path. Remy personally tended towards runic alchemist, as she was short on books to discover all the recipes she wanted, so she just imbued something close to what she actually wanted to create with runes, using Karl's rune crafter skill. Just as the beasts could share skills that Karl was compatible with, the opposite was also true. And once he learned the pack affinity skill, it became much easier to share skills from Karl back to herself. Karl just didn't know many skills and spells that didn't come from them. She should tell someone that Ray now knew how to teleport. That was probably important information for them to have. But she could remind them of that new function later. They were doing a thing now. "You know runic alchemy? I thought that you were just a rune maker," the man asked. "Technically, Remy here has mastered runic alchemy. I have no alchemical skills, I am purely a rune master. But she has become quite adept with alchemy and creates the potions for our shop," Karl explained. Remy handed the man a potion, and he stared at it in confusion, then cast a spell on it to examine it more closely. Indeed, it does have clusters of empowered runes in the solution. "That is incredible. What is the potion for?" "Reversing receding hairlines," Remy replied happily. The mage looked offended, then intrigued. "Really? It can reverse receding hairlines? How powerful is it?" he asked. Remy shrugged. "Monarch rank. It's not fully tested, though." "How much is this potion?" he asked curiously. "The materials cost 6 silver, so it sells for a gold coin," Remy explained. The man nodded and handed her a coin, then downed the potion. Slowly, hair grew on the top of his head and all over the side of his face not covered by a bone plate, then down his arms. Wait, was that supposed to happen? I swear it wasn't supposed to add hair in new places, but I don't have any hair to test it on. Remy mused. The mage looked confused, then understanding lit his eyes and he smiled. He took out a small mirror and began to examine himself, lowering his hood and opening his robes to show that he was almost completely furred. That is magnificent. My species starts out completely furry, except our mask bone. But as we age, we lose it until we're completely hairless. I look like a young bone bear again. Karl would have never guessed that the man's species was called bone bear, given the hairless state that he arrived in. Remy was pleased with her work, though. Just don't do anything unethical in dating groups. The mage was still admiring his fur in the mirror when a portal opened on the street, and a small group of mages entered the courtyard with cautious glances at the gargoyles. They had tried to travel straight into the yard, but the deterrent force of the gargoyle spell had forced them to relocate, and now all of the statues were glaring at them. The ones from the back of the house had even come to the front to see who the audacious intruders were. Once they were assured that these people were just rude enough to want to show up in the middle of someone's lawn, the gargoyles returned to their posts. That let the mages relax a little, but left them with profound questions about who had done the enchantments on this guild house and their level of paranoia. A dozen gargoyles for such a small property was overkill. Even the most contested of noble houses would either have 2 at the gate or 4 on the corners of the roof, so they could watch the whole perimeter. Department head, who are you? Where is Department head Nalek? One of the new arrivals asked. I am Nalek, you idiot. Look at my name with your interface. The Naga Queen here produced a new hair regrowth formula so powerful that it works even for a bone bear. But that's not the important part. The Rune Master here is unwilling to travel, but was willing to take teachers as apprentices for the break so that he could teach them the basics of one of the runic arts. Nalek insisted. The 4 new arrivals took down their hoods, revealing long blonde hair and extended pointy ears that could only be elven, or a similar face species. They didn't have the beauty that Karl associated with the elves, but it seemed rude to mention that, especially if they were actually another species that regularly got slandered as ugly elves. I am Moira, and this is my partner, Mash. That is Dala and her guardian, Derek. What arts might you be able to teach? We were chosen because we don't yet have a trade skill. The self-appointed leader of the new arrivals asked. I can offer rune smithing, runic alchemy, or, if you're compatible, rune priest. Runic architecture is also an option, but more strongly attuned to dwarven construction. The 4 all gave identical disgusted looks, and Karl became quite certain they were at least part elf. Then, he realized that all his elven knowledge came from one trip to an elven village, and the children's stories of the Golden Dragon Nation, which had neither elves nor dwarves living there in the modern era. So, it might just be a regional issue. Moira and Dala nodded to each other. The Moira spoke again. I will choose rune smithing, while Dala will take runic alchemy. Karl nodded. And the other 2? Mash and Derek, was it? Dala frowned. They will do what we tell them to do. Ophelia smirked, and Tessa turned away to laugh. That was quite the relationship they had. Or perhaps they had all misunderstood, and it wasn't 4 teachers, but 2 and their assistants? The phrasing of the introduction sounded like they might be married. Mash smiled at Karl and shrugged. I have been Instructor Mora's research partner for over a century now. The same is true for Derek, though he is officially Lady Dala's guardian, appointed by her family. Dala sighed and chose to elaborate. We teach in the Ladies' Academy. There are no male teachers in our faculty. Nalek is the department head in charge of runic studies, but he primarily works on the male side of the academy. Will that be an issue? Karl shook his head. Both of my existing apprentices are female, but I don't discriminate. If you're all here to learn, I will ensure that you learn. Now, I suppose that I should make an employment and non-compete contract. The 5 instructors immediately began to panic, and Nalek took out a stack of papers. Overlord, if you would not mind, we do have a standardized employment contract with us. It seemed that the cat demons had a reputation in the neighboring nations as well. Karl set the contract out on the table, and memories of doing paperwork at the mines came rushing back to him. He might not know many fancy things, but he was pretty good at reading legalese when it came to contracts. Karl read through the contract and took out a pen to strike a few clauses that were blatantly in favor of the academy, including a seemingly unlimited requirement for him to make demonstration materials for their future students. He also struck out their attempt to claim a portion of his profits after he had taken them as employees. No way was he going to pay continual royalties in perpetuity to a couple of mages who would only work for him for a month or two. Then he struck out the requirement that he teach them the full extent of his skills. That simply wasn't going to happen. Finally, as a cheeky little addendum, they added a clause that the mine had loved to put in. Employment clauses. Their personal non-compete clause. Should the contracted use knowledge, tools, or materials provided by the contractor to act against the contractor in the future, the contractor reserves the right to take any and all appropriate punitive or legal actions to nullify the threat to their operations or mitigate losses in profit. In practice, the mine operators used the clause to disappear troublemakers without legal repercussions. But Karl could use it to keep them from trying to set up rune-crafted item shops to compete with him, or to remove their heads to take back the knowledge. Ray added. Karl turned over the edited contract so that the mages could look it over. They looked moderately annoyed at the clauses he had removed, but not surprised. Eventually, Dalla made a single stroke of her pen and held up the contract for Karl to inspect. She had removed or from between punitive and legal actions. That greatly changed the meaning of the phrase, but Karl smiled and nodded in agreement. The contract still didn't state what nation's laws the actions would be taken under, and he was certain that he could find one who approved of any definition he wanted to assign to the words legal action if there were issues in the future. The 4 teachers signed the document, then Karl put his signature on the pages, and the paper altered, removing the struck clauses, and adding his own in the same writing as the magical contract took effect. Nalek patted them on the shoulder, then turned to the door. I will open a portal to bring you back 2 days before classes start. Now, I will let you all get to work. Karl examined the mages, who were all monarchs. The academy really went all out this time. I will admit that you're a bit old to be proper apprentices, and you've already spent a lot of time researching your chosen subject. Or at least, I hope that you have. Karl began. Derek laughed quietly, and Dalla glared at Karl. I honestly don't know how much they expect you to be able to teach me. Karl focused on Remy's alchemy, skill, and rune crafting, merging them to create a runic alchemy skill. Then he transferred the apprentice runic alchemy skill to the 2 half-elves. They were shocked into silence, so Karl took the opportunity to transfer apprentice rune smithing to the other 2. If everyone was shocked silent at once, he shouldn't have to repeat himself. Remind me again why I thought it was a good idea to agree to this? Karl whispered to Dana, who laughed at him. I have no idea. Maybe you thought they would send you cute young apprentices. Remy nodded in agreement. Cute apprentices are best. All right, now that you have the basic skills, we can get started on your training. Lady Remy will be teaching the runic alchemy introduction. Please let me know if you have issues with the system translation of her lessons, as she only speaks Serpent. I will take care of the rune smithing lessons for the day, as Overlord Ashbringer has created a wealth of blades for them to learn the basics on. The dungeon trash is good to royal rank, so not to the maximum of your powers. But we can ease you into that as you learn the principles. A huge portion of what Karl knew about enchanting weapons actually came from the Dwarven rune crafting book and not the skill. So, while rune smithing would teach them the language and how the skill worked, the intricacies of compound runes were not included. As researchers, they should understand some of that already. They would have seen it on relics. Ashbringer brought a whole bundle of weapons up to the 2nd floor, and Karl created a floor-to-ceiling chalkboard with earth barrier. Alright, we will start with the 6 most common runic strings that are used, and then we will start on the lesson of compounding. Karl began. Mora sighed and took out a piece of chalk. She wrote a set of runes on the board while Karl watched. See, I know all this, she insisted. You got the stroke order wrong here, and here. These 2 runes are missing a stroke, and this one is at the wrong angle. It means a powerful erection, not a powerful skill. Now, while that is a fun rune, it's not what we're hoping for in a weapon, Karl explained. Mora stared at him in shock, and Karl gestured to a blade. If you think I'm lying, go ahead and try. But if you mess it up, you have to help Ashbringer hammer the incorrect inscriptions back out of the blade. That too is part of the art of runesmithing. The proud instructor began the work, doing them exactly as she had written them on the board, while Mash watched over her shoulder. Mora smiled smugly as she inserted power into the runes, then gasped in horror as she realized there was an ever-growing bulge in the pants of the man beside her. Karl smirked as he began to speak. Wonderful. You now have a sharp-edged reproductive assistant toy. If you had gotten the runes a bit more correct, it would have a range longer than contact. Mash, if you could move back a step, the effect should fade. Now, are you ready to listen to me and to the knowledge of the language that the skill inserted into your brain? You should know how to do this correctly, just think about the skill. Mash came forward and paused for a moment with a look of intense concentration on his face. Then he wrote the basic runes on the board. Very nearly correct. Close. Only a few errors here and here. Practice those on the board and then we can move on to compounding them together with basic modifiers for distance, strength, and duration. Once you have mastered that, we will start on the effects of varying engraving depths on the outcome. Loros and Wendy tried their hardest not to laugh as they worked. They had known nothing coming in, so they didn't have to unlearn decades of bad habits and incorrect knowledge to understand what Karl was teaching them. Compared to that, these newbies were going to have a very hard time. Meanwhile, in the illusionary city, where Remy had taken her students to work, things were going much more smoothly. They weren't trying to unlearn bad habits, they were treating the art as new alchemy recipes that used runes as an ingredient. It had only taken Remy one demonstration potion for Dala to understand her skill, and now the alchemy teacher was fully engrossed in the lessons on adding runes to a simplified potion mixture to make functional replacements for missing ingredients. The advantage of the city was that there was no sun. It was always the same twilight, no matter the hour of the day. So, the students would never notice when night came, and she could simply work them until they dropped. If potions filled every bit of their brain, they should begin to learn at something resembling a reasonable pace. She just had to keep them from distractions. It was a brilliant plan. Well, almost brilliant. Remy realized once she started to get hungry. She would still have to take breaks to let them eat, and that would give them back their sense of time. While the teaching did slow down progress, Karl still had enough time to do some work before the end of the shift, and then everyone would be free to do as they liked the next day. Matriarch's Day was one of the biggest holidays in the city of Drod, and everyone slept in, knowing that the shop would be closed for the day. The teachers from Lard Academy were the first to get motivated, and started right into working on what they had learned the day before, ensuring that it was memorized and that their previous wealth of slightly incorrect knowledge wasn't hindering their future progress. The next was Lotus, and once Lotus was up, everyone was up. Mostly because she went knocking on their doors to see who wanted to come with her to get chocolate. Dana had informed Karl that they had already chosen chocolate gifts for Matriarch's Day during their trips to the dungeon. But now that the day was upon them, the chocolates would be on sale, and the city was decorated for a festival. "Give us 10 minutes. Karl called when he heard Lotus coming to his door. "No, it's time to go," she complained. "We really aren't suitable for going outside right now. Let us shower and we will join you," Karl retorted, while Dana laughed quietly and turned on the shower in the insert. Once the shower was over, they both transformed back into bestial form, and Dana picked out a powder blue hanfu dress that Ray had made, while Karl went for a black silk shirt, unbuttoned halfway down the chest the way that the casino guards had been. With white pants and pocket square to contrast with his fur, Karl thought that it looked quite stylish. Until Dana took one look at it and laughed. "I keep expecting you to use a sleazy pickup line on me when I see that outfit." She giggled. "Oh, perhaps you would change your mind after a few drinks? You and me, back in my bedroom." Karl replied in a rumbling drawl that triggered every amorous instinct in Dana's transformed body. "That's cheating. No abusing species triggers. Plus, we're already in your bedroom and Lotus is waiting for us to get dressed." Dana retorted. "You sound like you're already dressed. I am waiting for you to stop flirting." Lotus shouted through the door. Karl left his outfit unchanged and stepped out to the main room. Lotus took one look at him and looped a large gold chain around his neck. Then another one before she nodded in satisfaction. Now the look is complete. Tessa smirked when she saw Karl with Dana on his arm, but Ophelia gave them an enthusiastic thumbs up. Thor came out of his space in a fancy black and gold suit that Ray had tailored for him, complete with a gold-embroidered cape, which was a bit overkill for a city was warm as Drod. But he did look very noble. They headed out into the street, and Lotus looked down at their feet. "Hey, why aren't you wearing shoes?" she asked. Karl shrugged. "They're not comfortable with these feet, but I have eternal lightning, active anyhow, so I'm not going to pick up a nail or anything." Karl smirked at Ashbringer, who was also not wearing shoes, as he had hoofs. Well, he might have shoes, the horseshoe type, but Karl didn't see them, and it didn't sound like metal on cobblestone streets when he walked. The smith had Loros on one arm and Wendy on the other, while Mick was opposite Lotus on Ophelia's arms. The guards shook their heads in dismay as they saw the Dark Light host leaving the house. That guild was a source of envy for the entire guard detachment. With powerful overlords, skilled crafters, rare skills, and all the beauties they could want. In fact, they had so many that the Werbear was claiming some, and she was one of the beauties herself. They might be demons, but everyone knew bears gave the best hugs. The coffee shop on the next block had hot chocolate and chocolate croissants on special for the holiday, so that was their first stop of the day. Each table had a list of the day's events on it, in case customers weren't aware. Noon. Address by the Lord. 12:30, Castle Gates open for public tours 1400, Fool's Walk Debutante Parade 1600, VIP Garden Party at Castle 2100, Fireworks Show begins. Karl gestured to the sheet. Are so many people invited that the VIP Garden Party is noteworthy? The server laughed. Most of us like to go to watch all the celebrities enter. One of her coworkers giggled. She means the guard captains in their formal best. Anyone overlord ranked and higher is invited with a +1. So, if you gentlemen would like to choose a date, you could attend and enjoy the castle life for a night. Karl shook his head. I believe that we have plans for the evening. But we will go watch the fireworks. Is there a best spot? Or just fly up and pick a good angle? The server looked at them curiously. Karl definitely did not have wings. But if the overlord said he could fly, she would accept it as truth. Oh, should we have someone enter the parade? We've got young ones. Lotus suggested. The staff began to laugh. Priestess, you misunderstand. There are more women than men in the city. The debutante parade is for single young men to show off in an attempt to find a mate. I don't think that you have anyone qualified. Loros nodded happily. It sounds like it will be great eye candy. We should get some drinks and go watch after we tour past the castle. There will be a big party on the docks as well, with roast meat and rum. Karl had a summoned premonition of a drunk healing tree, then decided that maybe the docks were a great idea. We should at least listen to the Lord's address, as most of us haven't heard it before. The holiday is for his wife, so he has to have something touching to say. He suggested. See you on the way back, coffee lady. Lotus cheered as they got ready to leave. See you soon, priestess. Next time, you should try the peppermint hot chocolate with whipped cream. It's a holiday favorite. Karl's procession blended in well with the crowd today. Many of the guilds were out in large groups, shopping, dining, or gathering around the castle inn. Preparation for the Lord's speech. They had 10 minutes until it was scheduled to start, but already many of the ranking city officials were gathered on a large balcony facing the main south gate to the castle. Why they had chosen to have the main gates facing the ocean, the most likely invasion point, was a mystery to Karl. But it did make things convenient, there was a large square with a statue of the founder of the city, a grizzled Orcish shaman whose name had long since been erased from the placard by time. Karl felt the flood of power as the Lord joined the others on the balcony, and he realized that he had greatly underestimated the true might of that demon when he was fighting above the city. Now that he was standing next to the totem-ranked governor and district officials, it was clear that he was more than one rank above them. However, trying to gauge his power was a bit like staring at the sun. blinding to the point that details were impossible to discern from the lowly viewpoint of an overlord. The Lord cleared his throat and began his speech. Thank you all for gathering to celebrate the 407th anniversary of my wedding. It has been quite the eventful year, with the birth of triplets to my family and the resultant baby boom that has left the midwives of the city scrambling. But it has also been a year of innovation, of growth, and of valiant battles. I recognize many faces here from the defense of the city against the Bomgan fleet, a battle that saw the least damage done by any full invasion in the last century. There were heroes made that day, and many managed to break through their limits and raise to a new rank. Unfortunately, not all has been positive. For the first time in 3 years, we had a guild war that spread to the city. I have been informed that the aftermath of the Battle of the Two Hosts has already been repaired, but I do expect everyone in the city to be better behaved in the future. He paused, and Karl felt the Lord's eyes on him. He bowed slightly, and the Lord relented, then continued his speech. Our most glorious Strahd nation has celebrated 10% more weddings this year than last year, a noteworthy accomplishment not only in the capital, but through the entire land. Now I will return to my blushing bride and let the city minister speak. Karl got the feeling that it was an exceptionally short speech for the Lord. The governor looked shocked and then annoyed, as someone passed him a whole stack of prepared notes as the Lord sat down to bounce a small black demon baby on his knee. The child was tiny, like a human newborn, despite the size of the parents. It was also winged, though they flapped feebly, not yet strong enough to take flight. Child-proofing a house had to be a whole other type of challenge when your toddler could fly. The crowd was doing their best not to laugh as the governor went through the Lord's heartfelt speech, while Madame Shin, the governor's wife, tried not to laugh at the saccharin's sweet gushing. Love expressed in the speech that was intended for someone else entirely. But that woman loved to see her husband squirm in his new armor, and she was enjoying all the praise as if he had intended to say that all to her. The governor switched speeches and began his own address, going over a number of things about the city, along with a few more sweet words for his wife, and thanks for the new armor that he was wearing. Most of the city already seemed to know that Karl had made it, as the crowd turned to look at his group when the mention of having received a newly commissioned armor set was made. Karl's sensitive ears picked up a lot of speculation about just what that would have cost, and then a few more were wondering if it was now possible to commission something similar in overlord rank, as Karl had advanced. The thought was ridiculous to them. Custom-ordered epic grade, overlord rank armor was worth more than most minor noble families' generational wealth. You either inherited it or you never got it. Simply buying a set was preposterous unless your family had a totem or many overlords. There were vendors moving through the crowd selling sweets, and the ladies were openly feeding chocolates to their partners. Karl couldn't help but laugh when Ophelia started feeding chocolates to Lotus and Mick. It was the exact opposite of the other situations in the crowd, with physically larger, embarrassed demons reluctantly taking bites. Lotus had no shame about her love of sweets. She was even happily licking the chocolate off Ophelia's furred fingers, which was making the demons around them blush and giggle. Mick was a bit more restrained, and blushing furiously as Ophelia fed her chocolates. But they hadn't bought too many, as they had more plans, and they were off to the boardwalk to watch the debutante shows. If the flamboyant and festive air at the castle was anything to go by, then they were in for a treat. The demons were going all out for the event, and the streets looked like a fashion show. Making their way across the business district was no easy feat, so Karl led them south to the docks instead. They had a barbecue going, and his group could stop in there and visit some of the sailors before he took the ladies to check out their fresh new demonic eye candy at the boardwalk. But as it turned out, they didn't need to go that far. The sailors had their own version, and all the young dockhands were in their very best, with skin oiled and scales polished as they strutted around the docks to whistles and cheers of appreciation from what Karl strongly suspected were the working girls of the sprawl. The ladies of Karl's group quickly joined in on the fun and bought up long strings of cheap glass beads to toss around the necks of the young men. There was plentiful rum flowing from kegs at every corner, and Karl led them to a corner where the same smoke pit as during the battle was set up. Butcher, good to see you again. I'll take whatever you're serving, for the whole guild group. Karl greeted the portly demon. Oh, congratulations on making Overlord. It's good to see you again, war champion. Are you sure that you don't want to join them? You're still a young man. The demon joked. Karl laughed and tilted his head towards where a young man was being escorted into the back room of a shop by two young ladies in questionable outfits. I think that I would insult someone when I had to turn down the most festive of festivities. The butcher laughed. Well, youngsters will be youngsters. You can go to the boardwalk if you like, but really, the ladies will likely have more fun here on the docks. That was definitely true. It was only a little after noon and already the demons were playing a drinking game where you flipped a full shot glass from your horn to your mouth without spilling it. Whoever drank the most of the shot won. And took another shot. There was also music playing, as whatever bards and musically talented demons the ships had on board had set up an impromptu jam session. That had the people dancing and generally going wild. Before long, Lotus had dragged Mick up on one of the pier pillars to sing with her, a drinking tune that seemed to be primarily the word shots that every sailor knew. The combination of rhythmic foot-thumping and trumpets made a steady beat as the crowd sang along and thousands of sailors drank from bottles of rum. Karl could see people closer to the boardwalk giving the crowd at the docks disgusted looks at the lewd lyrics, then confused stares as they realized that it was a green dragon priestess and a vampire in a Lolita dress with a parasol leading the chant. Something wasn't right with the sailors, they were certain. Many of the noble young ladies were tempted to come over and check out the scene, but the rowdy party was causing their parents to glare at them every time that they turned in a vaguely southerly direction. The song changed and the stomping changed to a new rhythm that was slower and somehow more sensual, but still accompanied by trumpets and a saxophone, which made for a very strange experience to Karl's foreign musical tastes. But soon enough, he found himself dancing with Dana in his arms, dragged into the crowd and drinking rum from the bottle as they laughed and spun in the crowd. They were pleasantly drunk and making new friends among the sailors when a rather horrified-looking official in a castle uniform made his way to the dock and caught Karl's attention. Overlord Karl? Do you think that I could pull you away from your revelry for a few moments? The demon asked. Karl nodded and moved to the edge of the crowd, where Dana was handed a kebab and a fresh bottle of rum. The official cleared his throat. You have been formally invited, along with your +1, to the Lord's private garden party. Can we expect your attendance? How long do we have? Karl asked, already feeling his constitution burning the alcohol from his system. 1 hour before the first guests begin to arrive, 2 hours before the party starts. The official explained, looking a bit embarrassed. He had likely intended to find Karl much earlier, but hadn't expected him to be on the docks with his whole guild. What is the dress code? Karl asked. They were already dressed up pretty fancily, as it was a party day. Your current attire will do. It's a semi-casual event, but most dress to impress. The official explained, hoping that Karl would understand the meaning behind his words. The Lord had invited him directly, which was a huge honor. But the demon was a bit worried that Karl was already drunk enough that he might not appreciate the nuance. Fortunately, Ray had them covered, and she had prepared extra fancy matching outfits in black and white silk to match the fur of their transformed bodies. Dana was certain that she was going to hate whatever idea Ray had come up with, but the flowing dress was beautiful black silk with white embroidery all over it, creating a vine pattern. It fit like a glove, and it highlighted the white and red jewelry with elbow-length sleeves. Karl was forced to change from his casino goon look into a white suit over a black base layer. He had minimal black embroidery on his suit, just a spider web pattern at the collar and cuffs. But she had made up for it with all the spider web pattern woven into the tie. Karl briefly explained the situation to the others, then summoned the Lamia bodyguards to watch over the group and ensure that Lotus didn't get abducted by strangers with candy, before he led Dana off for some last-minute grooming. There was a beautician not far from the docks and on their way to the castle gates. They had been partying for hours. A little perfume and a change of clothes might make them smell better, but their fur could use a little brush and polish before meeting new people. Fortunately, the staff at the salon understood immediately that they were going to a formal event and not just looking for the sort of festive decorations that many of the party-goers were getting. By the time that they were fully brushed with some sort of pleasant-smelling fur conditioner and redressed, it was time that the guests should have been arriving at the castle. Time to see how many of the local celebrity chasers knew who they were. There was a short line of VIP guests waiting to get into the castle for the garden party when Karl and Dana arrived. The staff wanted each of them to walk the red carpet as a couple so that the crowd had time to get a good look at them. That slowed progress, but the cheers of the crowd when they recognized someone were deafening. They were all turning on their titles and guild tags, so Karl did the same and quietly warned Dana to do the same if she could. Former Lord of Bunga City Karl, Grand War Champion of the Dark Light Host, Dana, Battle Mage of the Dark Light Host. Having names and titles active would make it much easier to meet new people inside the party as well. Everyone there was an overlord or the guest of one, which meant that most of them operated businesses or owned large amounts of property. But not only that. Some of the people in front of him were visiting nobles, city lords from other cities in Drod, and even a few ship captains, going by their titles. Karl's turn came, and he looped his arm for Dana to take as they casually strolled down the red carpet. Dana was recognized by very few, as she had not been transformed for the battle at the docks, but many recognized Karl, and they were telling the others. Having the titles active gave them a good idea who Dana was, so the crowd just assumed that she was active on a different side of the battlefield than where they had been. As they got closer to the front, they reached the most devoted visitors, the ones who hadn't left after the speeches. "It's the Healing Trees Guard," someone called, and a massive roar of approval spread through the demons, drowning out the other noise in the crowd. The residents on the west side of the river weren't aware, but Lotus was a huge celebrity in the slums and the sprawl. In the Stone Chapel district near the guild house, it was the shop that the Dark Light Host was better known for. Karl reached the gates with Dana, and the guard bowed politely. There was a green mana jade ring on his hand and a smile on his face. But Karl noticed that the other guard had red and white mana jade earrings hanging from her ears, and her shockingly white hair pulled back to show them off. Someone had gone all out to impress her, and she was very proud of the gift. "Thank you. Enjoy your afternoon," Karl replied as they ushered him through the door. "Certainly, Overlord. The Lord will be looking for you soon, if it is possible for you to be somewhere visible," the female guard replied. Karl led Dana into the gardens, following the line of guards toward the open space on the north side of the grounds. Hundreds of overlords and totems were already gathered, and the aura of power was oppressive, nearing overwhelming. Now he could understand why they made it an overlord rank event. With all the political posturing and business deals in progress, tensions were high under the smiles, and the demons were leaking power constantly. Karl noticed as a Naga man smirked and shifted to highlight his hip with his hand on a sword. For a split second, Karl thought that it might be an aggressive act, brazen as that might be. Then he recognized the blade. It was one of the 2 Overlord-ranked weapons that the Dark Light Host had put up at auction and must have sold this morning before the day's festivities started. Karl quickly checked the man's titles. "Looking quite fashionable, Prince Gabble. You seem to have had a great victory at this morning's auction." The poison effect on that blade turned out to be particularly potent. He greeted the Naga prince. "Oh, might you have been one of my competitors for this masterpiece?" Prince Gabble asked. Karl shook his head. "Quite the opposite. It was my guild that put it up for sale. It is most excellent to see that it has found a good home with a proud owner." That attracted a number of the other overlords over. "Branch leader, I don't suppose that your artisans will be putting other similar articles up for sale next month, will they?" One of the ladies, a lithe but athletic orc, asked excitedly. Karl shrugged. "I can't say for certain. Overlord-ranked items only get created when the artisan is feeling inspired. So, while it is likely that we will have items at the auction, I can't say what they will be." The orc nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. I work for a merchant group as head of security, and my boss is somewhat upset that he lost out on all the best items today." From the smug looks of the others, Karl suspected that was no accident. At the very least, they were not upset that her boss had been shut out of the prized treasures of the auction house. They were not given much time to speak before an immensely powerful aura approached, and the group spread to allow the Lord to approach Karl directly. The war champion of the Dark Light host. What a fascinating thing to have been granted such a title and a legendary guild name by the system. The Lord declared, speaking slowly. Karl bowed to the Lord, while Dana dipped into a curtsy. "Indeed it is. Though, many of the advantages were not apparent until I had a proper guild house. Truly, I have been blessed by the world dragon." Karl agreed. The Lord frowned. "I see. So, you were truly granted this guild title by the gods." Karl nodded. "The first time I fought a city defense, I was granted the status of war champion of the Dark Light host. That took everyone by surprise. It wasn't just someone who had found a workaround in the naming restrictions. He really was a member of the legendary guild. Please remain after the party. I will send for you. We have much to speak about." The Lord insisted, then he was off to chat with other guests. Having been directly addressed by the Lord made Karl and Dana immensely popular at the party, and within minutes they had met dozens of new people from all over the Dragon Isles. The locals seemed to have mostly retreated, as they could meet him again later. Nobody wanted to make some foreign prince or princess wait to meet the celebrity of the hour, and Karl's popularity also dragged the most obnoxious away from them. But the effect soon faded, as the Lord was still making his rounds, meeting new people who had done something noteworthy during the last year while he was distracted. Butlers wandered the gardens, and once the crowd had dispersed a little, a second group of wishers gathered around Karl. "Lord Karl, I don't believe that we have met. But midwife Musa informed us that you were the source of the fertility charm that has been so effective for the local nobility. We have to thank you." An Oni demon woman greeted Karl with a reverent look that put Dana on edge. "No need to thank me. I was paid quite well for my services. Congratulations on the upcoming arrivals to your family." Karl replied with a faint smile. The demoness smiled. "Yes, it will be good to have children around the house again. I'm afraid all of my others are long since grown and moved out. The downsides of excessive longevity." The man beside her chuckled. "It will be somewhat awkward at family gatherings for the next few years, I suspect. Our daughter-in-law and granddaughter are also customers of the midwife." Dana couldn't help but laugh a little at the thought, and the handsome demon smirked at her. "Yes. I am certain that it will only get worse once they are teens and getting closer to the triplet princes. Choosing year. But that is still a few years in the future, and it's not the first time we've been through this in the last 100 years. The Lord and his wife are quite amorous, even after 4 centuries. That made most of the nearby demons laugh. Every 20 or 30 years, the Lord's wife would begin demanding more children, as she had gone too long without any in her home. Most men would suggest that she volunteer at an orphanage or other place that works with children. But the Lord has preferred to simply give her more of her own. During the 1st century, they had dozens. Then it began to slow down, and many had assumed that would be the end of things, but since then, it has become a reliable event for new royals to be born to every generation. The garden party began to wind down late into the evening, though many couples had left early to enjoy a romantic dinner together either in the castle or elsewhere. Dana had opted to eat on one of the patios overlooking the garden, where she could see so much of the crowd's social interaction. The dynamics between factions fascinated her, as many of them clearly despised each other, but none of them would dare to start trouble here. The Lord's butler came as they were finishing dessert, and waited to escort them inside for whatever meeting the Lord had required. Karl suspected that it had something to do with the Guild War, as Hawk had damaged the city's public property. But that seemed like a small matter, as restitution had been paid and the damage repaired the same day. They were led directly to the Lord's home wing, not to an office, which Karl hoped was a good sign. Nobody wanted to get blood on their carpets with kids in the house. It would end up everywhere. Before the butler could even introduce them, the Lord was motioning for them to take a seat across from him and his wife. "Welcome, Overlord Karl. And you must be the one known as the Dana Mage." He greeted them. Dana stared at him in confusion, while Karl laughed quietly to himself. "Is that not right? I listened in on the thoughts of the Thunderbird called Hawk, and that was how he referred to you." "Never mind. Your name is Dana anyhow, so it's close enough." "Haha, they probably think we're all clerics because they got their intelligence from Hawk, and he calls everyone brother and sister, except for you, Dana and Ophelia." Kara laughed in Karl's mind as the Lord continued. "Shortly after you arrived in Drod, I was made aware that you would be coming to my territory and warned that you were exiled for becoming quite the troublemaker. But it appears that my old friend from the Dragon Church misunderstood your nature. Now, it would have been courteous if they had asked, or perhaps not dropped you in my capital city. But that is an issue between me and the totems of your home continent. I actually called you here today for a much more mundane matter. Namely, to inform you that I will not tolerate a disruption of trade agreements between Drod and foreign powers. The guards did not stop you because there is no law about selling powerful magical items. However, there are agreements in place about exporting said items that the merchants have been conveniently overlooking. Now, a war over trade would be a significant drain on resources, so I am hoping that we can come to a peaceful agreement that doesn't involve shutting down the most lovely shop near the gates. You have been the talk of the city guard for weeks now, after all." Karl nodded in understanding. "The merchants that have been coming once a week to buy out my entire stock. I can understand the concern. If you wish, I would be happy to put a purchase limit on everything, unless there is an approved domestic vendor token I can check." The Lord considered that for a moment. "That sounds like a hassle. It is far too easy to forge, steal, or sell such a token. Instead, I propose that the city will bulk purchase everything royal rank and above that you wish to sell, apart from non-combat potions and items, which are not regulated as military goods. I will order them to give a fair market price for them, and in exchange, I expect to hear of no more problems from the Dark Light Host Guildhouse. No loading ships up with magical rings and calling pirates to ambush them. No having Overlord-ranked fire skills used to raise civilian residences to the ground, and if possible, prevent the guards from purchasing mind-altering drugs from the nature cleric while they are on duty." Karl chuckled at that last bit, and Dana looked horrified. The Lord's wife thumped him on the shoulder. "We haven't heard that they were, but it's best to put it out there in advance. I am well aware of how the Green Dragon and her disciples are." Karl thought about any possible issues that might arise from this arrangement before asking questions. "The Overlord-ranked masterpieces that we produce. Would you like them as well, or should they still be sent to the auction? And we currently have some apprentices from Lard Academy learning runic arts during the semester break. That doesn't violate any agreements, does it?" he asked carefully. The Lord waved his hand. "They're fine. Even if you teach them the basics of runesmithing, the Duke of Lard won't let them mass-produce weapons. It's part of our arrangement. But the Overlord-ranked weapons are a unique challenge, I do admit. While they're not a strategic national treasure like a totem-ranked staff or blade would be, they're still very high on the danger scale. Both of the items that sold at the auction today are going to other islands, well away from us. But the only way to ensure a fair market value is to auction them. So, I am willing to compromise. If I do not want the item making it to the open market, I will purchase it from the auction house before it reaches the auction block. No need to get your own hands dirty. However, that does lead me to an important question. Will you be producing large quantities of Overlord-ranked items?" Karl shook his head. 1 or 2 a month was the plan, so that our master craftsman doesn't feel that the employment agreement is a financial loss to him when he was planning to go inland and set up his own shop. The apprentices can turn out enough ascended and commander rank items to keep the shop running at a profit. Well, for now, not having inventory of the same standard at the shop for sale will put a significant damper on business. That made the Lady of Drod laugh. A single commander rank ring would pay an average shop's employees for the month. The Lord looked contemplative. I see how that could be an issue. Custom orders, not more than 2 sets of accessories or 1 set of weapons and armor per customer per month, would be acceptable to the kingdom. Even if they are overlord ranked, it is fine. Karl nodded in acceptance. That would be a bit of a pain, but they could work with it. It wasn't like he could win a fight with the Lord of Drod or otherwise force him to change his mind. Wonderful. I will have the butler draw up the agreement. The Lord decided. While the men seemed content to wait, the Lady of Drod had different ideas. As you're here, would you be averse to doing a small favor for me? You see, I could use a few little upgrades made to the nursery. She asked, knowing that Karl was a rune master. Not at all. What did you have in mind? Karl asked. Young demons grow best in an extremely high mana environment. I am told that your items are capable of storing mana and self-recharging. Would it be possible to put that sort of enchantment on a nursery? She asked. Turn a nursery into a training room, with dense mana condensing on every surface? I would think it should be possible. Even if it's not everything you might have hoped, I should be able to raise the mana level to 2 or 3 times what it is in the rest of the city. Karl cautiously agreed. Oh, that would be wonderful. You know, mana is essential to the childhood development of demons, but it's so hard to find a nanny who has the rare skills and the gentle touch to maximize their potential. Without that early start, it can take centuries to catch up. The lady dragged Karl out by his hands, leaving Dana facing the Lord of Drod. The unintentional pressure of his aura had sobered her up instantly after they entered, but unlike Karl, who Dana was certain was missing whatever portion of his brain was responsible for determining threat levels, she was keenly aware of how dangerous this demon was. But the Lord was smiling and ordered another tray brought out. Fruit juice and finger sandwiches. They will take some time. My wife doesn't stop until she gets what she wants. Now, I'm sure that you have a fun background story as well. How did you end up leaving your home continent with a dragon-cursed man like that? Dana was confused by the phrase. Dragon cursed? The Lord smiled at her. It's a phrase we use for other species who have a bit too much favor of the old gods. They tend to die of stupidity at a very young age, and if my aura sight isn't lying, you should both be coming up on your 17th birthdays, yet you are a monarch-ranked human. That sort of thing doesn't happen accidentally. More likely, it happened by proximity to him. Dana smirked at him. You know, Karl is a human as well. Or at least I'm reasonably sure he was at one point. The Drod Lord shrugged. I never knew him then, but I can say for certain that he isn't now. At this point, I would wager that both the Naga Queen and the Void Badger have a stronger genetic relationship with humanity. With those words, Kara came out to sit on Dana's lap. If they were talking about her, she was certainly allowed to have juice. She gestured with her nose, and Dana poured her a small glass. The Lord cocked his head to the side with a curious look. That Void Badger has wings. Kara extended them as she finished her drink, and Dana nodded. Yes, she is a winged Void Badger. Is there another kind here? Lord Drod nodded. Yes. In fact, the wingless kind is much more common. I've never personally seen a Void Badger with wings. Even without them, they're already a menace to society. Tell me, does this one have Void Shift as part of her skills to escape confinement? Dana shook her head while Kara looked intrigued. She hadn't known that was an option. Why didn't she get that option? Karl was slacking. No, her specialties are disintegration and nullification. Dana explained. The Lord looked shocked. Anti-magic? That is just insidious. Kara nodded happily, and the old demon smiled. It seems that she is well aware of the fact. Once she reaches Overlord rank, she would most likely be able to shut down entire armies and naval fleets with a thought. Overlord-ranked nullification would leave them dead in the water. Perhaps I need to find one for my darling wife? She hates it when the boys play pranks on her, and this one appears to be quite well socialized. Kara gave Dana a warning look, daring her to say otherwise. Yes, definitely well socialized. You should see how gently she cuddles our nature priestess. Kara nodded. The Dana mage knew what answers to give. Karl looked around the nursery, which was decorated all in pastel blues and grays, and examined the current layout to determine how and where he was going to place the rune work that the Lady of Drod wanted. Watching over his shoulder, with her aura completely restrained, the Lady of Drod gave off the image of the perfect, gentle, and sweet wife, but Karl knew that she was a mythic rank or higher ancient demon. Still, the way that she could hide her aura made her feel completely motherly. Or perhaps it was the other way around. Perhaps she could hide her aura because she was already motherly? She clearly loved being one. How often does this room get renovated? I could paint the runes on, or I could carve them. The answer depends on how much you value aesthetics and how often you paint the walls. Painting over the runes either way could cause them to deactivate, though that's much less likely to happen with carved runes. Karl explained. The lady frowned. I like to change it twice a year, but some parts of the room tend to remain the same. The ceiling is rarely touched, and those crown moldings are relics from before my time. Please don't damage those. If they were from before her time, that meant they were over 400 years old. She had been married longer than that, and presumably this castle had been their home since then. Karl would have to look into the history of Drod more deeply than Little Butterflies plays. Or get Remy some books on it. She would read through them all soon enough. Karl nodded. Why don't I make you a custom item instead? It will take a bit of time, but it will be much more likely to survive a renovation and last until the boy's foundation is established. The lady shook her head. The nobles watch too closely at our every move. If you're seen coming and going again after the party, or we receive a gift from you that they don't know about, they will question every milestone the boys make, and my babies will never have any peace. Karl nodded in understanding. Then he got a great idea. Do you have a painting easel? He asked. The lady looked confused, but led Karl to another room. It was filled with inks, papers, and assorted artistic supplies. This will do wonderfully, Karl explained, then took a bit of monarch-ranked silk from Ray's space and cut it to size for one of the blank canvas. He tested the size, then lay it on the table and picked up an ink brush. The actual runes for the spell were not complex. Just defining the space to increase mana absorption in and increasing the mana density, with a modification to specify it should gather the mana externally and not need to be refilled. First, he wrote the runes for the effect in 4 spots around what would be the edges of the painting, then turned the silk sheet over and wrote the rune for good fortune and love in a fanciful calligraphic style that wouldn't activate as a spell. Ray's silk would take monarch ranked effects without any issues, and possibly more. But monarch rank was more than enough for this, as he wasn't trying to drown them in mana, just increase the level in the room enough that they would grow to their peak. What does that large rune on the front mean? The lady asked as Karl began to empower the ones around the edge. It means lucky in love. I figured that with as strong as your relationship is, you would want the same. For your boys. Karl explained. Oh, a secondary effect? Karl shook his head. Technically no. But if they're powerful, they've got a good shot at love anyhow. I can add it to a token or something if you'd like, but luck is a fickle thing. Lady Drod shook her head. No, I think that will make a wonderful cover for your magical painting. Nobody will question why I would want a luck and love item for their room, and the maids are unlikely to notice that the mana density in that one room is higher than the rest of the house. The auras of multiple children will muddle the feeling. Karl finished the work and then mounted the silk, hiding the actual active runes. Unless someone stole the painting and dismounted it, they would never know that there was more to it. Presuming that they couldn't see the magic of the runes anyhow. Some demons were sure to have the ability. The lady smoothed back her long black hair and nodded in satisfaction. Then she went to the far side of the room and got a picture frame for that particular size of painting. Mounted in a gold frame. The black ink on white silk looked immensely classy, worthy of an exhibition piece if you were the sort to enjoy calligraphy. Which she was, and so the painting was whisked away the moment that it was securely mounted. She put it above the lone window in the room, up out of reach of childish hands or close scrutiny. As soon as it was placed, the mana in the room began to increase. It only took a few seconds to change, but when it was finished, the mana in the nursery where the boys were sleeping was definitely higher, and he could feel not only their bodies, but his own absorbing more mana than usual. It was like a passive mana regeneration buff, but it was also refilling the mana in his beast spaces, which were close to reaching their limits until the beasts broke through to Overlord. Karl could feel Hawk's quiet determination to take back his spot as the first on the team to advance to Overlord, and decided that he would have to make something like this for the guild house as well. Even if it only worked on beasts and demons who could naturally advance, that was still half the residents of the house. Karl returned to the main room, where he found that Dana and the city lord were sipping juice and eating sandwiches while discussing the details of wind magic theory. They had moved past their initial awkwardness, and once they realized that they both shared a passion for magic, they had become completely engrossed. So, Karl and the Lady of Drod did not disturb them, and the lady decided to take him to another room for an additional surprise. You have extensive knowledge of runes, is that correct? Can you create a ward that will tell me who keeps breaking in to ruin my surprises? This is where I keep my presents for future events, and someone keeps letting the knowledge reach my husband. She whispered. Are you certain that he isn't just reading the minds of the servants to find out in advance? Karl asked. No, I tested that. I deliberately let a few of them know, then had an enchantment placed on them to see if they were contacting my husband. It's not my closest confidant, so he has to be finding out some other way, she insisted. She would notice if he was reading her mind, given her rank. But after 400 years, he might just know her so well that he could guess her next move every time. That said, it was not hard to create a ward. Karl took out a copper coin and pressed it flat with his fingers. Then he rolled the edges smooth and stuck a claw through it to make a hole for hanging the ward. The simple rune for detecting presence was added and intentionally left at the awaken rank, with the bronze runes closely matching the copper of the coin. Then he took out a piece of metal from a damaged giant's ring that Hawk had tossed aside as hopeless and rolled it into a ball. With the magic faded, the soft metal was easy to work, and the metal in Karl's veins was harder than the ring. This one, he brought all the way up to commander rank and engraved it to turn red and buzz when it detected a magical effect on the target area. Alright, we have 2 steps to this one. The first is the alarm. It's not loud, but if your hearing is good, you'll be able to detect it from the sitting room. It's at commander rank, so anyone who uses a spell to search the room will find it. The copper disc is the actual detection charm, and when you activate it, the disc will tell you the next person to enter this room. Once it is used, you will have to recharge it again, just a trickle of power will do, Karl explained. Lady Drod clapped happily as she activated the spell and placed it in an unused drawer. That will do perfectly. Nobody will suspect that I added 2 new layers to the defenses of the gift room. Now, I suppose that we should likely go rescue your friend. My husband has been studying the more obscure arcane arts for nearly 5 centuries now, and once you get him started, he will never stop. Karl smiled, more concerned that he would somehow get roped into their conversation. Dana knew that he could make spell books or transfer skills, so if they were really into their conversation, it was bound to be revealed that he could demonstrate the intricacies of many of the spells she was describing. And sure enough, when they got back, the Lord of Drod had an expectant look on his face. I am told that you have a wide area strategic level attack spell known as Annihilation? Or Apocalypse or something? What sort of bribe would it take to get you to teach me that spell? It's so rare that I come across a spell that I don't know. I am skilled with the water element version of your duplicating tornadoes, so that's not entirely new. But such a rare combined spell is like nothing I have ever encountered, apart from a few divine beasts' innate skills. Technically, it was a racial skill of Remy, but there was no harm in trying. Alright, open your mind and let me show you. Karl agreed. Pack Master Karl offers knowledge skill. Apocalypse will be transferred to the disobedient brat Nicholas. The Lord of Drod stared at the system message for nearly a minute, trying to determine what it was insinuating. Then he recalled a day during his youth. His first trip into a system relic, when he had grabbed both prize options at the same time and refused to let go until the instance punished him and kicked him out. Why he recalled it now, over 6 centuries later, when the memory was long buried, had to be related to the system, and he knew that the current message was as well. Fine, he would always be a disobedient brat in the minds of the gods. But there were 2 wands, and he had 2 hands. Even now, he fought with 2 magical weapons. It had become his signature style. The Lord of Drod sat silent as he contemplated all the ways that the spell could be used, altered, and upgraded. Then he briefly pondered the implications of an attack spell with a range that was absolutely enormous at his current rank. As Dana had said, if you used a spell like this with Portal, it was a mutually assured destruction tactic, and one that he hoped none of the other leaders ever thought up on their own. Whoever had come up with this tactic was an insidious genius, but the Lord was glad that they hadn't publicized the idea. So, until someone actually used it, Apocalypse Portal would be a secret weapon. Now, Dana had meant Meteor Storm when she was describing the effect, but he had forgotten the name, and Karl just happened to know a spell by the one he mentioned. So, it all worked out in the end, but in a much grander fashion than anyone had intended. The Lord was so pleased with the new knowledge that it never even occurred to him to question how Karl had transferred the knowledge. That seemed to end their meeting with the Lord, as the man was already beginning to sketch magical circles and notes in a small book before his wife even called for the butler to escort Karl and Dana back to the garden party. Few would notice that they had disappeared for so long, as there were many other important people to meet, and going off to a private meeting room wasn't uncommon when there were business deals to finalize. Soon, it was becoming dark, and a quiet announcement was made by the serving staff that the fireworks would start soon. Everyone, the fireworks are going to start soon. Get yourself into a good position with a clear view of the castle. The staff say they're launched from the tower. Karl warned. You're not coming. Lotus replied. We're still at the garden party. I don't think that we can make it to you in time. The staff began to bring out reclined chairs for the guests to lay on and look up at the fireworks without straining their necks. They were immediately popular with the younger couples and some of the older ones, who chose to share a seat for the show. Karl did the same, pulling Dana back so that she was lying halfway on top of him and looking up at the night sky, which was rapidly fading to black as the city of Drod turned off all unnecessary lights for the evening. That would make it a pain for some to get back home tonight, but they would certainly get the best view of the fireworks. The Lord went all out on the show as well. The first set of explosions lit the air exactly on the hour, as promised, and Karl noticed that while there were conventional fireworks in the mix, about half of the show was actually magical lights, creating a backdrop for the setting. The reason for that was actually quite obvious. The explosions of the fireworks could be felt from the ground, and the sound was part of the whole experience. The magical lights didn't have that, so casting them in time with the actual fireworks didn't detract from the overall experience. The show went on for half an hour, and then the sky went dark and silent as the magical lamps that lined the streets of Drod came back on, marking the end of the festivities. Karl led Dana out of the castle and out into the city streets, which were filled with revelers and drunks. Karl was briefly concerned about the ladies, then realized that Thor was with them. If something had happened, he would have already known. So, Karl was not surprised when he arrived back at the house to the smell of popcorn and caramel. The kitchen staff was mixing up a batch of snack mix for the night. Popcorn, caramel, and peanuts all mixed in a huge bowl. What do we have as a show tonight? Karl asked as he paused at the base of the staircase. I don't know yet. Little Butterfly won't tell Thor, but there are actors on the stage, waiting for us. Karl followed Dana up the stairs, playfully batting at her tail, and then walked down the ramp that had been added outside the tower window by the butterfly, making it easier to get to the city below without wings. When Karl got down to their chosen seat for the night, a pile of cushions with a large blue blanket, he looked down at the stage and frowned in confusion. He knew all these people, They were the group that had accompanied him on the first outing he had taken from the academy. But there was no way that the butterfly could know about that. He hadn't thought about it in ages. And the butterfly certainly hadn't been there. Nor did it have any time element skills that Karl was aware of. But there was one possibility. It might not be that the butterfly wouldn't tell Thor about the play, but that Thor and the butterfly had been working together to prepare this one, and Thor was making excuses not to tell the others. It didn't take Dana long to recognize them as well. She couldn't help but laugh at how young and nervous they all looked. They had all been somewhat terrified on their first trip out of the academy. A floating cart delivered the vats of caramel peanut popcorn to every group's seating area, arrayed in a semicircle so they could all still talk to each other if they wished. "Do you know what we're going to watch?" Tessa asked once she noticed that Thor was doing a terrible job of hiding his excitement. At that point, the kitchen staff entered with their own popcorn mix, and the actors began to move. Welcome to the first episode in our new series of plays. Here begins the saga of Thor the Honorable and his good friend Karl. "Hey," Thor called to the stage, only to have an image of a much smaller Thor appear and stick out its tongue at him. "Oh, this should be fun." Lord Thor was so adorable when he was little. "Is this his first group outing? Did you have a cute little sword then? Or did you stay in Sero form?" Loros asked. Lotus giggled. Sero is his natural form. He only learned a humanoid transformation much later, when he was already at monarch rank. Karl had forgotten how excited and adorable Thor was when he was little. The play started with them getting off the train, and Thor was crashing through the underbrush, running back and forth between Karl and somewhere in the distance. At the time, he was only a bit taller than a large dog, not even chest high on Karl, who looked exceedingly young to the gathered viewers. "Oh, Dana is there too. So cute." Dana leaned over to whisper to Karl. "I swear that we didn't look that young when we arrived at the academy." Karl shrugged. "Let's call it creative liberty. But they did a pretty good job on Thor. I wonder if they will have Ray in the show." Indeed, they did. The show ran through their entire journey in the course of 3 hours, ending with the epic battle against the Drakes, which brought thunderous applause from the watchers. Thank you for watching us through to the end. Soon, we will have a second episode ready for your viewing pleasure. The image of young Karl declared, then the stage went dark. Karl got up and showered the next morning, then went to the front yard to watch the sun come up. But just as he was about to sit on the porch swing, he noticed that there was someone in the blanket on it. He knew this person, Karl was certain of it. It was the little girl from the trash weapons wholesaler by the dungeon. Karl picked the tiny lizard folk girl up and carried her inside, shushing the curious Mick, who was setting up for the day in the front room. He put her in a bed on the second floor and left her asleep. When she woke up, someone could ask her what brought her to the Dark Light Host Guild house in the middle of the night. They hadn't come back until after the fireworks, and there was no way that he would have missed her presence in the dark, when Soul Sight was so much more active. Mora and Dala, the 2 female teachers from the Lard Capital Academy, were waiting outside the room when Karl had finished tucking her in. "A friend of yours?" Mora asked. Karl shook his head. "She's a shop attendant at a wholesaler by the dungeon. I'm not sure what she's doing here at such an early hour, but she didn't appear to be injured when I brought her in." "Well, I suppose that's a given, as there is a healing totem effect on the yard, and she had likely been there for hours. But we can find out what she needed when she's awake." The teachers nodded, and Dala looked around the room. "Is Miss Remy awake? I would like to get started on the alchemy lessons early today." Karl mentally searched for her and found her in the illusionary space. "She's already in her lab. You can go meet her there now. I will meet Mora and Mash back right here." After breakfast, we will start the day with theory, and then there are some changes to how we will be doing business that I need to go over with everyone. But Davis isn't here yet, and we're nearly out of stock anyhow. Davis came in only minutes later, as Karl was getting settled in at the table to eat. "You're early," Karl noted. "Mother is being insufferable this morning. The holiday got her all worked up about grandchildren, and now she's pushing me to get married." She even set up a date for me with the daughter of her friend last night. A seraphim, if you can believe it. I can't imagine how she thought that was going to end well. The appraiser muttered. Well, if your mothers can be friends, I don't see why it can't work. 3 suggested, gesturing with the spatula she was using to stir eggs. My mother isn't a fallen angel, my father is. My mother is a fox demon. Davis explained. Lotus looked up from her food. What's the problem? Have you seen our tabirds with the black and white wings? Maybe you'll get a cute kid with one of each color. All of the demons stopped to stare at her. What? Did I say something strange? It would be adorable. Davis smiled at the oblivious cleric. There are larger issues than aesthetics. You see, our species are literally eternal enemies. We have been at war since time started, and even now it's only a ceasefire between seraphim and the dark angels. Even touching each other causes our magic to react, preparing us for battle. In extreme cases, it can even cause physical pain. Lotus frowned. Well, that's just sucky. What fun is a girlfriend with big, fluffy wings you can't even bury your face in when you hug her? Davis laughed softly. Oh, that doesn't stop them. You see, the seraphim are all warped in the mind. Even if the contact is physically painful, they like it. They actually enjoy causing and enduring pain. That's just creepy. Nick set down her suspiciously red juice and smirked at him. Oh? I hear that it's a pretty common thing among demons. Davis actually blushed when she said that, and the vampire doubled down on the teasing of her workplace mentor. Or is that the problem? Maybe you like it a bit too much? Or you like watching it? Davis thumped her on the head, and the vampire's teasing turned to full-blown laughter. I get it. No more teasing about your love life. Everyone knows that the seraphim are weird. But you still have to deal with them when they come in. They like stealthily blessing themselves so that it burns vampires when they shake hands. Soft footsteps alerted them all that their guest was awake, and seconds later, a very embarrassed young gecko-type lizard girl came down to the shop. I'm so sorry, I fell asleep on your porch. I came for some healing and there was a blanket just sitting there. She mumbled. Oh, are you all right now? We can have the cleric look you over. Karl suggested. The girls smiled at him. I'm good now, thank you. But I have a thing. I forgot the word. She paused a moment, rummaging through a small bag at her side. Then she pulled out a piece of paper with very rough handwriting on it. Mara Shopasisa held there, wholesale weapons and armor. Karl paused to smile as he realized that the shop name was the first thing she spelled right other than her own name. Then he continued reading. For years working. Then the rest was just pictures of how she counted the price of items, exchanging them one by one. For coins. Oh, a job application. Did something happen to your shop? I thought the area by the dungeon survived the attack. Karl asked. Mara nodded. It did. Dad lost it gambling yesterday, and now I don't know where he went. But I heard that your guild house only has 2 people in the shop, and I have experience. I can count to 8, and I never forget an item price. Karl pretended to consider it, then smiled. Well, do you mind doing a different job for us? Caretaker Joe needs an assistant. There is only one of her. Mara nodded her head happily. I can do that. But I want a handprint paper. A contract? We can sign a work contract. Come sit at the table and I will write one up. Karl agreed. Mara took a seat, and one put a plate of pancakes in front of her. The girl froze and stared at the food, drooling at the smell. They're for you. Eat breakfast. You've got lots of work to do today. Karl wrote the contract while Mara grabbed a pancake and stuffed it in her mouth as if afraid someone would steal it. Then promptly began to choke. Tessa took the rest of the pancake away and thumped her on the back, then gave Mara a glass of water while she cut the pancake into bite-sized bits. Eat slowly, work doesn't start for another hour. Tessa chided her, then put a bit of syrup on the diced pile of pancake. Karl finished writing and Tessa took the short contract to show their new hire. All right, here are the terms Karl offers. A room at the guild house, with 3 meals a day plus snacks. 3 silver coins a week in wages, and a new uniform. Mara looked shocked. Did you really mean to say silver coins every week, not copper? Tessa nodded. It's right here. 3 silver coins a week. That's what new apprentice cleaners get in most of the city. To Mara, that was huge. A silver coin at a time was as much as her dad gave her, and he wouldn't even pay that every month if he had been drinking. I will take it. I can't wait to have a uniform. Will it be cute? Caretaker Joe chuckled quietly. Naturally, it would be a simple black dress with a white apron like hers, but the lizard girl would be cute in anything. Now that everyone was gathered, plus one new addition, Karl began to explain the situation to the rest of the guild. All right, I will start with the core of the issue, then we can find solutions. The Lord of Drod has decided that letting us bulk sell royal and monarch ranked items with combat buffs is encouraging merchants to violate trade agreements and weapons embargoes. So, he is going to buy all the ones that we want to sell directly. The Overlord ranked items we don't sell in bulk, and he has agreed to allow them to continue going to auction. We can keep selling. Commander rank items, non-combat items, and potions. We can also do custom orders, 1 per customer per month. That didn't violate the agreements. So, the question is, what are we going to make? Karl paused to let everyone mull over this new information. They had been making combat enhancements for so long that they hadn't even considered doing something else unless the demand dropped. But the advanced combat enchantments were the entire reason that 2 of the teachers from Lard Capital Academy were here. If they stopped making them entirely, it would stunt their growth in the field of runic weaponry. Davis, ever the professional store manager, frowned. So, you're thinking of changing the lineup of items in the shop completely? Karl shook his head. The case with weapons will have to change. But we can keep the accessories case the same if we change the enchantments to be non-combat buffs. Then we put up a sign that we take custom orders and refer them to the castle for purchase of the rest. Davis nodded. At least there is a guard station right outside. They'll be able to tell customers where to find the rest of the items, but this is quite the hit to our business. Who demanded this? Karl sighed. The Lord himself. I wasn't really in a position to tell him to pound sand. That made the fallen angel smile. But I would have paid good money to see you try. All right, we can work with this. We will inform them that the combat items have been made part of the strategic reserve and will be at the auction or available through the castle storerooms. Then we can fill the shelves with day-to-day, sort of magical items to show off the workers' creativity. But what about the apprentice works? Karl shrugged. He said that commander rank and under is no big deal. We can sell what we like at that power level. But the first thing that I am going to do is upgrade the workshop a bit for higher mana density. It might allow Loros to break through soon, and it will make items easier to enchant for everyone. That got everyone's attention, but nobody followed as Karl headed to the workshop. They were all busy planning their next projects, now that there had been a change in the way that they had to do business. The runic alchemy team, made up of Dala, Derek, and Remy, had it easy. They would just keep making whatever seemed interesting for the day, as potions weren't a combat item unless it was a poison or explosive. Ashbringer also wasn't concerned. He didn't really care about selling the items he made, he just enjoyed making them. Even if they sat in a box at the edge of the workshop for a year, it wouldn't bother him. The income from selling 2 Overlord rank blades this month was enough for him to buy materials for his personal projects and keep working the forge through the rest of the year. Plus, this workspace came with the protection of the gargoyles, so nobody would dare to interrupt him or make demands on his time the way that they would be doing at a smaller personal workshop. Karl only took a moment to inscribe the runes on the inside of the wall above the door and nodded in satisfaction as he felt the mana gathering in the workshop. That should be more than enough for their needs, and then he would do the same on the second floor, so that the workspace there had plenty of mana available for rune crafting. He didn't want to put it over the whole house, though. At least not on the first floor, where people would notice it more easily. This was a present for his guild members and their guests. Well, Karl said his guild members, but he wasn't actually a guild leader. In fact, it was unclear if the Dark Light hosted, or even could, have a leader. He was a war champion and nominally in charge of this branch, as he had a branch administrator authority in his list of guild titles. But he was not a guild leader. They were still discussing the possibilities when Karl came back inside to add runes to the second F lower. This time, the runes were set to encompass the whole second and third floor of the house, so that, even while asleep, the members would benefit from the extra energy gains. Karl returned to the kitchen and grabbed a freshly baked croissant while he waited for the others to finish discussing the day's plan. Eventually, Davis finished taking notes and nodded. We have a plan for the next week. Instead of combat items, we intend to have you teach the others the sort of compound runes that will lead to increased skill aptitude. Compared to pure combat power, I believe that everyone here agrees that not only is that knowledge more valuable, but it will also be highly profitable. We won't put the higher-ranked items on sale until we have cleared it with the castle's personnel. But everyone does want to know the answers. He explained on behalf of the group. All right, and that will let us sell items made by Loros as well. Even ascended rank crafting accessories will be valuable within the community. Every bit counts. Remy was furiously making notes and throwing them in her space for Karl, as she had many ideas on this topic, but hadn't expected it to come up so soon, so she hadn't prepared. Thanks, Remy. I will work these into the lesson plans. You know, once I have actually made one. Remy laughed, knowing that Karl had no actual plan and likely wouldn't even when he was teaching the lesson. Everyone spread out for their daily plans, with most of the team headed for the dungeon, while the crafting apprentices all gathered on the second floor or Remy's lab in the illusionary library city. Alright, let's start with the most obvious runes for crafters. These are the base. Karl trailed off us. The sound of explosions from outside caught everyone's attention. Hawk flew out of his space to see what was going on and found that they were facing a type of threat that he had never expected to see before. There are huge flying fishes. They smell so good. Hawk immediately reported. I'm going to need more detail than that, buddy. How are fish making that level of explosion? Karl asked, realizing that Hawk had gotten distracted by the possibility of a new food source. Then an overlord-ranked whale appeared in Hawk's space, nearly 100 meters long, and showing signs of hundreds of magical attacks on its body. Well, that looked like something that could cause some damage. There are flying whales outside. I don't know what they're attacking or why, but it sounds serious. Mora sighed as she realized her training would be interrupted. But Karl motioned for her to sit. All the crafters can stay here. Take these notes from Lady Remy and go over them. There are 50 pages of compound runes to help you with successful creation there. First, make a copy for everyone and then practice what you learned. I will be back later for a practical demonstration. Karl stepped out of the house and looked out to sea, where thousands of whales like the one that Hawk was currently bombarding were approaching the city. They were attacking ships, demons, and anything else that got in their way. At the moment, why was less important than the fact that they were almost certainly going to reach the city. The guard was scrambling, headed for the walls. But Drod didn't have a wall on the ocean side, and the fleet was already in shambles. Perhaps they were counting on one of the city's powerhouses to prevent the approach into the city? Ray appeared beside Karl in spider form, then began to sprout large opalescent wings that glowed with runes. That's new. Sister Butterfly helped me. Aren't they pretty? The runes mean flying. Karl sent a mental nudge to the butterfly, and a pair of massive white feathered wings appeared on his back. They were solid illusions, but the runes were real and effective. If Karl had thought of this in advance, he could have made himself a flying item ages ago. Learning to use the wings, on the other hand, was not easy. He had a general idea and some magical assistance, but he was slow and awkward as he tried to gain altitude to engage the incoming whales with ranged skills. First day with your wings? A guard laughed as he flew past. As a matter of fact, yes. There is skill, and I'm not good at it. Then Karl realized that there was a skill to help him. One of Kara's basic racial abilities was rapid flight, which was supposed to make her an agile flyer, regardless of size. Karl activated the skill, and a hint of knowledge entered his mind, helping him use his wings properly. So, he shared it with Ray, who was already doing much better than he was. Even before she gave up on actually flying to the battle and just used Shadow Step, to get below one of the whales for a brutal attack. It was a day of new experiences for Ray. Never before had she managed to obtain fish sauce for her snacks, and now they were treating her to an entire sushi feast. The city would probably want a lot of this, as the guards were out here fighting in full force, but they hadn't called on the militia. However, one or two shouldn't be a big problem. What would be an issue was getting some of the blood from that totem, ranked one that the district leaders were fighting. Maybe if she just teleported over there with a bucket. Hawk was much more devoted to the battle aspect of the situation, as the whales all used water magic barriers, and the blasts of the water jets that they shot out every few seconds were colliding with the barriers the city guard had erected. That was the noise they had heard, and with so many of the flying whales in range now, the blasts would be shaking the southwest side of the city. Whatever strategy the guards had come up with to deal with this massive pod of flying ocean beasts appeared to be working. Dozens had been culled by the soldiers, their bodies mostly now loading in the ocean below, and the whole group was turning south, headed along the coast instead of inland past the city. Karl idly thought that city maintenance costs had to be absolutely insane with the frequency of attacks that he had seen since his arrival, and the loss of ships that they had suffered today. But behind him, the citizens appeared to be in the mood to celebrate as a totem-ranked whale was dropped, and the pod completed its turn away from shore. Ray discreetly cut a massive portion of the whale's corpse away as she finished draining the blood she wanted, and then returned to her space. If they couldn't prove she was at the corpse, they were unable to prove that she stole their favorite snacks. And this definitely seemed like a favorite snack. Hawk, who had been assisting the guard in their focused efforts to take down more of the Monarch-ranked targets, was overjoyed with his sister's thoughtfulness. A bit of extra nutrition might be all it took him to break through to Overlord. Thor had a very different approach to advancing. He had gained a profound understanding of holy magic when his circle of protection advanced to consecrated ground. So, instead of relying upon luck to obtain a stronger resource, Thor intended to push the quality of his magic until he broke through or hit a bottleneck. In the worst-case scenario, he would just be the first to ask Karl for a forced evolution. Thor's idea gave Kara a great idea. If she made it to Overlord and then forced an evolution to a Form 1 rank higher, wouldn't she be an instant totem? She would win everything all at once. You know that getting that far ahead would be problematic for everyone. I am just entering Overlord rank. We can't have someone shooting ahead to Totem rank right away. Not only that, but there are material costs to evolution, and I don't know what they are yet. We might have to go hunt for treasures. Karl reminded her. That sounded pretty good to Kara. There were bound to be new things to see and test now that she was on a new continent. She still wanted to be a totem, though. She never did get to boop the totem dragon. While the beasts were contemplating their next advancement, a massive recovery effort was being launched to bring the slain whales to land. Demons with water and gravity magic were working together to pull corpses in. But Ray had a better method. She simply grabbed a dozen of the Monarch-ranked beasts into her space, and then directly dumped them on the dock, shocking the workers who had gathered in preparation for the work of cleaning and portioning such a massive amount of meat. Karl landed along the shore near the dock master's warehouse, where they had set up the grill during the last attack, and looked for someone with answers. "Does this happen often?" he asked with a gesture towards the shore. The dock worker laughed. "Thankfully, no. Most of the time we lose at least one or two overlords and dozens of monarchs whose bodies can't be recovered. This time we got off easily, and they didn't try to bombard the city before leaving. Normally, the sky whales get super aggressive during mating season, so anything that happens to be nearby, whether it's a city or an unfortunate merchant caravan, gets pummeled into submission. This pod was much smaller than the one we encountered last year. The Lord had to intervene himself to chase them off when they showed up with a mythic rank bull." One of the other workers gestured to the whales Ray had dumped on shore. "These are in great shape this year, too. We're going to have meat to export for months, even after the warehouses are filed. We're unfortunately short on cold storage in the city, as demons don't really specialize in ice element magic, even the ones that can use water magic." Karl nodded in understanding. I have a spatial element treasure that will allow me to be stored for some time without spoiling. If you don't mind, I would like to collect some of the bodies. The Lord, or whoever is in charge, can get them back from me when it's time to sell them. The dock worker winked at him. Do you honestly think anyone is keeping count? If you dive and grab one of the bodies that sunk, you can likely keep it for yourself, unless it's a totem. Those ones they will care about. That was good enough for Hawk, and he coated himself in a wind barrier to keep his flames dry as he plummeted down from the sky to scour the bottom for bodies he knew would be down there. Even one or two more of these massive beasts would be more than enough to make an entire seafood department in his space. Fortunately for him, there were more than one or two at the bottom, where they would be nearly impossible for the demons to recover before other sea monsters got to them. So, Hawk grabbed them all and set the first few Overlord rank ones to the side, then paused as he grabbed another one in his claws, checking it for unwanted passengers. He wasn't making that mistake again. That's when he noticed it. An egg within the belly of the creature. He had almost been hoodwinked by the insidious oval orbs of infancy again. Instead of falling for that trick again, he double-checked the corpse for more eggs, and then moved on with the lone egg in his claws. It felt like powerful magic, and he didn't want to leave it behind. The monarch-ranked bodies at the bottom of the ocean were quickly gathered, as Hawk already knew where they should be, and he deposited them on the dock next to Sister Ray's offerings. How did they get them back here so fast? One of the workers grumbled. He was still in the middle of a smoke break, not expecting an 800-ton beast to be hauled to shore so fast. Honestly, even for Hawk and Ray's space, this had been pushing it. There didn't appear to be a weight limit, but the spaces were not unlimited in size, and even a few of these behemoths nearly F-filed them. That posed an interesting question in Karl's mind. If he obtained such a massive beast, would the space expand to be more comfortable for it? Or would its growth be stunted by its environment? If you kept fish in a small bowl, they never grew as large as ones in the wild or in a pond. Hawk examined the trio of Overlord-ranked bodies in his space, then made an important realization. I didn't need to go down there. Remy is a water creature, and she can swim. Remy laughed at her brother. True, but I'm all the way over here. Though as slow as you're in the water, I might have made it down to the bodies faster. Annoyed, Hawk tossed the enormous egg he was carrying at her, and Remy deftly caught it in all four arms. This is a fascinating egg. Is it one of theirs? It smells tasty and magical, she asked. Hawk circled overhead and examined it. It's magic, but not alive. I don't know what it is. Karl also examined it with soul sight and found that it was not an egg at all. It was egg-shaped, but not an egg. Karl felt a powerful person appear behind him and found that the 6 district overseers, the totem-ranked leaders under the city governor, had arrived. Did you find that in one of the corpses? One of the demons asked. Karl shook his head. It was on the sea floor when my beast went down to recover bodies. I'm not sure what it is, though. That, my young friend, is a heart of the ocean, an extremely rare water element treasure. The guard's eyes had a faint longing look as he stared at the heart of the ocean in Remy's arms. They say that if a water element beast, monster, or demon can absorb the powers of the heart in its entirety, they will undergo an evolution, surpassing the limits of their species. This one is one of the weaker ones, I believe. The hearts are usually a mythical treasure that kings used to help their offspring advance. I remember 300 years ago, the Lord got one for his oldest son, who was born with the water attribute. The boy wasn't even 20 at the time, and the mythical Great Heart took him straight from monarch ranked to totem. The whole city watched the show. If you happen to get to the castle library or one of the larger bookstores, there are a number of volumes written about the spectacle it made. The guard explained. Fortunately for Remy, the demon speaking was not of the water element, and he was already a totem. Though, perhaps he had some hope that it would let one of the other district overseers advance to mythic rank. That would certainly lead them to a huge promotion within the nation, and perhaps even a major city to rule over. Absorb the power in its entirety? I think that I can do that, Remy announced. The totem smiled at her, and the one who had been speaking patted her on the head. "You are an ambitious one, little Naga queen. But Naga are water monsters just as much as the flying whales are. Perhaps you really could absorb it on your own without the Lord and hundreds of special potions." Remy nodded happily as she cradled the large stone in all four arms and tilted her head as if considering simply eating the thing. But she didn't want to do that in front of so many people, in case the attempt didn't work and she had to spit it back out. That would just be embarrassing. Instead, she returned to her altar and wrapped herself around the small statue of the shaman god. The divine shaman statue should be good luck, and the heart of the ocean was an elemental treasure, perfectly suited for a shaman of the water element. She added power to the statue for luck, and then carefully cleaned the heart of the ocean, before wrapping her mouth around it and swallowing the half-meter egg-shaped stone hole. It moved slowly past her throat and chest cavity, then stopped at the first chamber of her long stomach, which made Remy giggle at the appearance. She looked like a pregnant human from the waist up. Not a pregnant Naga. Their eggs grew in a row further down the body, but the heart of the ocean made a distinct round bump under her ribcage. "A food, baby." Kara giggled as Remy moaned in pleasure at the flow of power. The heart of the ocean was flooding her body with water element magic, and she could feel the very cells of her body beginning to change. Then knowledge began to flood her mind. The stone wasn't just a repository of water magic, Remy discovered. It was an inheritance of sorts, from a higher-level sea monster. Legendary skill learned, 1,000-year flood, legendary water element skill. Creates a massive flood, 1 million liters per user rank over the course of 1 minute, expanding in any or all directions. This water may remain after the skill is deactivated. Karl saw the information appear in his mind as Remy learned the new skill. That was absolutely insane. It would be like a dam had opened its floodgates all around Remy when she activated the skill. But more terrifying, it was actual water. It would remain after the skill was ended, unless Remy willed it to vanish. Like the mightiest of raging rivers, huge areas could be flooded with that much additional water volume. But on its own, it was neither an attack nor defensive skill. What would you call it then? An environmental skill? A terrain advantage buff? However, the heart of the ocean's power was still rising, along with Remy's aura. Skill learned, Naga Swamp, Epic Grade Area Effect. Creates a swamp 10 meters in radius per rank around the caster. The air and water are toxic to enemies, dealing constant poison damage, but beneficial to allies, increasing skill damage and reducing mana costs. Skill upgraded, Naga Swamp 2, increased damage to enemies. Increased benefits to allies. Remy was actually glowing with power now, radiating blue light that was fascinating the little butterfly. It had been carefully memorizing everything that it could observe from around Karl, in case it would make a good show later, but this was a new experience that it had no understanding of. From what it could understand, the Naga Queen was undergoing an evolution of some sort, as well as breaking through to the Overlord rank. Remy's vision was blocked by the intense blue light emanating from her body, but after a few minutes she felt that begin to fade as the heart of the ocean was shrinking inside her. Its power was used up, and its legacy was imparted, leaving only the shell to be absorbed as nutrients by Remy's body. Soon, even that was finished, and Remy looked down at herself in shock. "I shrunk." Ray nodded in agreement. "Yes, you did. You're cute, though. I like the new color scheme." Her underside, including the humanoid upper body bits, including the front of her hood and her serpentine head, had faded to cream white, with a rich brown back and bronze diamond patterns on her scales. She was exquisitely smooth, the scales supple as Ray's silk, but when Remy dragged a claw down one, she found that they were surprisingly durable. So, she checked her own status with the system interface. Name: Remy. Status: bonded partner of Beast Master Pack Master Karl. Age: 2, juvenile. Species: Naga Shaman Queen. Constitution: epic grade. Rank: Overlord. Once Remy had finished admiring her scales, she transformed back into spirit snake form to see if they had changed to match. Much to her shock, her spirit snake form had undergone an even more massive change than her Naga body had. Gone was the small snake with its dull blue scales. In its place was a massive sea serpent, easily 50 meters long, with scales that seemed to shimmer like ocean waves in the sunlight. Effortlessly, she glided through her space, leaving the ground behind her to swim through the air. Remy is cheating. No flying without wings. Ray complained. It seemed so simple to Remy now, though. Swimming was swimming, and with even a bit of moisture in the air, it was no problem to swim through it. If it was raining, she might even be fast. Hawk was unsure how to react. On one hand, it was good to have another flying sister. On the other, she was an openly, completely, absolutely, magnificently, irredeemably evil water creature. What sort of sister could get a skill like Thousand-Year Flood if she was not evil? He was proud of her. In this world where strength was the primary measure of how much respect you could earn from others, the ones who would do anything to get ahead were the ones who got the strongest. If his sister was willing to embrace evil magic and let it reshape her body for an instant upgrade to such a powerful overlord-ranked being, she was on the right path. Hawk's body was already on the brink of advancing to overlord rank. He could feel the change in his mana quality beginning, but it would take days or perhaps weeks for him to finish the process. That would give Remy a solid head start on the rest of them, unless one of the others advanced. Before Hawk could finish his own advancement process, the totem stared at Karl with curious expressions. Something about you changed. I don't know what it is, but it feels like there is more depth to your power than there was before. Did your partner advance? The actual advancement shouldn't have given away anything, as the spaces were very well hidden, but Karl did gain some benefits from the beasts, so his own power level and strength would change when the beasts grew more powerful, and it seemed that Remy's advancement had been significant. So Karl smiled at them. The heart of the ocean caused an evolution. She gained an epic grade constitution and a powerful new water skill. The district guardian smiled. Perhaps we have our next comrade on the way? She certainly must have the potential to become a totem now, with a fresh start at overlord rank. Who knows, given the power of the heart of the ocean, she might even make mythic rank eventually. Remy felt that she should have the potential for even more than that. The transformation had made her an overlord-ranked juvenile. Like the butterfly who had just transformed at overlord, or Kara who was a juvenile at royal rank and would make overlord without any real effort. 2 ranks shouldn't be beyond her species now. Though her species still said the same thing, just with an epic grade constitution. Whatever that meant. Remy decided to come back out and show off, which made all the totems pause to stare in wonder. That was fast. Such an incredible level of compatibility. Plus a return to youth? That's an excellent sign. Tell me, Miss Remy, do you still have the Naga Queen's spirit snake transformation? That is the true sign of a queen's potential. The chatty totem asked. My snake form indicates my potential. Remy asked. The demon nodded. I'm not the foremost expert on the small details, but the more impressive the spirit snake, the more powerful the Naga Queen will become. It's said that the Queen of Skothan has a 1,000-meter-long spirit snake, but she's an immortal old monster from the times before. The Dragon Isles were civilized, and nobody knows her origins, so she might be part dragon. Remy transformed and lazily glided around the dock area, attracting rapt attention from the city's dragonkin and other lovers of scales. She stopped overhead, and the totem smiled, his teeth shining white against blood-red skin. The spirit snake form is young as well, but certainly not a simple snake. You have a bright future ahead of you, Miss Remy. If you run into any trouble, you can find me at the castle. My name is Domsk, and I am the district overseer for the Stone Chapel district, where your guild house is. Remy changed back to Naga Queen form and fell to the ground with a thump, as she misjudged where she would appear. Thank you. The city of Drod has been very good to us so far. Overseer Domsk had no idea just how true that was. Ray had gathered literal tons of totem-ranked meat for them. Hawk had multiple overlord-rank whale bodies. Remy had evolved with a treasure that Hawk feared might have been an egg trying to trick him into activating a new sister. And they had an actual home of their own, with people working for them, and respect from nearly everyone. The city of Drod had been far better to them than an exile location had any right to be. One of the other overseers turned to Karl. The beasts are bonded to you, correct? Does that mean that the hawk and spider will be advancing soon as well? Oh, and is that Sarah one of yours or part of the Dragon Church? Karl smiled. They're with me. I believe that the bloodbath spider will be advancing very soon, but the Holy Thunder Sarah is struggling a bit. He might be bloodline limited, but I have a treasure that I was saving until he reached a bottleneck he had issues with. The totem nodded. That was the right way to do it. Let the young grow under their own power, and then give them help only after they had done their best. If you didn't make them work for it, you ended up with spoiled brats, and there were far too many of them in the city already. Ray agreed. She would advance soon, and if this totem rank flying whale blood didn't let her fly, someone was getting stabbed. Of course, she didn't want to use too much of that. She wanted powerful blood, but she had managed to get a drop of ichor from the undead lord, and a few drops of the lord's blood during the last battle when they nearly fell and were wasted on the sprawl. She also had an assortment of overlord rank demon blood. Getting the mix right, with so many types and secondary elements among the demons, took her hours of sampling, but eventually, she was happy with her advancement bath and began to carefully scrub and preen herself in preparation. She had only used 1/10 of the totem-ranked flying whale's blood, so she had lots left for next time, and far more blood at 2 ranks above herself than she had ever used before. Her normal base was of the rank that she was hoping to advance to, and it had always smoothly pushed her through the bottleneck without issues. Ray was hoping that she might get lucky this time and gain an extra cool ability from the blood samples, the way that she had gotten earth magic from the hill giants. Hawk was naturally skeptical. What if Sister Ray ended up with water magic as well, using so much powerful water beast blood? The meat was fine, it sizzled so nicely when he roasted it, with a deep and rich flavor from the well-marbled fat. But Ray took on aspects of her advancement's bath blood. Thor was doing his best to absorb energy as they waited. He was the only one who wasn't at the peak of monarch rank yet, stuck just a short way from the bottleneck and seemingly unable to push himself over that last little barrier to reach the actual bottleneck. If he could get there, he would advance, he was certain. But he was going to need some sort of treasure or assistance, and even the upgraded holy stones and the improved energy in his space weren't enough to push him any further. Karl suspected that Thor might just need time. They had all been advancing so fast, and without an overwhelmingly powerful evolution like Hawk had undergone, it was simply unreasonable to think that even a Holy Thunder evolved Sarah could grow so fast. The whales were all up on the shore now. At least the ones that the demons thought they could recover. If they had sunk to the ocean floor before anyone got a rope around them, it was a lost cause trying to get them moved. None of them knew that the vast majority of those bodies had been snatched up by Hawk, and there were only the weakest or most damaged left down below for marine life to gorge themselves on. After an event like this, the fishing in the bay would be incredible for the next few months, with entire schools of sea fish coming closer to shore to feast upon the fallen whales. A single whale fall was a major event for water element sea monsters when it was at such a high rank. But when it happened in only a few hundred meters of water, within a kilometer of shore, it was paradise for the fishermen as well. More and more people were coming to the docks, either to purchase materials or to work, so Karl bid farewell to the district overseers and brought everyone back to the guild house. The ladies were still in the dungeon with Thor, as they no longer needed a second beast companion to assist now that Dana had reached monarch rank and could have her golems plus her epic guard help out. How much they knew about current events was unknown, but Karl was hoping that he could surprise them with an overlord Remy by the time that they got back. That might be difficult, though. They had to cross a large portion of the city to get back to the house. And someone was likely to spill the news about Ray and Hawk being at the Flying Whale event. A flying ray was a daytime nightmare for many people, and they wouldn't forget that anytime soon. Ray was overjoyed that being Ray was still so impressive. But right now, she was more focused on getting her advancement bath ready. She had just finished her preparations and began her soaking procedure when the others returned to the guild house, all eager to see Remy. Especially Lotus. They said that she's a blue ocean spirit snake now. A huge one. I have to see it. The little cleric demanded with her hands on her hips. Remy giggled, then appeared in the yard in spirit snake form and waited for Lotus to notice her. The nature cleric sensed the presence behind her and then saw Remy's enormous eye looking in the door. A form this large really was inconvenient, but Remy was happy to take Lotus for a ride. Lotus nimbly climbed up the spirit snake's head and sat down, then realized that Remy was very slippery and didn't have protrusions to hold on to. But that could be fixed with a vine growth spell. And now she had a crude harness to hold on to. They slowly floated over the wall, and Remy waved to the people on the ground in the outer Frostfiregate suburbs as they passed by. The demons below them laughed as they saw what most mistook as a dragonkin child riding a giant spirit snake like a mount. They had to be pretty close friends for the powerful beast to allow itself to be ridden, but it looked like a lot of fun to the wingless demons, who had never experienced flight on their own. The guards waved to them as Remy dipped below the wall to go through the gate, though she simply flew over the short line of people coming into the city for butcher work or to buy flying whale meat. That was wonderful. Thank you, Remy. Then Remy changed back, and Lotus found out that she had all new scales, and she looked much younger again. A fellow small person, at least for a rank or two. The kitchen staff was making a celebratory dinner for everyone, and Ray's advancement was well underway, with over a third of the blood in her bath already absorbed as her power surged. This time, there were noticeable changes to her body, not just a small change in size or coloration. Her fuzz was vanishing, scrubbed away in the bath, revealing hard, armored chitin plates over most of her body, with deep black leathery flesh at the joints. Her legs gleamed with a metallic luster under their coating of blood, and her formerly black eyes glowed a malevolent red. She was growing as well, though not to an extreme extent. Her body was getting slightly longer, more elongated, and less bulbous. It was only when the bath water was gone and Ray had finished polishing herself that Karl realized she wasn't actually wet from the bath. Her carapace was slightly translucent at the surface and appeared to be dripping with blood at all times, though it was smooth and dry on the surface and the bloody effect was underneath. New skills gained: racial skill, blood destruction, blood elemental magic. Rapidly increases or decreases the temperature of target's bodily fluids. Once the temperature change is complete, the target explodes, dealing 50% target rank X caster base damage to everything within a 10m radius. Demonic oppression, passive skill. Targets with a bloodline potential lower than the blood destruction demonic spider suffer from oppression, reducing speed and damage by 30% within a user rank X 10m radius. Evolution completed. Blood destruction demonic spider. Remy pulled Lotus back into the house as she felt Ray's process completing and waited for Karl to inform everyone. That was not what happened, as Ray had too strong of a sense for the dramatic to allow that. Instead, she appeared incorporeal in Night Haunter form and let the lingering effect that her new passive skill had on allies alert everyone to her presence. Only when they were starting to look around for the sense of danger did Ray appear in the middle of the shop. Screams rang through the room, and Ray giggled, a haunting rumble that seemed to echo through the room from some distant space. Then she changed back to her humanoid form and did a spin. I did it. Not just an overlord, but a new kind of overlord, she explained. Karl cleared his throat. Everyone, meet Ray Bloodbath, our guild's newest overlord, and now a blood destruction demonic spider. 2 advancements in one day? That is incredible. Loros gasped as she examined Ray's humanoid form to see if there were differences. It was a transformation spell, not a natural transformation, so it hadn't changed. But examining her spider form was just a bit too terrifying for most of the demons. So, now there are 2 combat forces at Overlord? Well, 3 if we count Karl. Wendy asked with an excited note in her voice. Karl nodded. That's right. The others shouldn't be too far behind. If we give it a few more weeks or a month, I think that everyone should be able to make an advancement. At the back of the room, Loro sighed and Karl smiled at her. Even you. You're not far from becoming a commander now with all the crafting work that you have done. It builds up your mana quality with every success. Give it a bit more time, and you will be able to join Wendy in making the most profitable mass production items in the shop. Well, now that the city wants us to give them the higher grade stuff. Davis cleared his throat. Why don't we mess with the city just a little bit? I found a large piece of spirit jade, the overlord quality version of mana jade. Technically, it's a countertop that was being removed, but as nobody else knows how to turn it into a magical item, the cost was reasonable. I put that on the guild store account, by the way. Karl smiled. So, you're saying that we can make a bunch of overlord-ranked accessories? Davis smirked in response. Exactly. And just not sell them. The agreement only said that we couldn't sell the ones that we made without going through the city. They didn't say anything about equipping our own with ridiculously overpowered gear. Just the aura from a few pieces like that would be enough to make most of the city officials cry at the thought of what price it might fetch. Karl nodded. I will have to do some research into the runes. If we're going to go all out, it should be something so insanely overpowered or ridiculous that nobody would believe it if they hadn't seen it themselves. Karl thought about the answer. All of the ladies were casters, except for Ophelia, so if it was a non-combat sort of item, or a buff, he would only need to come up with 2 types. Or perhaps even 1. If he made it something that nobody would willingly turn down, they could all wear the same item, like a signature piece from the guild. The question was, what sort of inscription would he need to make for it to apply to everyone? He had already done the basics with skill power increase, and that would likely stay. But he needed something that would put it over the top. An overlord-ranked item should be somewhat epic, even if it wasn't epic grade. As everyone dispersed to their tasks, Karl took a seat on the second floor and began flipping through the Dwarven Rune Crafting tome, looking for ideas. The dwarves were exceptionally practical when it came to their rune work, so Karl was certain that he would find something that would help, even if it was a passing reference, or a combination of simple concepts to make something that would be worth bringing to the overlord rank. Karl flipped through the pages, and then he realized that the dwarves had the perfect non-combat buff for this type of item. He could start it with mana storage as the base, along with skill power. But then it could be expanded to create a complex rune for increased potential, faster growth, and divine favor. The blessing was one that the dwarves used frequently, according to the book, but with overlord-ranked runes, it should make for an item that added luck and increased the growth rate of the user. That was what they all needed the most. Karl showed his plan to the teachers who had come to study under him. This is a bit more complex. I have 4 concepts all linked in a compound rune, then a detached string of modifiers to clarify the effects. But each of the strings has to be both complete as a concept and grammatically separate from all the others, so that the effect does not bleed over. Because of this, the wording is very particular when you try to combine effects. Moira frowned. Is there a way around that? Where you might generate powerful effects without the need for an enormous item to hold so many characters' worth of runes in such a particular format. Karl thought about it for a second, then an insidious thought came to his mind. Yes, there is a divine phrase that can help you accomplish that. Karl wrote out 3 seemingly nonsensical runes, which were actually just ancient slang from the knowledge he had gained from rune crafting. Blind box, full send, while low. If you inscribe that on your item, there is a chance to get a magnificently powerful item. Or you might get nothing. It really is up to your favor with the gods. Moira and Mash both stared at the runes, then shrugged and carefully inscribed them into a pair of wooden rings and began to empower them. The process finished, and one set of runes changed, while the other glowed faintly gold, signifying a success. What does that say? Mash asked, as his ring had worked. Moira wrote the runes, then mentally translated them. Thank you, please try again. She replied, phrasing it almost as a question. Mash laughed, then used that identify skill on his creation and wailed with agony. Evil, I summoned evil into the world. He moaned. Karl looked at the ring, his curiosity growing. Ring of the narcissist, any target of the wearer's lust or affection will appear to the wearer as a mirror image of themselves. Karl and Mora stared at the ring for a second, then Mora burst into laughter. I'm like 90% sure that the system just told you to go fuck yourself, she wheezed with tears rolling down her face. Mash frowned as he realized that was also a valid interpretation. What did I ever do to deserve that? Or are the runes intended to troll creators? He asked. Karl shrugged and wrote the runes inside a wooden ring. He brought them up to commander rank with a thought and waited to see what happened. Ring of affection, gently stroking a target until they make a noise of approval improves their combat power and mental fortitude by 5%. Dibs. No, wait. Someone has to use it on me. Dibs for Lotus. She always has time for head pats. Thor insisted. Mash frowned. It's another prank item. Karl shook his head. No, it's a class-targeted item. If you pat Thor's head or massage Kara's wings, you can guarantee happy noises. And that's extra combat power and mental fortitude. It's actually a very effective item for a beast-linked class. At home, we have a class known as Beast Rangers, an advanced ranger class whose pet can be a magical beast. For them, this would be perfect. They just need to hype up their pet before battle and they get a buff. Not the biggest one that I've ever seen, but not every item randomly created will be a legendary treasure. Loros interrupted their chat with a request. Can I get some silk from Ray to make a backing plate for these bracers? They're made of flat plates because the material was cut as a countertop and I need to maximize my usage. Karl nodded, and a second later, Ray sent out a small stack of Overlord rank silk cloth and a needle made with earth barrier. Without that, Loros wouldn't be able to sew the cloth at all. The sculpting-obsessed demoness got right to work making a quilted backing out of silk and cotton, then riveted the plates on with golden pins. The gold looked wonderful against the blue and white stone with the white backing cloth, and Loros had carved the flat plates to make one large image of Remy in spirit snake form around the top and bottom, with the middle left flat for runes. Karl added durability to the set of runes so that the bracers would serve as actual armor and not as simple jewelry. Then he carved the concept into the stone, outlining his plan first with a pencil, so he knew he had the spacing correct. Mana storage, skill power, increased potential, faster growth, and divine favor. With subtext for durability and earth barrier, self-mending function, so it wouldn't get broken during regular use. By the time that he had them all sketched, the runes were even smaller than the typed characters in an official document. But Karl set about carving them with his claw. It took him until dinner to finish, but it was well worth it. The completed item was beautiful, with the delicate script and the carving of Remy around the edges. Especially as he added mana to it until the runes turned ghostly blue and began to glow. Bracer of Fated Encounters, artifact-grade armor. Stores 10 times the standard amount of mana. Increases user growth rates in all aspects, with an increased chance to surpass bottlenecks to growth. Increases skill power by 30% and luck by 100. It can't be. No, it's simply not possible to make something like that. Mora stammered. Dana came in to see what the fuss was about, and Karl winked at her. I think you should get the first of these, Karl announced, then distracted her with a kiss as he fastened the bracer around her wrist. The armor piece duplicated the moment that it equipped, creating a matched set for both wrists. Normally, armored bracers were enchanted as part of the whole arm piece and equipped as a pair, but this was the first time that Karl had seen an item that cloned itself and didn't need a second half made. What is it supposed to do? I get skill power, but the rest is also vague, Dana asked. It will help you grow more powerful and not get stuck at rank bottlenecks. I suggest wearing it all the time, just in case, Karl suggested. Dana nodded slowly, then summoned her golems to see what sort of changes that much more skill power would make to her newly monarch power level. They appeared for half a second, then Karl saw a notification. Skill Master 4 activation by target Dana Golem has been upgraded to Greater Golem. She must have gotten a notification as well, because she frowned and then walked to the window to summon her new golem in the yard. What appeared looked like the demonic cross between a wolf and a wingless stone dragon. The 3-meter-tall creature was all black, with a long, scaled dragon tail. The tail's draconic appearance extended to black scales over the creature's belly to its muscular chest, and sharp stone protrusions in place of fur all the way up its spine, as well as on its lower front limbs. The head was shaped halfway between a dragon's muzzle and a wolf's, and flames glowed within its mouth. Its eyes looked like burning pits, as if the skull was hollow of anything but flames, reminding everyone that this was no simple creature. The whole body appeared to be made of stone, but it shifted and rippled like muscle as the creature turned to look up at Dana. Then its ears perked up and a small puff of smoke came from its mouth, as it huffed happily upon finding its summoner. It was somehow terrifying and adorable at the same time. If it had a tongue, Karl was certain it would be lolling out happily right now. Then, it shrunk down to just over a meter tall and made its way inside to come bump up against Dana's leg, begging to have its ears rubbed. "It's a canine Thor." Ray laughed. "Definitely. Not as big, though. At least it won't be trying to pull the wagon." Remy agreed. "Well, that might depend on the size of the wagon." Golems had stamina that never ran out, and with a 3-meter-tall 4-legged body, a monarch rank golem would be no slouch. Once she had finished greeting her new friend, Dana cast another spell, and the original 2 golems returned in all their statuesque glory. That made 4 summoned helpers for Dana now, including her Spellblade Demoness type, Epic Guard. Not many mages at any rank could claim to have that much additional firepower, and this new Greater Golem looked like it would be a reliable damage dealer in combat. Mora and Mash were staring at the Greater Golem with increasing suspicion. There was no way that simply gaining an item had given her a new skill. Unless it was actually part of the runes and Karl had been holding out on them. But they had read them as he wrote them, memorizing the pattern for their own attempts later. They hadn't seen anything about a Greater Golem spell in there. It's an opportune timing of another skill's activation, not directly from the bracelet. Though the extra stacks of luck might have helped. Don't think too much about it, the process will just make your head hurt. It's my skill, and I don't even know how it determines that it's going to upgrade a skill for a group member. Karl explained. Mora sighed. That's just unfair. I know that support classes are a thing, but a support class that lets others upgrade a skill by a grade? Completely overpowered. Coupled with your rune crafting, you're basically the best friend that a newbie adventurer could hope to make. Dana winked at the half-elven woman. Don't I know it? I've been working with him since we were both in school, and my power has grown incredibly fast. Are you from the same pack then? Mora asked, not realizing that Dana and Karl were using a transformation spell. No, but we went to the same school, until we were sent out into the world with this lovely group of ladies. I suppose technically we might still be enrolled, but at this point, I don't think that there is much they're going to be willing and able to teach us there. Dana laughed. That was a concept that they could understand. They were teachers at a rather prestigious academy, but there were only so many secrets and powerful skills that they would teach to a random student who didn't have strong ties of loyalty both to the school and the nation. There was a commotion outside, and Karl moved to the window to see what it could be. Certainly, nobody would be brave enough to attack them again. Not with the gargoyles in place and an overlord in charge. But the answer was much less concerning. Little Butterfly had made 5 tiny versions of Dana's new golem, and they were running around the yard, barking balls of fire and playing with Lotus. That doesn't look safe, Mash noted, deep concern apparent in his black eyes. It's an illusion skill. While it can cause damage, it doesn't seem likely that the caster would want to harm Lotus. But a cleric of the Green Dragon loves all forms of creatures, and these ones are new to her. While Karl had replied absently, the words coming out of his mouth actually gave him a great idea. Little Butterfly only knew 2 skills: invisibility and illusionary domain. If she could learn more skills, Wouldn't she be able to create even more convincing illusions, or ones that caused significant damage to enemies? The illusions were already solid, but any sort of damage would disperse them. Teaching Little Butterfly a barrier skill might make them more durable. But as soon as Karl thought of the idea, he sensed the negative response from Little Butterfly. It was certain that wouldn't work. We will take a trip to the library then, and I will see what you can learn to enhance your skills. Don't worry, we have lots of money now. That sounded wonderful to both the butterfly and to Remy, who had voraciously devoured the knowledge contained in almost all of the technical tomes in her swamp, before moving on to the ones in the library illusion. What is the book that you were studying from? Mash asked, drawing Karl's attention from the chaos in the yard. Oh, that's a book of Dwarven rune crafting. A bit different from the rune smithing skill and written in Dwarven. But some of the concepts that they use in their sculpting translate well to other styles, so I was looking for ideas on how to string together the concepts that I wanted to use for the bracelets. I'm going to make matched ones for the guild members, so I wanted them to be something that would be universally useful, no matter what the specialty of the wearer was. The teacher sighed as she heard that it was a guild-exclusive item that he was making. But she had the pattern, there was nothing stopping her from making one herself. It might not be Overlord ranked, but if she had one of the royal rank wooden pieces carved to shape, it would work just as well as a base at lower quality. It took so long though. Just making them for herself and her husband would be a long day's work, and that was assuming that it was successful the first time. Just making a copy of the runes would be enough for now, and then they could work on it at their leisure after the school year started. Their time with Karl was quite limited, as the break was only 2 months in total, but there was so much to learn with a new trade skill and all the little tricks that came with it, but which weren't included in the basic linguistic knowledge. That was most likely because the skill transferred at an introductory apprentice level, and they were expected to study and practice the rest on their own. But with a master present, who wouldn't dream of gaining all that knowledge in one huge transfer? The fame, the recognition, the department funding. Oh, the things they could gain with just a bit more knowledge. Over the course of the next week, thousands of merchant caravans rolled into town from nearby cities, and the cold storage warehouses were slowly emptying, while other buildings were repurposed as massive smokehouses to cure the whale meat for longer-term storage. It would be some time before the price of whale meat recovered, but Karl thought that within the next few weeks the demand for other meats would begin to increase. Even if it was cheap and incredibly high energy, people would only want to eat the same thing for so long. The teachers were getting much better with basic rune crafting and alchemy, but more in the alchemy realm. Runic alchemy class under Remy had yielded incredible results, and the store was well stocked with potions and tinctures of all sorts, along with the apprentice-made commander rank items. Ashbringer had made 3 pairs of war axes for Karl to upgrade to Overlord rank, and today the representative from the castle was coming to pick up their first shipment of powerful items. The whole guild was looking forward to his arrival, as Karl and Ashbringer had gone all out to troll him this time. All of the items that they had produced for the city this time were Overlord ranked, but there were only 10 rings and the 6 axes. The gargoyle at the gate whistled to let them know that someone had entered, and Karl moved to the door to greet their guest. Overlord Karl. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. I am Rock, Lord General of the Drawed City. Guard. The burly bronze demon announced as soon as he saw Karl standing in the doorway. Lord General Rock, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. We have created a small number of items this month, but I believe that the city governor will be pleased with them. The general looked amused. The intent here was to resell them at auction if they were suitable, not for the governor to profit off them, other than the small handling fee. But when Davis placed the items on a counter, General Rock couldn't contain his eager smile. Are those Overlord-ranked epic-grade weapons? He asked, moving close to inspect them. Indeed. And all 6 are identical. They have life leech, skill damage increase, sharpness, and a rather sizable damage increase. Davis explained with vague gestures to different portions of the runes, as he didn't know what they actually meant. Then the rings. General Rock asked. The rings are all combat-oriented. Titanic strength, injury negation, and agonizing blows. I'm told that it is quite effective. The agony effect should turn even a slap to the face into the equivalent of a stun spell. Davis's smile had a somewhat evil tone to it. He had gotten Karl to inscribe that into a pair of gloves for him to wear at work so that problematic customers could be disabled without serious injury. He had inadvertently learned a valuable fact during testing. You could not torture a vampire with pain spells. Their venom converted pain to pleasure in their victims, so they didn't scream when being drained. But it made the vampires entirely immune to pain. Nick thought it was hilarious that the ultimate method for disabling problematic customers didn't work on her at all, despite it being 4 ranks above her. You're saying that you have 3 matched sets of weapons and 10 Overlord-ranked rings, all of which are combat-oriented, with an innate control ability? The general asked. Karl nodded. That is right. The materials we found this month were particularly good. I will try for more variety next month, but I don't think that we will be able to make totem-ranked items for some time. The general looked like he was going to choke on his tongue. What totem-ranked items? That wasn't something that you simply sold at the auction. Plus, who would even buy it? You would have to gather the leaders of half the cities in Drod just to get enough people for proper bidding. No, totem-ranked items were the sort of thing that were given to heroes and national guardians for great deeds in war, single-handed defense of a nation's border, or other similarly insane deeds. From what he knew, there were currently no totem-ranked dungeons in the Dragon Isles or anywhere else on the planet. Only a few Overlord-ranked dungeons had opened during the wave of upheaval, and that was already problematic enough. Once he recovered from his shock, the general began to mentally calculate the likely selling price, but came up short of a solid answer. There was no way to tell how high the price might be run up on items so rare within Drod. Not only that, but there were instructors from Lard here for some reason, and they would have certainly informed their superiors at home about the items being created here. If foreign bidders started to show up to the auction, the prices might get completely out of hand. Did you have a target price for these items? The general asked carefully. Karl shook his head. Not particularly. What they sell for, they sell for. It's more of a test of the market to determine what we should make next month to keep the funding for the artisans of the Dark Light host at a suitable level. The general sighed. That was what he was afraid of. Materials for such high-quality items had to be insanely expensive. But they might also be part of the auction, as many rare materials for advancement were. If he knew that they were actually making countertops out of material capable of being turned into Overlord rank items, he might die of outrage. All right, I will take these to the castle, and they will sort them for sale. However, I would be prepared for the governor or his representative to come to you with a procurement request for custom items after seeing these. Karl nodded. We are always happy to accept custom orders. The next morning, Dana led the ladies to the dungeon first thing in the morning, clearing the monsters to collect loot for the blacksmith. So, it was the guild notification that told Karl something big was happening. Guild member Ophelia has reached Monarch rank. Guild member Lotus has reached Monarch rank. Guild member Tessa has reached Monarch rank. 3 advancements in 1 dungeon run? That was cause for celebration. Karl was about to notify someone, then realized that everyone in the compound, other than the caretaker, was part of the guild. They had all seen the notification, and the kitchen staff had started to prepare a feast in their honor. Hardly a week with the new bracers, and they were all advancing to the Monarch rank. But there was limited time before they got back. Abby, I'm going to run and get fancy baked goods. You do the essentials and the dinner. Karl called before heading out of the house. Got it, boss. Pick the things that take the longest to make. At a walking pace, it was a bit over 10 minutes to get back from the dungeon. They might not be leaving immediately, but even Karl would have to hurry to the bakery if he was going to get back before the earliest part of their possible arrival window. They also started to prepare the tea. Well, if you could still call it tea the way that Lotus liked it. She added a heavy dose of matcha and spices to milk tea, to the point that you could only vaguely tell that there was tea in the beverage. But it was low caffeine, and Tessa had approved it, so they always had it on hand unless Lotus forgot to refill the jars when they got low. Karl was back quickly and began setting out cakes, each decorated with an individual name, then a fourth cake with the words, "Emergency Cake for Accidents," written in icing. That made the kitchen staff laugh just as much as the staff at the bakery had laughed while writing it. They said to keep them in the cold storage because the cakes were still a bit warm. Karl warned. "Got it, boss. Did you get the other stuff?" Karl nodded. "I got the fancy cupcakes, an entire tray of baklava, and a box of eclairs." "That will do. We made a huge bag of caramel peanut popcorn this morning for movie nights. We've also got buns baking. We already had a roast going, and now we're starting on the sides. It will be ready for lunch as planned, but they'll be back before then, so we could maybe start with the cakes." The demon officially called one, the leader of the trio of abbeys that worked the kitchen, explained. Karl smiled and patted her curled horns. "Good work. I knew that I could count on you in an emergency. Now we just have to wait for them to get back from their dungeon run, and we will be good to go." Karl walked into the front room, where a customer purchasing anti-aging cream was giving him a curious look. The kitchen wasn't soundproof, and Karl had left the door open in his hurry to get everything sorted. So, they had likely heard the last half of his conversation. "3 of our members made Monarch rank today," Karl explained, and the elderly demoness smiled. "Oh, that is a wonderful bit of luck. All on the same day. Are they all guild members, or will they be registering at the castle?" she asked. "Register." Davis realized that Karl didn't know a moment after the lady realized that Karl wasn't local. "Oh, I forgot that you were new here. Everyone who makes Monarch rank is supposed to register with the castle, so they can be properly accounted for if the militia is called to duty. You were here for the attack on the dock, so you know that it doesn't happen often. It's more unofficial. But that's the rule, and it gives them an excuse to meet the noble ladies, or gentlemen, of the castle and the inner district," she explained. Davis chuckled. "Well, they're all guild members, so they don't have to go in person. We can send a runner. But 2 are priestesses of the dragon gods. I don't know what their rules are about fraternizing with demons." Karl wasn't sure about that either. However, he suspected that most of the rules were more like guidelines unless they directly contravened their patron's principles. The old woman laughed. "The rules are flexible. You know old Ironjaw from Cooled is married to a war cleric." Karl had no idea where that was at first, then realized that it was a coastal city to the south of them. By about 100 kilometers. It was marginally smaller than Drod, but still a massive city by Golden Dragon Nation standards, with over 100,000 people. Davis smiled. "I had forgotten about that. The woman is so scary that she seems more like a wrath demon than he does. Only because you rejected her daughter's proposal," the old woman joked. Karl chuckled, and Davis glared at him. "Don't mock my pain. That girl is even more terrifying than her mother. She killed 4 suitors during the competition for her betrothal. No way could I have beaten her in a fight." The old woman scoffed. "You still don't understand wrath demons, do you? She would have let you win after you put up a good enough fight. After all, she wanted you to win." Karl smiled. "It sounds like the wrath demons here and the orcs from my homeland have a lot in common. Any good Orcish woman would be insulted if her intended wasn't even strong enough to put up a challenge in a fight." Karl heard the kitchen staff snickering, and Davis stood up straighter. "Easy for you to say. You have limited invulnerability, and I am a merchant. But she's a paladin of the Red Dragon God and a 4-meter-tall wrath demon. Even if I won the challenge, what about every day after that?" Karl shrugged. "Ask the sailors. They seem to have some plan, the way that they keep hitting on Ophelia." The old lady paid Davis for her purchase. "I think that the plan in that case is to die happy. Not one that a young fellow of a wealthy family considers." The ladies returned to the house a half-hour later, carrying large bags from the same bakery that Karl had gone to for cupcakes. Tessa walked in to place them in the kitchen, then began to laugh as she saw the massive spread already set out. "It looks like we all had the same idea. But how did you know?" she asked. "The advancements sent a guild message." So everyone in the house knew that you would be in the celebration mood when you got home. We have cakes. Abby giggled, then gestured to the cold storage room. Tessa stuck her head in and began to laugh. Even a spare, just in case one of them got damaged? You really did hurry today. Karl stepped behind the war cleric and hugged her. Actually, we cheated. The crepe cake that you like, with all the layers and the custard, takes too long to make, so I bought it from the store. They're actually all different flavors. I got the crepe cake for you, double chocolate with chocolate mousse and chocolate chips for Lotus, and a tiramisu for Ophelia. Ophelia stuck her head around him to see, and Karl gave her a congratulatory hug as well. How did you know? She asked. It's your usual order when we stop there for a snack. I got a full assortment of the fancy cupcakes as well. The feast won't be ready until lunch, so I thought we might need something extra. Plus, the lovely ladies of the kitchen suggested that a particular someone might enjoy being allowed to eat her cake before her meal for once. Karl replied with a wink. Ophelia smirked. You think you're talking about Lotus, but cake before lunch sounds like a pretty good idea to me as well. Clearing the dungeon is hard work, though tomorrow should be easier as we advanced during the last boss fight. Now that we're all monarchs, it will be much easier to clear it out for loot, even if the gains that we're making won't be quite as impressive as before. Karl shrugged. We can always go hunting. If we as the guards, I'm certain that they can recommend a good hunting ground for us that is monarch-ranked wild beasts. If we're lucky, it might even be something tasty. Hawk perked up at the thought. There might be overlord-ranked mice on this continent. Or perhaps they would be giant mice, more than a mouthful. That would be good. While Hawk daydreamed of mice in his space, Remy came out to set the table on the second floor for a party. Someone, likely Mick, had already strung streamers around the room, giving it a festive atmosphere, and then lowered the curtains so it wasn't as bright inside. Is there a song for advancement parties like there is for birthdays? Mick asked as the cakes end. Snacks were brought up to the second floor. That was an excellent question. If there was, nobody in the room knew it, but they were all intrigued by the possibility that there could be one. While they all sat down to snack, Karl got a brilliant idea. He already had intelligent summons, and there was no particular reason not to keep them active all the time. The Epic Guard was already active, so that the whole group would gain the benefit of Void Body in case of attack. But he could also keep the bodyguards active around the house to help out with the daily tasks. Actually, if he tried, couldn't he activate bodyguards on an inscribed stone? The spell was immensely complex, but it should theoretically be possible. Or maybe he could set it as one of the guild house functions that were currently inactive. War champion rank officers lack authority to set guild skills. Well, that settled that. But not all hope was lost. Karl focused on the pattern that he would have to inscribe to create bodyguards as a spell that could be added to an item, and quickly realized that it was simply impossible. Nearly every part of the spell book would need to be written on the stone, for 1,000 pages worth. That was not going to work unless he inscribed a small mountain. Well, not every plan was destined to succeed, Karl decided, as he looked over the plate full of thin cake slices. The kitchen staff had made tiny slices of all 3 cakes so that you could get all the flavors, plus ice cream, without ruining your dinner. It was a brilliant plan, in theory. But they had left the cakes on the table, and Karl knew for certain that those cakes would not last more than an hour or two. Ophelia was the first to speak, as everyone was engrossed in their snacks. Now that we're getting up to the accepted power level of a common adventuring group in Drod, why don't we take some time outside the city? The dungeon is alright, but we've been through it so many times now, and it's always the same. Fighting in a situation that you've memorized dulls the senses, and we could use a new challenge. I know that there is a chance that we run into totem-ranked beasts and monsters outside the city, but those odds should be fairly low with the army out in force taking care of that manticore pack. They will have run off most of the strongest beasts, just so that they're not attacked from the back. But the reduction is supposed to be 90%. If there is just one totem, and it cannot heal itself, the odds aren't dismal for us to take it down. Loros and Wendy looked at her like she was crazy. Taking out totem rank monsters while she was still a monarch? Even if they had 5 overlords with them, the odds wouldn't be great. But at least there shouldn't be any mythic rank beasts left on this side of the nation. The damage reduction stacked, and they took 90% less damage than a totem. At that point, an overlord really only had 2 choices: run or die. Karl considered Ophelia's suggestion. He had been thinking the same thing, and Hawk was also eager to get out of the city limits for some time. Does everyone have their home location for recall set to the guild house? That would make it much easier to go on overnight hunting trips. We could go out, hunt, and then just recall home so that we don't have to waste days walking back. Karl suggested. Hawk had a better idea. He was large and flying. He could just carry them to where a good fight was, then they could play all day and come back in the evening. No need to sleep anywhere uncomfortable unless there was nothing good nearby. One after another, the group members nodded. They had all set their recall location here as soon as they had received the spell, and now that they were going out of the city, they even had a reason to use it. Tessa smiled. That sounds like a good idea. Give it a day or 2 of rest and recovery, and then we can head out for a trip. You should make enough items to keep the shop stocked while we are away as well. We wouldn't want to run out and have Davis be forced to make excuses like that we were out gathering materials. Ashbringer laughed at the thought. That might actually be true. Many beast materials are great for crafting, and there will be many sorts that we don't have in stock right now. If you talk to the guard captain at the gates, he should have a target map for sale that will point out recent complaints from town leaders about what types of monsters and magical beasts they have encountered. They're a standard intelligence gathering stop for adventurers on their way out of town, and the price is reasonable, since the Lord wants the problems controlled as inexpensively as possible. If that means encouraging those not in his employ to do it, then that's what he will do. You could make quite a bit selling the monster materials as well, but I suspect that you have no real reason to need to do that when you could keep all the valuable bits for yourselves or the guild. Karl smiled at the demon. Ashbringer was an overlord-ranked master smith, so there were certainly some wonderful creations that he could produce if he had the right materials. Most of what he was making now was limited to the royal rank quality by the materials that came from the dungeon, with a few items a month made of special ordered overlord rank materials. If they went out hunting, they could gather many beast materials, but Karl wasn't certain how many of them would actually be relevant to the forge, unless they could be used to make alloys. That sort of material was usually better suited to a leather worker than a smith. Maybe they should hire one of those as well. But that was a concern for later, as he was already settled enough for a long day of doing nothing at all. The sign was still showing open, and the gates were never locked, but Karl wasn't expecting too much business today. Certainly, nothing that Davis couldn't handle. But within 2 hours, just after they had finished the first round of lunchtime feasting, Karl realized that he had greatly underestimated the Drod gossip mill. Mid-afternoon was when most people were finished with their daily tasks at the castle and at most of the wealthier households. And that was when well-wishers started to arrive to congratulate the ladies on making it to monarch rank. Many of the wealthier residents of the city saw this as a chance to meet the Dark Light Host Guild members without inconveniencing the shop, and the main room was slowly turning into a social gathering. There were a few purchases being made, but mostly it was just a social event, and after a few minutes, Karl set up benches outside, made with earth barrier, so that people could sit and talk without all being crowded into the limited space of the store. The staff was busy making snacks, and Karl sent his pair of Lamia bodyguards to work as servers. That was a bit of a challenge, as their longer bodies were a tripping hazard in a crowded area, but the demons were already used to watching for long bodies and tails on the ground. Nothing would ruin a social mood faster than having someone step on your tail or smack it with a sharp object, as Karl had learned the hard way. As the day moved to evening, the flow of guests continued, with as many coming in as were leaving to attend to their daily duties. But they all seemed extremely impressed with the competence of the staff at the Dark Light Host Guild House. Not only had Davis managed to take a few custom orders, but he had also sold many stock items. The food and drink were a constant flow, with nobody going thirsty. Even if the servers were somewhat unconventional, being a pair of Lamia girls and a pair of large Naga warriors, all at the Overlord rank. Many didn't realize that they were conjurations and not high-ranking guild members pressed into service, but the fact that not once did they complain about their duties was deeply impressive. Even the ward champion had brought out trays of food for the outdoor tables, so that the guests of honor would not be disturbed as they socialized. It was a unique guild experience for many who had expected them to be based on the strict hierarchies of the old noble houses that had existed for thousands of years before the guild functions had recently come back online. Only when it started to get dark and a garden party was no longer polite and proper to continue attending without stated evening plans and invitations did the crowd finally disperse, leaving everyone exhausted. Even Lotus was barely moving, though that could have been the crash after a day-long sugar rush. The next morning, before breakfast, Karl headed to the gate to get a map of the hotspots that the Lord of Drod was requesting adventurers to take care of. Lord Karl, always a pleasure to see you. What can we help you with? The guard on duty asked. We were thinking of going out on a little hunting trip, now that all of the ladies have reached Monarch rank. Was there anywhere in particular that might be a good location for us? I was told that you have a full map of the target locations. Karl explained. Oh, I know just the right one for you. There is an overpopulation of magical beasts by Kidrek. It's about 250 kilometers from here in a straight line, but the road runs west to Nelbuk at first and then north. East of the town, you'll find a huge number of pygmy stone crushers. They're a form of earth element boar and they're a proper nuisance. Overlord rank, but their attack power is limited. If you can get through their defenses, you should be able to wipe out a few packs and collect a handy reward, plus some fresh food for that Thunderbird of yours. He looks like the sort that appreciates a well-roasted boar. Karl nodded. How many are we talking about? A day or two to clear them out. The guard laughed. They're everywhere in the west, but they don't usually come into the populated areas. The report on the map says there are close to 1,000 in the region. Normally, the Leg Regiment would be sent to deal with them, but they're dealing with an undead horde along the Bosd River right now. They're split up into dozens of units and scattered through the grasslands, in no position to change positions to deal with the boars, no matter how good they taste. Karl winked at the guard. So, you're saying the guard wouldn't mind if I happened to drop one off here on the way back? No, I don't imagine we would mind at all. The Frostfire Gate Guard detachment would gladly help you dispose of any extra stone crushers you might bring back. Ask about mice. Hawk insisted. Are there any mouse or rat-type species that might be a menace in need of our assistance? Hawk, the Ghostfire Thunderbird, has a particular thing for rat-type species. Karl asked as he took the map of hotspots from the guard. Not close. There was a report of ratmen by the orcs up in Kedug, but I don't know if those count. They're not a properly sentient species, so they're mostly treated like any other forms of vermin. Hawk didn't know either. While they were called ratmen, there was no guarantee of flavor. For all he knew, they might actually taste like monkey. All the way to the northern border of the nation for a hunting expedition seemed a little excessive anyhow. Though, they could likely use the portal, couldn't they? If they could come in at the portal altar, they should be able to go to other places with one as well. Or even leave from that one if there was a mage on duty. You need to get the Dana mage a portal spell. Hawk realized. As soon as we find one, I will make sure that she gets a copy. Karl agreed. All of the students and apprentices had their tasks for the day already. In the case of the teachers from Lard, a simple task assigned by Karl that would take them all day to optimize and test. He wanted them to make a non-combat enhancement using runes that would improve a given trade skill by more than 30%. It didn't matter which one, but Karl knew that it was not easy to make a trade skill improve with a runic item, so they would be at it for some time, trying to create an epic ranked combination. Alright, we have a target. Earth element boars. There are about 1,000 Overlord rank and weaker monsters terrorizing the wilderness 100 and some kilometers from here. So we will take a day trip and go wipe them out, or at least a lot of them, and then fly back. Karl explained as everyone gathered for dinner. Moira looked concerned. Are you really going to challenge an Overlord-ranked monster pack? There is a reason that they can get so close to major cities. Karl shrugged. That's really the difference between scattered homesteads and an organized guild raid on the herd, though. We're not defending property or family, so we're not afraid to cause extensive terrain redecoration. If there is one thing that our guild is good at, it's mass destruction. Tessa thought about it a second, and then nodded. Even Thor now had a wide area damage spell, even if it was primarily defensive in nature. But with the boars having limited attack power and everyone sharing void body in combat, this battle was going to be a brutal one. Hawk stepped out of his space to lay down in the yard, and Ray set up a full harness for him, so the entire group could sit and not rely on his abilities to keep them from falling off. Not that Hawk would have a problem doing it, but it was a reassuring feeling to be secured. Hawk knew the destination, and this was Overlord-ranked boar meat. Boars were his second favorite, right behind mice. So, as soon as they were all in place, he was racing into the sky, holding nothing back to get to the target as fast as possible. All that the people of the suburbs saw was a blue streak of fire leave the city and disappear over the horizon. Those with higher power levels could identify it as an Overlord-rank flame, but none of them could do more than guess what the purpose was. Some suspected that it was actually that ghost fire Thunderbird in a hurry, but it had been moving so fast that they couldn't tell. The experience was therapeutic for Hawk, who hadn't had a good excuse to really stretch his wings over a long distance in ages. He was so fast that if he hurried, most of the places they went were only a few minutes away. Flying straight towards the goal, Hawk spotted the herd only 20 minutes into his flight. But they weren't alone. Some impertinent demons were already there, stealing his boar meat. It's only yours if you got there first and killed it. Let them have their hunt, there is plenty left for us. Karl reminded the easily distracted bird. Hawk circled to the ground at the eastern edge of the herd and let everyone down as all of the summons were brought out. But he wasn't the first to act. That was Ray. Suddenly, one of the boars began to spasm and twitch, then it suddenly exploded, wounding the nearby beasts and covering an area dozens of meters across in a deluge of blood. Really? Karl asked as the proud spider went over to inspect her kill. I like it. I never got to do that before. Ray replied, then got busy with her golems, butchering one of the wounded boars. Well, it looks like we're starting now. Remy, they're heavy. If you want to try out your new Naga Swamp spell, this is a good time for it. Karl instructed. The boars were on alert now, and they immediately covered themselves in a thick earthen shield, then began firing Overlord rankstone spikes at the group of invaders. Surprisingly, the boars were not so large. Karl had forgotten that they were designated as pygmy stone crushers, and they were only 1.5 meters tall. Hawk didn't mind. He grabbed one in his beak and roasted it with his flames until it stopped wriggling, then gulped it down in a single bite. Pork-flavored big mice. This isn't half bad. Tessa mounted Thor, and Ophelia raged, expanding to the full extent of her dire bear form, towering over everyone else and some of the smaller trees. Karl moved forward with the bodyguards by his shoulder, while the epic guard remained back with Dana and Lotus, protecting the healer. Meteors were falling from the sky as a flaming storm began to form, along with dozens of Hellstorm tornadoes as Remy activated Apocalypse. Hawk wouldn't mind if the meat was a bit pre-roasted, and this was the fastest way to deal with the pack of boars, who were already beginning to panic at the presence of Ray, with her new demonic oppression aura. They were overlords, but they were also a prey species, and their instincts were screaming at them that they were under attack by a predator of the most dangerous sort. If they couldn't win, they would have to run. So, Remy put fire behind them, while Ray put stone walls to their sides. Now that they were unable to run, they would naturally choose to fight. When driven into a corner, even the most timid animal will fight, and the stone crushers were not timid animals. Karl hacked them apart as they charged towards the only open side, and noticed that while the Overlord rank soul energy was coming into the Haint Claw, it was nowhere near as intense or dense as the life energy that was going to the Blade of Champions. That was the opposite of when they were fighting intelligent beings, and vastly different from when they were fighting the undead, who had no life energy, but strong soul energy. The curious change in the flows of energy into his body kept Karl occupied as he tried not to focus on the continual gore of a battle against angry boars with extremely durable earth armor hides. Freezing them works much better. They break into nice storage-sized pieces, Ray informed Karl. Impressed with her new skill, Karl could sense Hawk's annoyance, so he knew that her version of storage-sized pieces and the birds were not the same. Is the damage so good that you are still blowing up the boars? He asked instead. Not really, but I'm learning many things about blood magic from the skill, and I can't do that without blowing things up. Give me maybe 200 more, and I think I've got another skill coming. Well, if that was the case, they could certainly keep fighting. However, hacking through an Overlord-ranked barrier on an Earth element beast was not an easy feat. They were being bombarded with skills and taking area damage before they made it to the defenders, but still, the boars had their shields up and Karl had to put a significant amount of energy into cutting through it. Even with the stacked damage from Rampage, Karl was focused on keeping the tide back when suddenly there was a living thing falling from the sky at him. He was just about to activate Rend when he realized that Hawk had dropped a living demon on the ground beside him. Dude, sorry, forgot to warn you. They were in the way over where I wanted to put my Hellstorm. The rest of their group scattered, but this one was too scared to run. Karl looked down at the terrified little demon, still holding a dagger in its hand, but with both arms over its head. Was it afraid of the boars? Or the 25-meter bird that had just snatched it out of the ruins of a merchant caravan? Both seemed like reasonable answers. The demon shouldn't be injured anymore. It was within range of Lotus area healing effects, but it wasn't getting up, even when Karl and the bodyguards pushed forward, leaving the cowering creature at the back with Lotus and Dana. Then, there was suddenly nothing for Karl to fight. Every boar within 100 meters was simply gone. Dozens of boars had vanished without a trace, and nobody seemed to know where they went. Except one very smug Kara. Advancements are fun. I should do this more often. New shared skill learned: Void Blast, Totem Rank. Advanced form of disintegration. Creates an area of destructive void energy up to a spherical area of the caster's rank x 10 meters in diameter. Hawk screeched in rage. But where are the bodies? Who needs bodies? When you blow them up, they leave the loot. We have plenty of bodies. Karl wasn't sure what Kara meant by they leave the loot when she had apparently used an area disintegration effect on the boars. Logically, there would be nothing left of them at all. But when Karl looked over the grass in front of him, he found that there were actually treasures left over. There were hundreds of gems, small items, and bits of precious metals on the ground where the boars had been. What is all that? Karl wondered out loud. A squeaky voice behind them made a hopeful noise. Then the demon cleared his throat and began to talk. The stone crushers refine rocks and metals to precious materials in their stomachs. That makes them excellent hunting targets. You know, if you can actually kill them. My team brought 2 Overlord rank warriors with us, but the intel was wrong. They said a small pack, and there are thousands of them here. We were overrun. Hawk used a claw to open one of the boars in his space, and sure enough there were rough gems and metals, many of them strange alloys, as they weren't finished converting yet. The beast started throwing anything that looked like good stuff into their spaces to be sorted later, or given to Ashbringer. He seemed like the sort of guy who would appreciate a small mountain of assorted ore. Karl leaned down and picked up a pale blue ore lump at his feet, only slightly larger than a marble. Well, it's better than nothing. But Kara, be nice to Brother Hawk and don't disintegrate all his snacks. Snacks that Hawk was now reconsidering. He didn't know that they were full of stones when he was swallowing them whole. Ray looked at Kara with new appreciation. Everyone knew that she got one advanced skill when she reached a new rank, but that new version of disintegrate was far too good. Fortunately for Hawk's boar pile, Kara restrained herself with her next round of attacks, using Void Blast to blow up the heads, which weren't all that tasty anyhow. Karl had almost forgotten about the demon behind him when he noticed that the adventurer was picking up the loose ore and partially formed gems that the beasts had passed over when they cleaned the battlefield behind them. If it didn't all match or give off a powerful magical feeling, they just ignored it. But their guest had just lost his whole team and their gear, and he wasn't ashamed to load up his inventory with ore to try to at least make up for his monetary losses. Karl switched his attacks to use Void Blast, layered over Rend, and found that it cut through the defensive barriers of the boars with much less effort. That skill really was ridiculously powerful, and there wasn't any elemental resistance to it the way that earth barriers were strong against fire and lightning. The boars didn't understand what had happened to the rest of the pack, as they had simply vanished. So, they charged at Karl again as soon as they had recovered, only to be met with arcs of energy that tore through their barriers and an advancing swamp that mired their legs and corroded their skin. The matching bracers on all the ladies, well, all of them whose gear was visible in their combat form, were glowing with power as they drew mana to continue the assault. That bracer of fated encounters was putting in work, with both Dana and Tessa alternating casts between their own mana and the bracers, so that both would have time regenerate between uses. It was a brilliant idea, not one that Karl actually needed. With the mana regeneration he got shared from the team, he struggled to even use as much as he recovered. The limiting factor was his stamina, not his mana. Even now that they were beginning to close the trap around the herd of pygmy stone crushers, his mana was still nearly full. Maybe he should start going a bit harder and not just herding the beasts into a tighter cluster. No, it was a good working experience for the golems and the bodyguards. They were creating a moving wall of attacks, pushing the stone crushers back toward the flames. Except for the greater golem, who was running ahead, happily shaking them by their necks and tossing them in the air for Kara to vaporize the skull. For a giant dragon hound, it was quite reminiscent of a young Thor, more interested in playing than anything else. Now, Thor was the responsible one, holding position with Tessa. There are more people coming. I think we caused a scene. Hawk informed them from his artillery position in the sky. Remy, you can let the storm end once the current coverage area is clear. Karl decided. That's almost all of them. Are we leaving something for the locals? She asked. As long as it's the local guard and not some poachers. If they're trying to cause trouble, we will just reset the trap with them inside as well. Ray chuckled and activated Night Haunter to become incorporeal. If these new arrivals wanted to play, she would happily play with them. Karl waited patiently as the newcomers advanced and found that it was not a group of locals or town guards from Kidrek. It was a unit from the 1st Leg Regiment, 50 overlords strong. Gentlemen, we weren't expecting to see you here. Did you need supplies? Karl called, with a gesture toward the rest of the stone crushers. How are your casualties? We have a shaman who can resurrect. The flag bearer of the unit called back. 0 casualties on our team, but we have a survivor of another group with us, and they were overrun. The unit came to a stop in front of Karl, and the man hopped down from his 2-legged mount. It almost looked like the ones they used in New Bonn, but somehow more demonic and serpentine. A member of their team found us as well. He asked that we rescue his friends. You said that you have one. Karl gestured to the demon behind him, who was trying to hide behind Lotus. A pointless effort. He would have done better trying to hide behind Dana, but they were both smaller than he was. Dana pushed him forward, and the flag bearer laughed. Oh, isn't this a surprise? The survivor is a deserter. That explained why he was trying to hide. If someone from his team hadn't informed the army and begged them to come look for survivors of the adventuring team, he likely would have never been caught. He looked to Karl for help, but Karl just shrugged. Sorry, man. We're not law enforcement. If you're wanted for desertion, that's a matter between you and the army. The leader of the unit came over with handcuffs in one hand and held them out for the demon to put on himself. It was a fairly direct threat. Either put them on or have them put on you, and the second option will not be fun. While they were occupied, the rest of the squad was spreading out to eliminate the remains of the pygmy stone crushers. Was this the whole pack, or did you scoop off a section for yourselves? The soldier asked. Karl shrugged. We killed all the ones that were with this group, other than what is here. I don't know. If there were more, we are just taking a day trip from Drod to hunt. The ladies recently made Monarch rank, and the dungeon in the city wasn't giving them the sort of workout that they needed anymore. That made the guard laugh, then look over at Ophelia's massive bear form with concern. That is a person, right? You didn't just tame a Monarch rank dire bear with gigantism, he asked. Karl shook his head. No, she is a titanic berserker. One of her skills makes her bigger, another makes her huge, and a third turns her from a bear into a dire bear. She's a force of nature in combat, and she gets the item bonuses from her equipped weapons, even when she's in that form. The guard nodded in understanding. She was larger than anyone on his squad, but some of the classes got large size increases now that the system was fully activated again, and many people were gaining access to the skill tree. It looks like your team is set up to fight nearly anything. But is that a winged void badger? The soldier asked as he watched Kara flying behind the greatly reduced pack of stone crushers to drive them into the military unit. Indeed she is. She's had a big day today, she just made it to Overlord. Karl agreed. The soldier made a sign of protection at the mention, then shook his head. Well, if you think that you can survive that friendship, more power to you. Kara was mildly insulted. Sure, she loved pranks, but she was never malicious. It wasn't like she was Sister Ray, who liked to make things explode for fun. Did you not just make 100 boars disintegrate to see if they dropped loot? Ray countered. Well, she had a point. But it didn't count. They were just boars. Between Kara and the soldiers, the rest of the boars were quickly being rounded up, but the merchant who had come with the leg regiment unit was greatly concerned that there were still more of them out in the wilderness somewhere. He was hoping to recover the remains of his convoy to at least make an attempt at repairing a wagon enough to get him to his destination with some goods. But if the herd had split up between when he had seen them and now, it might not be safe to continue. Overhead, the ghostly blue flames of Hawk flared like a second sun in the sky, and when they faded. He was visibly larger than before, but otherwise identical. That made 5 out of 6 at the Overlord rank. Little Butterfly wasn't taking part in the battle, but Karl could feel that the creature was intrigued by the scene. Whether it wanted to fight, or if it was just recording everything from its space for a reenactment later, was a mystery. The thoughts of the glass-wing illusionary butterfly were always secretive, and it was hard to tell if it was fully sentient, or simply mimicked what was going on around it most of the time based on instinct. The choices of plays and the illusionary space suggested that Little Butterfly was sentient, it just seemed to lack a mental voice. However, one of the demons from the squad that had come to clear the beasts had caught her attention, and Karl could sense the butterfly trying to learn a skill. So, he focused on Skill Master, linking the two of them with a better chance at learning. Karl couldn't see what the demon was doing, but the viewpoint from inside the space wasn't strictly limited by his location. They could see from above his head or slightly off to one side, giving them a much wider field of view. As the battle ended, he could sense the butterfly's satisfaction with the results, but he didn't get any messages about new skills or advancements. Perhaps it was a better understanding of its own skills that was the goal? Illusionary Domain 2 might have been too much to ask for, as the skill was already incredibly powerful as a distraction and containment skill. Then 36 demon warriors, slender obsession demons similar to Dana's Epic Guard, but wearing maid dresses and carrying spears instead of the Epic Guard's leather armor and a sword, appeared in front of Karl. It was obvious that they were an illusion as they were faintly translucent in the light. They were also waiting for something, but Karl wasn't sure what. No, he knew what they were waiting for. Butterfly didn't know any skills but illusions and invisibility. Thor, Tessa, we need some spells. Karl called. Thor gave the illusions a layer of eternal lightning, while Tessa gave them holy weapon, which made the illusionary spear solid. That many, eternal lightning, barriers severely depleted Thor's mana pool, but he regenerated quickly, and he didn't need to keep it active and sustained like he did for the actual group members. Karl put disintegrate on the spearheads and felt an immense mental and magical draw as the illusions moved into combat. That was a single strike skill, and it needed to be refreshed every time that they attacked if he wanted it to remain active. Fortunately, the skills that Thor and Tessa put on them were enough that the illusions could hurt the stone crushers, even if they were doing almost no damage to them compared to active attack skills. Without powerful Overlord-ranked skills, it would take all of them to break through the defensive abilities of the stone crushers. But the holy weapon spell did some damage, and they were solid enough that the illusions could gang up on the monsters if they tried to charge. The soldier beside Karl gave him a strange look. "Did you just put barriers on illusions and send them to battle?" Karl nodded. "It's an odd tactic, I admit. But your team is doing enough damage, and we mostly needed someone to keep the stone crushers from running away." Keeping that barrier up would be hard on Thor, and Karl was prepared to step up with a stronger version of Eternal Lightning. But the Sero was so happy with the arrangement that he didn't want to steal his moment of glory. "Sister Butterfly, we should make them red-robe soldiers next time." "A Tessa army," Thor suggested. That would be quite thematic, but there was something incredibly amusing about the looks the soldiers were giving the demons in maid outfits. The soldiers of the Leg Regiment visibly deflated when the illusions vanished, and there were no more demonic battle maids for them to stare at. No battle maids, but a lot of work cleaning, packing, and storing the meat of the boars to supply the regiment now that the threat was gone. The regiment could always use more meat, and at Overlord rank, the stone crushers were highly nutritious, as well as better tasting than almost anything else in the region. The commander of the unit turned to Karl, who was taking time to polish his sword and absorb life energy after the battle. There was a lot of it stored, and his body couldn't absorb it as fast as they were killing. Or perhaps the sword was unable to transfer it that fast. Karl suspected that it was the first, as it had absorbed it without any issues. It was just the discharge rate that was slower. "Overlord, thank you for your assistance. Were you passing by, or did this make the guard map in Drod?" the soldier asked. It made the map. They were one of the closer major threats, and at an appropriate power level for my team, so we came here for the day. Karl explained. For the day, Karl gestured upwards at Hawk. "We got a ride." Unlike walking troops, a small team like ours can cover a remarkable amount of ground. The team didn't look all that small with the golems, the beasts, and the dire bear. But then Ophelia transformed back to her werbear form, and it began to make more sense. Then the Naga Queen bit someone. "What the hell?" the commander shouted, drawing his blade. "Relax. It's a healing spell. Injecting Healing Splash is much more effective for targeted cures than surface treatments, and Remy is an overlord." See, he's perked right back up. Maybe a bit too much. Find that young man a wrath demon next time you've got days off. The commander chuckled a bit as he began to relax and put his blade away. The demon really was looking better, and his commander wondered what was wrong with him to begin with if the general-purpose healing spells weren't getting rid of it, and he needed a specialist treatment. Karl's team backed away while the soldiers cleared the battlefield, but Kara continued cleaning up the loot for a few more minutes, ensuring that she had all the good bits of ore and gemstone. If it wouldn't take up a beast space slot each, they should have kept a few of these things, just to produce more loot for them. There are more of them in the distance, only a small group. We can always find more later. Hawk consoled her. Chase the ones with baby pigs away from the settlements, so they have time to grow big. We can't be running out of loot pigs. Kara insisted. Was all of Drod now an open-air farm in her mind? But they had killed so many of them this time that the pygmy stone crushers might actually be an endangered species in this region. Were there other major threats in the region that might not be on the map? Most of my group just grew into the monarch rank, and combat seems to be the best way to stabilize power levels. Karl asked the leader of the military team. The man took out his map to compare with Karl's. They were nearly identical, other than the marks for military units and smaller villages that weren't on Karl's map. The one that the guards in Drod handed out only had the major population centers on it, not every small farming village of 50 or 100 people, much less the small waypoints and farming community clusters. Nothing much. It's all been kept under control recently, except for the larger issue at the river. The commander noted. The undead horde that the regiment had been sent to deal with before separating to keep the threat contained. Do they need assistance? We could likely fly over there tomorrow and collect some undead. With the priestesses and Thor, we can do a rather significant amount of holy damage to undead hordes. The commander shook his head. Please don't. We have issued an evacuation order so that we don't have secondary infections and casualties. There are strict quarantine protocols after fighting the undead that must be followed, so we don't spread a zombie plague through the city. The whites aren't as bad. The ones that they turn to zombies aren't infectious. The ones out here in the wild are, and they have a number of lich lords with them. That still sounded fun to Kara. Nullify made playing with spellcasters far more enjoyable than it had any right to be. Karl whistled to Hawk, bringing him down to ground level. The soldiers finally realized just how large the Thunderbird was, a full 30 meters long. That was more than enough to carry this handful of people. But when Remy, Kara, and the bodyguards simply vanished, the guards were baffled. I have a skill to create a separate space for my bonded partners. It makes travel much less of a chore, Karl explained. The demon nodded. Our regiment commander has a similar skill. Pocket dimension, he calls it. Remy and Dana both perked up at the mention, but the commander could only see Dana. If you're compatible with it, ask the Lard Academy. They're the sole source of tomes on the topic. But they don't often offer them to anyone below totem rank. Karl smiled. We have a couple of professors from Lard Academy at our guild house in Drod right now. I will ask them when we return. Perhaps I can work out a deal. Then Karl got a great idea. Jones, the magma dragon, had mentioned trading for spell books. Karl could likely find something that would make it worth the dragon's time if he had a similar sort of skill. Or portal. They could really use a portal skill. All right, we will be headed back. Thor, you'll have to get your scales rubbed later, friend. Bring Tessa over here before you rest, will you? Karl called. Dana's dragon hound, Greater Golem, looked up from where it was doing the exact same thing as Thor, and the mage laughed as she dismissed the summoned beast. Those two had a lot in common. Once they were all strapped in place, Hawk took off for the city. He had a lot of work ahead of him removing all the stones from his new snacks, and he wanted to rearrange his space a little. It was a highly productive day for them all. Killing a small herd of pygmy stone crushers had caused multiple advancements, and it had given them nearly everything that they had been looking for. Karl gestured at the suburban area outside the gates as they approached. I will hop off here, and you can fly straight to the house. I doubt the guards will hassle us over the fee, but if they do, just have Davis pay them from the guild bank. Then he hopped off, and Little Butterfly helpfully gave him a pair of feathered wings, one black and one white, to slow his descent. Karl landed with a solid thump on the dusty street, and Butterfly made the illusionary wings vanish. He could sense that the butterfly was very proud of itself. Guessing what the Karl needed was becoming easier by the day, and she had even correctly guessed that everyone would like her illusionary maids. Karl stopped at the magma dragon's front door, and then lightly knocked once as he heard movement inside. Overlord Karl, what a surprise. Did you have something curious to trade? The dragon, still in his demonic transformation, asked. Yes, in a way. I would like to propose a trade, if possible. I am willing to pay very well for a portal and a separate space-type spell. Now, I haven't prepared skill books in advance, but I have something nearly as good. I can directly transfer a skill that I know by touch if the target is compatible. Jones began to literally glow with excitement, and the temperature in the house increased noticeably. Oh, that is just as good. You see, I am compiling skills for my inheritance. It's an important part of a dragon's transition from adult to ancient. Karl realized he knew just what Jones meant. I've actually had the chance to see that once before. The moment that an adult black dragon transitioned to ancient dragon status and passed on a legacy blessing. Jones smiled. It's a bit different for us. Magma dragons aren't a chromatic dragon, so we're not tied to the whims of a particular dragon god. We also don't pass on our inheritance automatically. Instead, we tie the inheritance to a part of our body, depending on our intentions. Many choose to bind it to their heart, so it will only be passed on after their death and won't easily transfer to anyone for whom the dragon has lingering animosity. Others will put it on a claw or tooth and then remove it to place with their hoard. That way, whenever they pass on their inheritance, it can be acquired. It also tends to draw adventurers to eat for a bit of entertainment, so it's not a bad option. Karl chuckled. Kara would love that one. She already had a hoard, but if she could start a rumor about it holding a powerful legacy so she could beat up random strangers when she was bored, it would be even better. Maybe once she reached mythic rank. Because for now there was still a lot of entertainment in the world. Jones paused, then continued. I can access a portal skill book if you have something that can pay for it. Karl considered the price for a moment. How about a trade for the meteor swarm skill? It's both fire and earth element, and while it's not technically an epic grade skill, it's very close. Jones was silent for a moment as he considered the spells that he already knew. All right, I will trade you. They shook hands and Karl activated, follow me, little one. Jones smiled. Oh, it's a system skill. It's been some time since I had the chance to let the gods insult me to my face. Karl laughed. It doesn't always insult you. Sometimes the nickname that it gives people is complimentary. Jones nodded. Your skill is actually very similar to the dragon's, inheritance of the ancients, racial skill. We gain it when we meet the conditions to become an ancient of our species. But I'm not a purebred dragon, or my racial transformation would make me a human. So, the system delights in insulting me. Jones reached out into nothing and pulled out a book with Portal on the title and Jones' name at the bottom of the cover, marking him as the creator. Oh, you're an inscriptionist. No wonder you wanted new spell books. Jones smiled in response, then gestured to where his hand had gone. I don't suppose that you have something that could be traded for an artifact-grade spell like Tiny World? It allows living things to survive inside, but you won't be able to make the most out of it yet. Well, neither can I. Only the immortals understand the laws of creation well enough. But dragons understand the rules earlier than most species. Rules? Karl asked. Oh, I suppose nobody would have told you yet. You must understand the rules of the world, fundamental aspects of how magic and life work, before you can reach the mythic rank. It is also the requirement for a spell to become artifact grade. If it can change a rule without breaking it, it will be artifact grade. Tiny World does that in creating a separate space within the world. Portal simply operates within the rules and creates two openings at different points. Do you have something that might intrigue me that much? Jones asked. I have a few epic grade spells that you might like. Apocalypse combines a meteor storm with multiplying flaming tornadoes and a firestorm, with much better mana efficiency. Or Ghost Fire Body, which I believe you've seen enough to understand the basics of. Or, as you are creating an inheritance for dragons, what about Iron Within, which creates metallic bones and blood to strengthen the target? I don't know if you'll be compatible with it, but I could create a spell book, given enough time. Karl offered. Jones shook his head. I already have numerous defensive skills. Limited invulnerability, draconic invincibility, divine draconic might, phylactery. It is the sort of unique attack and utility skills that might benefit my clan's offspring that would be of the most significant value. Karl thought for a second, then tried a new idea. Pack Master Karl offers knowledge skill, evolution, will be transferred to the ground fall Runt Jones. Karl blinked as he saw that notification. He didn't know what it meant, but if he had to guess, the system had just accused Jones of being the unwanted egg thrown out of a nest as defective. That was a low blow, whether it was true or not. And Karl was not about to let on that he knew what the system was calling him. Jones smiled as the skill transferred. A one-time chance for a dragon whelp to advance past their bloodline limitation? That? I can't. The value of the skill is unimaginable. Karl smiled. I have never used it myself. I have been waiting for my beasts to reach a bottleneck that they can't surpass. Only then would I be willing to use it to help them move past their species limits in a Form 1 rank higher than before. Jones smiled. How do you feel about taking a little trip with me? Just an hour or two out to an island I own. Karl shrugged. I don't see why not. It's only lunchtime now. An hour or two gives us plenty of time, and I have recall set to the guild house. The magma dragon smiled. I actually meant for you to get back. But we both know Portal now, don't we? Karl realized that he was still holding the skill book for Portal. Spell learned Portal opens a gateway to a destination known to the caster. Mana cost and casting time increase with distance. Yes, you are right, we can both travel freely. Let's go to your island. I take it you expect to be there for some time? Karl asked. The dragon nodded. The first target that I intend to use evolution on is myself. You see, Overlord is the peak of my lineage, thanks to the mixed blood of a weaker demon in my veins. But with this new chance, I should be able to reach totem rank. With that, they might even grant me guardianship of the Frostfire suburbs. Jones opened a portal, and they both stepped through onto the steaming surface of a small volcanic island. Oh, right. Not a fire demon. Never mind, you seem to be fine. Jones realized. I have limited invulnerability. I won't burn in the natural lava. At least, not while standing on the surface. Karl explained. Good, good. Now, let's see what I need for materials. 1 dragon bone of totem rank or higher, overlord rank fire and earth stones. A dark element treasure of epic grade and some skills. Alright, I have all that. Jones narrated to himself. He piled the items on one of his hands, and then with a flash of golden light, they melted into his body. The dragon began to change, transforming back to his natural form. Then the magma dragon began to leak oppressive power, and the glowing flesh under ash-black scales glowed a lighter golden yellow instead of red, while a faint mist of black smoke emitted from his body. It was a true evolution, and his species was subtly changing as his body grew. After half an hour, he had settled on a length of 60 meters and emitted a flickering golden light under a black miasma. Species, Shadow Volcano Dragon. Jones read the line quietly to himself, then frowned. He was still an overlord. I thought that it was supposed to increase me by a rank? He muttered. Then his golden eyes lit up with annoyance. A Form 1 rank higher. But in potential, not in current rank. That evil bastard of a world dragon. Then he tossed something in his mouth and his power level began to grow, shattering through the bottleneck as the totemic protection spell began to form on his body. He was already at the peak of Overlord and constrained by bloodline, but now he could move on again and reach the peak of totem rank before he would have to find another opportunity to increase his bloodline once more. Jones smiled at Karl. That skill really is priceless. The number of demons and dragon hybrids who are stuck at Overlord rank because of bloodline makes up 2/3 of the Overlords in Drod. But while they would pay immeasurable amounts for this chance, someone like the city governor, who is bottlenecked at peak totem. Jones trailed off and Karl chuckled. Yeah, it might be best if we don't mention this to anyone else. Jones smiled and handed Karl a small glass orb that looked like a globe. That is the artifact that will allow you to learn Tiny World. Use it and then hand it back. I need to return it to its origin source to recharge for another 1,000 years. The orb granted a once-in-a-millennia chance to learn the space element artifact grade spell? No. Wonder that nobody knew it. Karl activated the orb and felt the power flowing into his body, then threw him to one of his spaces. Little Butterfly was vibrating with excitement as the knowledge was shared with her at the same time Karl learned the spell. This was a much better version of her, illusionary domain, except that there was nothing at all in it. It was just a flat piece of stone with no life until it was shaped. Somewhat like the beast spaces were before the beasts started to upgrade them. She could fix that, though. Tiny World creates a separate space linked to the creator. Its location may be linked to an object or spatial coordinate. Only one tiny world may be activated by the caster at a time. Ray cheered in Karl's mind, and he wondered what she was so excited about. She couldn't use the spell. It's a Dana space. Karl blinked slowly. She wasn't wrong. Technically, it was very close to a beast space that he could put Dana in, but not quite the same. Kara was already making plans for the tiny world. If they were going to keep the Dana in there, it would need playing spaces and treasures to sleep on and some plants. Jones watched Karl as he tried to calm down the beasts. It seems your bonded partners are quite excited about the concept. Karl nodded. Yeah, they have big plans for it. As long as living creatures can exist in the tiny world, that is. Jones nodded. Yes, but with some limitations. The tiny world only holds so much air. Unless you open it every few days, or keep living plants in there, they would suffocate eventually. If you keep it open just a little, it will naturally balance itself to the outside world, but that does run the risk of dangerous things or enemies gaining access. Well, I have to say, for a dragon's hoard, it's a perfect spell. Kara, the winged void badger, also appreciates a good hoard of treasures. The dragon laughed. Yes, they do tend to be fascinated by shiny things and rare magic. Just be careful letting her play, as a strong enough nullify spell will cause the space to collapse and dump everything out on the ground, forcing you to reactivate it and put everything back. That only works from inside, so be cautious about similar creatures trying to get inside. Got it. No nullifying the space. I think that we can live with that. Now, should we go back and reveal your majestic new form to the world? Jones sighed and settled to the ground with a large chunk of ore in his front claws. Give me a week or two. I need to rest and stabilize after my advancement. We're far enough out to sea that nothing but a few sea monsters will have noticed my advancement, but there will surely be an uproar in the city when I return. Tell Mist and Rain that I'm on vacation for a week, would you? They get worried if I don't come by for tea at least once or twice a week. He requested. Of course. I will see you again soon. One more totem rank local would thoroughly change the power dynamics in the castle, but Karl had no expectations that Jones would honor a demand for him to move out of his little suburban house. Karl focused on the front gates of the Dryad's house and then cast Portal. The spell took a surprising amount of mana, more than 5 times what a monarch-ranked attack spell would take. No wonder mages didn't use this spell casually. It would nearly drain a royal rank mage in one casting, and a commander would struggle to use it at all without help. The older Dryad came out as soon as the portal opened, then paused in confusion as Karl stepped out and waved at her. Oh, Overlord Karl. How are you liking your new guild house? She asked. It is wonderful, thank you. You did an excellent job. I actually stopped by to tell you that Jones is on vacation for the next week or two. He didn't want you to worry when he didn't join you for tea. Oh, that is very thoughtful of him. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come all the way over here. If you see my daughter, send her back, would you? We just had an order come in, and she's over at your place having a play date with the Green Dragon Cleric. Flower? Lotus. Yes, Lotus was her name. Karl smiled. I will see what I can do. You might end up with both of them instead, but I will let Rain know that there is work to do at home. Karl had only been gone an hour or so. It would not be easy to separate them if the two had just started on whatever they had planned for the rest of the day. Karl walked back to the house instead of using Portal, again, intending to surprise everyone. But there were surprises waiting for him as well. The property's back wall was now lined with tall trees, and Lotus stood in tree form behind the well, with dozens of small children playing in the grass. Rain was up in Lotus branches, singing to the children, while the rest of the team sat on the front porch with snacks. Even Davis was on the porch, so they must have no customers at the moment. Oh, are we throwing a party? Karl asked as he walked in the gate. Davis nodded. Yes. The kids from the elementary school a few blocks south of here got the whole afternoon off because the teacher got sick. The dean brought her here, and all the kids followed to make sure that her illness would be cured. And well, that was all the explanation that they really needed. There were worried children. Now there was a party. Is the teacher well? Karl asked instead. She's resting on the second floor. Apparently, she was exposed to a cursed item on the beach. It must have been washed ashore recently, but the guards have already sent a team to look for it before anyone else is injured. Did you get what you were looking for? Davis replied. I did. I'll tell you all about it later. Then Karl patted Dana on the shoulder and taught her portal. Oh, she gasped, then jumped into Karl's arms to kiss his face. Yep, he definitely found what he was after. Ophelia joked. Karl sat down with Dana in his arms, then stole caramel popcorn out of her bowl. I got a new ability that will be very useful in the future. We can discuss it later. Where are the professors? He asked. They're on the second floor working on the project you assigned them. They were going to come down, but they could only talk about work, so they ended up going back upstairs. Same with the kitchen staff. We have snacks in the storage room, but they're making lunch for everyone instead. The teacher should be healthy and rested again in an hour or two, and then they will likely want the kids to go back to class. Well, at least the kids got a short break from lessons. Dana's excitement had her fidgeting in Karl's lap, and while she was in her natural human form, he could have sworn that he heard her purring in happiness. All right, spill. What did you get her? Ophelia finally demanded, unable to wait until they went back inside to get her answers. Portal, Karl stated with a smirk. Oh, no wonder she's so happy. She's just lost in her own little world right now. Ophelia laughed. Wendy and Loros both nodded in agreement. Dana was definitely in a world of happiness right now. Portal was the peak of convenient mage skills. A mage that could use Portal was indispensable to any group. But more importantly, now that she had Portal, they could actually go back to the Golden Dragon Nation any time that they wanted. All she had to do was fill her accessories with mana, and she should have enough to be able to get there. If that wasn't possible, then even making a two-hop route where she stopped on one of the other continents in the middle would be fine. Exile was now an optional state. It was an empowering feeling. They weren't trapped anywhere, and they could explore and return freely. Their merchant trip across New Bond would have been a different experience if they could just use a portal to get from location to location. Hawk had the same idea. If they went up to his maximum altitude, they could travel hundreds of kilometers just with line of sight. You had to know where a portal was going, but if you could see it, that had to be just as good. It might not be the best way to use the skill, but they would be able to record every spot that they stopped, and if they were in a hurry, it would save a significant amount of time if they opened the portal high in the air above the horizon and flew through. Just fly, portal, fly while the mana recharged. If more than Karl could use it, then they could alternate. But if Karl could use it, then someone else must be able to use it as well. Hawk was reasonably certain that was how the Karl worked. Karl discreetly went over to inform the younger Dryad that there was work waiting for her at home before checking on the rest of the people at the guild house. The assigned tasks for the teachers from Lard had been a stunning success. Not only had they managed to find an inscription that would increase the ability of a trade skill by over 30%, they had managed to find one that would improve any trade skill that the wearer had. It wasn't a flat 30% improvement in all aspects, but a 30% chance of creating a higher quality item, which was even more impressive in some ways than just increasing the chance of success or the maximum capacity of the items created by the skill. 30% more than low Overlord was still an Overlord ranked item. But an epic Overlord ranked item versus a rare quality Overlord ranked item were worlds apart. That is excellent work. If we combine this with a few other runes, we should be able to reliably produce enhancement items for crafting professions. Karl noted. The four teachers smiled. There is only one problem with that. Take a look at the items that we made. Karl inspected them again. I don't see the issue. One made by each of the four of you, at royal rank, though you used monarch rank mana jade, which is a bit of a waste. Mora nodded. That's the problem. We couldn't bring them up to more than royal rank, and they bonded to the creator the moment that they were crafted. You can't sell these, they appear to be an exclusive item for runic craftsmen. Karl sighed. Well, that is a bit of an issue. But they're going to be remarkably useful for the four of you, and the others as well. But we need to work on getting Loros to the commander rank first. Loros cleared her throat, but Karl patted her on the head. I know you've got it in you, despite the bloodline limitations. A few trips to the dungeon should help you grow, and you'll be able to say that you experienced the dungeon in all its glory. How many others at your power level can say that? Loros frowned. None that have working brain cells. Well, maybe one. I seem to recall that the little Gecko's father threw her into the dungeon once to work as a cleanup helper for a 4-person group. She didn't die, but nobody saw her for weeks after that. Karl extended his senses to see how the little lizard folk cleaner was doing, and found her in the backyard, hanging laundry on the line with caretaker Joe. The pair of them had become quite adept at moving around the house without being seen or heard. They were almost part of the furniture. Always there, never in the way. Except when Lotus was bored. The gecko girl was one of the few people her size, and she loved having others to play with who weren't taller. But Wendy was always busy, and caretaker Joe was too kind-hearted to complain that her assistant had been stolen. Wendy was more optimistic. Do you really think that going in the dungeon would do something useful? I might only be a commander rank mage, but I could surely do something useful. Karl thought about that for a moment. That's right. You're a mage. There is no reason that I can't teach you mage-type skills. With a few combat spells, you should be relatively safe to accompany them, even though the standard mobs are a full rank above you. The Oni demon smiled at the idea. Her brothers would have never let her anywhere near the dungeon, much less inside it. She was only just beginning to realize how reliant she was on others. Even at work, she usually waited for Loros to tell her what they were making, and did that until they changed tasks. Then she would catch herself just mindlessly doing what she was told, like the Wendy doll that the system had called her when she got her rune smithing skill. She wanted to be more than that, but it was such an ingrained habit that it was hard to break free of. You know, we could spend the rest of the day making store items and then go tomorrow. If we went with Remy and Thor or Remy and Dana, we should be safe enough and able to do the whole dungeon, Wendy suggested. All the golems seemed like the best idea. Karl nodded. I don't see why not, as long as they agree. And why don't I teach you some new spells as well? Wendy nodded, and then went to stand under Karl's hand. She was still under the impression that the head pats were part of the skill, and not just because Karl enjoyed it. Dana resisted the urge to laugh, and Thor chuckled at her enthusiasm. The little Oni demon knew what was important in life. Pack Master Karl offers knowledge skill, golem, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. Pack Master Karl offers knowledge skill, chain lightning, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. Karl realized that he didn't actually know a suitable barrier spell for mages, but Wendy didn't have any problem with chain lightning, so he tried the next best thing. Pack Master Karl offers knowledge skill, refreshing lightning barrier, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. It actually worked. Perhaps demons with an appropriate elemental affinity were easier to transfer beast-type skills to? Wendy giggled, and her eyes glowed blue as she activated refreshing lightning. I am all that is lightning. Thor came out of his space in human form to hug the girl and pat her head. Excellent work. That was my first skill ever, and not many people can use it. He explained. Oh? We're lightning friends now. Wendy decided. This one is precious. We need to make sure that she doesn't get injured. Thor informed the others. That's not a problem. I will take good care of her. But she is golems now, we should test them out. Remy agreed. Thor picked Wendy up and carried her to the side of the house where the casting wouldn't bother anyone. He wanted to see what she summoned for golems too. Thor set Wendy down when they were facing open space. All right, focus on what you want for golems and then cast the spell. How they appear the first time is normally how they will appear every time after that, so be sure that it is what you want. He instructed. That was what the Karl told people when they did it for the first time. Wendy focused hard, and then a pair of small Sero, no more than 1.5 meters tall, appeared in front of her. They were gloriously green, with lightning crackling on their horns. Oh, excellent choice. Thor commended her while Wendy stared at them. I got baby Thor golems? They're adorable. Wendy replied. Was that not what you were trying for? Thor asked, confused. Wendy shook her head. Sorry. I was thinking of powerful guardians, like the gargoyles on the wall. These are good too, though. They do the same job, and they look so friendly. They were definitely friendly. rubbing up against Thor's legs as he stood behind Wendy and begging for attention. Interesting. Perhaps if you have specific skills, you get a different golem type? You have my starting spell, and it will extend over your golems, so it might have affected how the golems formed. We will have to study that in the future. But for now, congratulations on summoning your new golems. You now have both powerful defenders and reliable transportation. Wendy's eyes glowed with lightning, and she tossed herself up on the back of one of the golems. Then she led them out to the front of the yard for the school kids to play with. The kids were in a great mood now that there were new playmates for them, and the golems were just as happy as the young Thor had been to prance around and let people pet their heads or rub their scales. It was actually kind of endearing to watch, a moment of nostalgia for the group, who all remembered when Thor had been much less serious and responsible. The little Sero were still trying to get Thor to come play, as they recognized him as one of them, but Thor just snorted in amusement, reminding them that he was the pack protector right now and not free to play with the children. Well, maybe later. But right now, they were discussing important matters, like whether it would be safe to take the younger guild members to the dungeon as they were. They didn't have proper armor, but that could be counteracted by sending the right people along with them, or keeping them safe further from the ogres. Most of the monsters in the Drawed dungeon didn't have long-ranged attacks, so if the two lower-ranked members stood 5 meters back, they should be safe enough. Who would go with them to the dungeon? We can only bring 3 if we send them both. Dana asked. Remy came out of her space. I will go with you and them. I should be more than strong enough to deal with some silly ogres now. That was hard to argue with, as she had 3 bodyguards, all at Overlord rank and powerful area. Effect magic of her own, she would be a great option. Added to Dana, who had 3 different types of protectors and could fly to attack from above, they weren't even short on a tank. Thor recognized that right away and relaxed a little. Sister Remy could take care of the littlest pack members for him today. Lotus raised her hand to volunteer. I can go with you to keep everyone healed. That should be enough support that we can take care of them. Unless Tessa wants to go instead? Tessa had stronger supportive magic, but they probably wouldn't need it. This should be fun. I'm totally going to crush those ogres. Maybe I can try out my flood skill on them. Can ogres swim? Remy asked. Wendy raised her hand. I don't know about ogres, but they're much taller than I am, and I can't swim. Remy considered that. I can carry you and Loros. Then you're up out of the water. Lotus can be a tree and Dana can fly. Or you could just not flood the dungeon, Dana suggested. Remy sighed, and Lotus patted her on the shoulder. You can flood it and see how that goes after we have cleared everything else out. That put her in a better mood. The teacher came down a few minutes later with a sandwich in each hand and was immediately swarmed by children. Is there a reason that nobody took over my classes for the day? The teacher being sick shouldn't be an excuse to slack, she asked. They were worried about you and possibly exposed to a curse, so we kept them here near the healing altar. Besides, see how concerned they were about you? How could we say no to such adorable begging? Karl joked. The teacher rolled her eyes, then bowed to Lotus. High Priestess, thank you for your assistance in removing my curse. I will be more careful in the future. Lotus smiled and shrugged. The guards are scouring the beach now, looking for more cursed items that might have washed up after the recent battles. With some luck, it won't happen again. But we are closer to the school than the clinic is, so if you happen to have 6 students in the future, a short class field trip to the guild house would save countless sick days. The students gave Lotus a suspicious look. Why was she giving the teacher ideas about how to stop them from faking illness to get out of class? Thank you, Priestess. I should take these little ones back to school to finish out what remains of their school day. Everyone, say goodbye to the nice dark light host people and the Sero hatchlings. That took nearly 15 minutes, but eventually the teacher had them all herded out of the courtyard. Remy turned to Loros and Wendy. Are you ready to go to the dungeon? It's still early, so we can go and come back before dinner. You've both got the bracers of fated encounters, right? That should help you bypass bottlenecks. So, you might start growing quickly with the rewards from the dungeon. It didn't take a genius to realize that Remy was informing them, not asking. Loros has reached commander rank. Those were the words that let everyone else know that Remy's plan to drag the crafters through the dungeon had merit in aiding their growth rate. The chefs prepared another festive dinner, but when the girls came back, both of the under-ranked members looked more than a little traumatized. Loros, congratulations. Karl greeted the sculpting-obsessed demon with a hug. Loros smiled faintly. A commander now, but at what cost? I can still smell the burning ogre. And the screams. How do you get the screams out of your mind? Karl patted her head while Remy hugged Wendy, who looked to be in a similar state of shock. Right, I forgot that this would be your first exposure to battle. Trust me, it gets better. Soon you will. Forget all about the horrible parts, and you will only remember what you gained from your trip. Through the dungeon. You're now a commander rank Loros, when you never thought you would manage to advance again. You can make commander rank items for sale and stock the shop with them. You will get extra respect from the people in town as a commander ranked crafter. Plus, so many more people will want to see and purchase your sculptures. Karl soothed the traumatized demoness. The last part really seemed to hit the spot. Being an obsession demon, she was focused on her work above all else. After a few minutes, they began to calm down. Wendy had realized by the time that they got back that everyone else here had been in the dungeon more than once and had likely seen worse. So, it didn't seem as horrible anymore. After all, if Lotus could still be Lotus after spending so much time in there, it couldn't be all horrible, right? But Loros' transition was more dramatic. Once she began to calm down, and it sank in that she was really a commander and had surpassed her bloodline limitations, even if it was only by a little bit, she was fired up to create new sculptures. The pair of sculptors returned to the workshop, where Karl could hear Ashbringer hard at work. Kara and Ray had dropped off huge amounts of Overlord rank ores for him to work with, along with an assortment of rough gems. They had kept the best ones for making spell gems to add into the weapons later, but he had requested that he get a selection of larger gems to be used as a mock-up for the weapons he was making. They wouldn't be permanently mounted, but used to shape the weapon for the gems that would be added during the rune crafting process. He looked up and smiled as Karl entered. I think that we will have some surprises for the auction next month. With the quality of the ore that we have to work with this time, I think we can make a couple of strong epic grade Overlord weapons, or perhaps an actual artifact. I have some ore here that should hold up to that level of enchantment, and I know you can do it with the sort of weapon you turned out for the Divine Dragons. A weapon at that level donated to the city would secure us a spot of honor at every event for the next decade. The growth of an artifact isn't unlimited, unless it can absorb outside energy, but it's not unreasonable to think that a totem or mythic demon would be able to slowly pull an Overlord-ranked artifact-grade weapon up to their level. Ashbringer explained. Karl smiled. Are you thinking that we need a stronger presence in the city? Perhaps a few more strong ties to the leadership. Ashbringer shrugged. Well, I have come to enjoy this forge. It wouldn't be bad to spend a century or two here. That whole timeline seemed off to Karl. But demons lived a lot longer than humans were expected to. Though, Karl knew that the powerful could live longer, as many of the totems on the other continent were already well over a century old. What the scaling was hadn't really been studied, but if he could keep up his growth rate, reaching 150 or 200 wasn't unreasonable. So, a hometown to claim would be a great benefit no matter how much he traveled the dragon. Al's after this. He could travel freely now with Portal, so once he had seen the world once, he could always go back. Karl realized that he had gotten sidetracked and thought of an answer for Ashbringer. Do you think that we should keep going for powerful weapons? We could make armor for them instead, increasing their survivability instead of their combat output. That seems like it would gain us just as much goodwill, but much less animosity. Weapons only do any good if you're attacking. But if we make them armor pieces, they can survive ambushes, and enemies of the city won't blame us for their loss. That would all be down to their inability to defend against the leader's attacks, right? Ashbringer smiled. Oh, that's good. You do know multiple damage reduction and barrier skills that can be added to armor. Even putting limited invulnerability onto an ornate torso plate would be a game changer for the totems. Karl nodded, and Ashbringer began to draw a plan on the chalkboard behind him. If it's intended to be bonded and equipped, I can size it for the girls. Then I only need a quarter of the materials or less. The way that my skill works, it has to fit someone, but the girls can try it on without bonding it, and that will let us finalize the item. In fact, I will make armor for them as well, so they don't feel left out. A chainmail vest with delicate links can go under most clothing and is very flexible. A scaled vest is less flexible, even on a silk base. But it would also be an option. The chain would require fewer materials, though. Karl considered their options, then sighed. If we had a leather worker, it would be easier to make armors. We can use raised silk for base layers and padding, but hardened leather would use up a lot of the materials Hawk has stored as a nettable and make for good armor as well. Why not just teach Ray? It's not that much different from cloth fashion, and we can get you the books on how to harden the leather with magical materials. They're available at the library. Ashbringer offered. See, I told you that you can get more than priestesses at the library. Remy reminded Karl, while silently observing the sculptors, to make sure they were recovering mentally from their first trip to a dungeon. Karl smiled. Well, if I'm going to go to the library, I should prepare a gift for them as well. There is nothing that librarians like more than new books. If I donate a new tome to their collection, it will keep the inscriptionists busy for weeks. Ashbringer laughed. That's just devious. But are you sure that you'll have something that they will actually be so excited to get their hands on? Karl nodded. I have a number of strange and esoteric skills. They are quite useful within their niche, but they're not part of any other class's-based skill tree, as far as I know. Karl headed back to the house and took out his writing supplies, startling the professors, who were working at the large table on the second floor. Are you making something new? Mora asked. Not really. I'm making a skill book for the library, a piece offering to reduce the cost of the tomes that I am going to request. I want to get Ray some books on leather armor and clothing creation. She's already a master with silk, as an innate skill of her species, but blending that with leather armor creation would give her a much wider set of options for her fashion. The professors laughed at the thought of such a terrifying beast sedately making armor, but somehow it did suit her personality. Speaking of Ray, where has she been? I haven't seen her in a while. Mora asked. Karl smiled. I'm sure she takes that as a compliment, but she's right behind you. The professor turned around quickly, alarmed that she hadn't noticed, and Ray laughed from the third floor, where she had been watching the alchemists in the library space. You are an evil, evil man, Mora muttered. It was funny, though. You should have seen the look on your face. Ray walked down the stairs, visible and in humanoid form. Most of the time I am invisible. It's not surprising that people don't see me. Actually, I would be shocked if anyone did see me other than Karl. Ray explained. Why him? Because you are bonded. Mash, Mora's husband and fellow rune smithing apprentice, asked. No, because he is soul sight. Without that, I think I could hide from him, even if he could sense where I was through the bond. Karl kept writing as they discussed the ways that a monster who was both invisible and incorporeal might possibly be detected. The professors had realized that it might actually be a major security breach of the academy. How many creatures had managed to find their way past the wards on the academy? They could have dozens of spies in the school and not know it. But if they worked on the answers with runic items, they should at least be able to detect intruders more effectively, even if they couldn't see them. Karl finished the Bestial Regeneration book and got to his feet. Ray, did you want to come with me to the library? I will be picking out trade skill books for you to learn how to add leather to your decorations. Ray shook her head. Take Remy. She likes libraries more. She will also want you to buy many more books to fill out the knowledge that she can't find in our house library. The house's library had a wide variety of introductory tomes and trade skill volumes, including basic leatherworking. But Ray hadn't learned much from that, as it was mostly about how to cut and sew leather properly, and not how to make it into magical armor. So, Ray and Karl made their way through the streets of Drod before dinner, intending to make a short trip to the library and order any books that Remy needed or thought that Ray might need. Hopefully, they wouldn't already have bestial regeneration in their inventory, as that would increase the value of the tome and buy them extra goodwill. If they did, Karl could always come up with another skill to bring them based on what they said they were short on. The library was quiet when they arrived, with only one demon looking for a specific tome. Though, calling it a library didn't seem to be correct. It was more of a combination book repository and bookstore, with some books for sale and others only for browsing within the building. "Good evening. Do you have a membership?" the receptionist asked. "In fact, I do not." "What are the requirements to become a member?" Karl asked. "There are 3 stages of membership. First is our basic member, which allows you to purchase tomes from the library. It is free of charge with your first purchase. Second is our VIP member, which has a 1 gold annual fee and allows you to browse the stock tomes in the building. Third is the contributor membership, which receives a discount on purchases as well as the right to browse tomes. That is more for inscriptionists, as it requires donation of a tome that you have personally created." "What is your trade specialty?" the receptionist asked. "I am actually a rune master, but I have a skill that allows me to create skill books on a very limited basis. In fact, I expected that your library might have such a requirement, so I made one for today. This is a tome of bestial regeneration, just completed," Karl explained as he placed the book on the desk. "It even still smells like ink and new paper," the receptionist replied, shocked. It wasn't often that someone actually took up the 3rd tier of membership. Even most of the inscriptionists in Drod City only sold books to the library. They weren't willing to donate one, just for a discount on books that they could make themselves, given enough time reading in the library with a single gold VIP membership. "You're seriously willing to trade a tome? Oh, let me see if we have this in stock," she murmured, while Remy draped her head over Karl's shoulder to distract herself from the urge to wander. Ever since her advancement and physical transformation, her curiosity had skyrocketed. Like all that energy being stuck in a smaller body was amping up her emotions. The librarian returned with a totem-ranked magic demon that Karl vaguely recognized from the garden party at the castle. "Oh, Overlord Karl. You can make skill books? How fortunate. I had thought your skills might be limited to runic items." The demon greeted him. Karl checked the name using his system interface before responding. "District Overseer Rashid, it's a pleasure to see you again. Skill books aren't really my specialty, but I do have the ability to make a few per month on skills that I already know. A curious system skill intended to help advance my team. I brought you an interesting skill today, I believe," Karl replied. "Indeed. There is not a single copy registered to the library with that skill name, so I came to see if it had been misreported. But it is correct. And the restrictions are not as harsh as I had feared, given the names. Though it's a bit insulting that it considers all horned or feathered demons to be compatible with a skill for beasts. Incubi as well, though I don't see why they should be named individually, as they also have horns." Remy's amused non-answer in Karl's mind made him laugh. There were many reasons he could think of that the incubi might be named individually from other types of bestial creatures, but the librarian's deep violet blush had the district overseer rolling his eyes. "I noticed earlier that demons are widely compatible with skills intended for beasts, as long as their element matches. For example, an Oni demon I met here is compatible with multiple beast-originated lightning element skills." Overseer Rashid looked impressed. "You actually identified one as an Oni demon? Most of the greater demon species disguise themselves when they are going about their daily lives, so that others do not make trouble for them, with requests and pleading." Karl smiled. "It came to light after I had hired a member of their family for a job." Rashid snapped his fingers. "That's right. You hired Miss Wendy as an apprentice sculptor, and her father made the barriers on your guild house. I should have remembered that. That family will be quite the force when they are fully mature. Most of their species don't hit any bottlenecks until the peak of totem rank." Karl had known that Wendy was powerful, being a commander and still not a teenager, but a peak totem rank species potential was surprising. The district overseer was staring intently at the book, and Remy began to giggle. It's 403 pages. How fast is your hand speed? The demon smiled while the receptionist gave him a confused look. You are quite right, Miss Remy. It would take me some time to copy this if I used it. But that skill is so tempting that I might just do it anyhow. But what did you come in looking for? Certainly, today's visit wasn't just to receive a membership. Rashid replied. We actually require tomes on crafting magical leather armor. One of our guild's artisans wants to expand their skills, and it is an open niche for us. Karl explained. You have weapons, jewelry, potions, utility items. However, your guild sells no leather items. Yes, you are correct. There is a reliable place for them among your guild. We have many such tomes. Do you want skill books, or do you want textbooks? Both, I think. The target is overlord rank without a trade skill, so advanced skill books might be suitable. But having textbooks on the topic to supplement might be helpful. They already have skills with fashion and clothing, so leather armor won't be too large of a change. Karl explained. Who would that be? I can't guess which member you mean. The overseer muttered, mostly to himself. The Lady Ray, our blood destruction demonic spider. Overseer Rashid nodded, and the receptionist gasped. An overlord-ranked spider monster? Sorry. I'm sure she's a lovely person. I'm sure she will laugh when I tell her so. Remy agreed, and the receptionist sighed in relief before she realized what Remy had actually said. Ray is a sweet person. She's just got personality quirks. But do we have the appropriate skill books? And what might they cost? Karl interjected. Right, yes. We have all the skill books and textbooks that you might need. You can work out the details with the district overseer while I retrieve them. The receptionist insisted, then vanished into a back room. There are 4 skill books in total for the Master Leatherworker Trade Skill Progression, all of which we have in stock, plus 2 textbooks on magical armor creation based on different disciplines. While I have no doubt that you actually have enough coin to pay for such an extravagant purchase, perhaps we could make a trade for items. Overseer Rashid suggested, his feathers ruffling in excitement. Oh, what did you have in mind? I have a few items complete, and I can make you something custom from a blank if the cost is higher than what they're worth. The totem rank demon smiled happily as Karl immediately grasped the issue. The entry-level skill books were not expensive, but a master-level trade skill book? That couldn't even be used by someone under royal rank, and they had to have an extreme compatibility with the skill already. Most likely, the spider would use the ones she could and then save the last 1 or 2 for later. When her skills had improved. Can you make a library assistant? The demon asked, curiously. That sounds more like a skill request. I could probably teach you how to summon one, yes? But putting one on an item? It would be difficult to make an autonomous one without the spell taking up an entire suit of armor. Rashid sighed. I was afraid of as much. And as great as a living armor item would be, that's far beyond the cost of the books you need, as well as being thousands of hours of work. What do you need it for? Karl asked, wondering if he could do something with runes. Just general library stuff. Cleaning, dusting, arranging books. Karl thought about it for a moment, then smiled. I can do half of that. How about an item that will clean and dust the library on activation? There were dozens of examples of that in the Dwarven Rune Crafting book, mostly so that the dwarves didn't have to clean up spilled drinks, mop floors, and other such mundane tasks. Karl had studied enough of those runes to make a cleaning item. Would that even be a rare item? Rashid asked. I don't know. Give me a moment to make it and we will know. Karl replied with a shrug. There was only one way to find out. And he had some statues carved out of monarch-ranked mana jade. Karl took out one that was carved to look like lotus dragon form. It was on an oval base, which gave him plenty of room on the bottom to carve. So, he quickly planned what he needed. Cleaning intentions, organization, water for mopping floors, wind to keep everything dry and dust the books, with a modifier for gentle strength, so nothing was damaged. That still left him with some extra space, so Karl added runes for repair, removing stains, and refreshing mana, but targeted to items being cleaned so that it would give a gentle nudge of mana to failing ancient artifacts, which helped keep them stable. Karl took a pencil and drew the runes, then quickly carved them with a claw, before adding mana to activate the whole thing. It was a complex concept, to be certain, but when he finished, the dragon statue's eyes glinted blue, and he knew that his efforts had been acknowledged by one of the gods. Epic grade statue of tidiness. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Karl looked at the item description in amusement for a moment, then handed the little white and red dragon statue to Overseer Rashid. Why don't you try that out and see if it's worth the exchange? If not, I can supplement with something I have in stock, Karl offered. Overseer Rashid pushed a bit of mana into the statue, and a ball of blue magic formed around the dragon, before soaking into the statue, making it look like a living blue dragon. Seconds later, a gust of wind spread through the building, causing books and papers to shift around, but not at random. Scrolls slotted back into cabinets, books left on tables returned to carts, floors began to shine with a freshly washed gleam. Decades of dirt and grime were removed from the sides and tops of bookshelves, while dozens of lost and forgotten manuscripts were recovered from hidden spots and behind shelves. Within a minute, everything was perfectly clean and organized, and Karl heard a happy draconic rumble from the statue before it faded back to a plain mana jade statue. I think that worked wonderfully, Remy noted. I don't remember some of these scrolls. Where did this come from? Overseer Rashid asked as he walked to a cart, where an ancient scroll was neatly rolled and freshly cleaned. He picked it up carefully, and Karl could hear how brittle the paper was. The magic demon cast a spell on it, and the ancient parchment glowed with energy, then became visibly less faded. Rashid unrolled the scroll, and then his eyes opened wide in shock. "This is impossible," he muttered. Remy slid over to look over his shoulder and read the notes. It was a list of spell ingredients and instructions for an Orcish shamanistic ritual to pacify a major storm at sea. "How long have the demons held the city?" Remy asked, startling the demon with her presence mere centimeters from his face. "About 4,000 years. This must have been left when we took and renovated the city. Then it was shifted around until it ended up here in the library, which was built about 1,000 years ago, replacing a smaller library in the compound of the castle. How it survived all this is a mystery, but we don't know a lot about ancient Orcish shamanistic magic. But would you mind backing up a little bit? Your tongue is dangerously close to the paper." Remy backed up, then sighed. "Naga, don't drool. But I do apologize for forgetting about personal space." She was not, in fact, sorry. Not at all. However, she did move to the other side of the table to examine the scroll. "Remy is a shaman," Karl explained, as the overseer was beginning to wonder what had her so intrigued by a scroll written in Orcish. The receptionist came out with the books and stared in shock at the library. The floors were actually gleaming, and there was no dust anywhere. Even the drapes over the windows were freshly cleaned. "What happened while I was gone?" "I swear it was only a few minutes," she stammered. "Overlord Karl granted us a most curious statue. It not only cleaned the library, it organized the books onto the carts for return to the shelves, and it recovered the lost and forgotten tomes that had vanished behind or on top of the shelves. That is wonderful. There are a number of tomes that we have been unable to find for the entire time I have worked here, but the security spells insist that they are still in the library." She placed the books on a counter and went off to look for the lost tomes. She's going to be incredibly frustrated when she realizes that the spell didn't remove any of the books from the hidden compartments and secured drawers, Overseer Rashid whispered. Or when she realizes that her romance novel is no longer hastily stuffed under her desk, but placed in the middle of the reception counter and freshly cleaned. Karl agreed. Remy grabbed the books they had purchased and placed them on the shelves on her altar, then looked around the library. "I think I need to come back here later. There are so many good things to read," she informed Karl. Well, the library is open from dawn to dusk 5 days a week. I will give you a VIP card. Rashid agreed. He grabbed one from a drawer under the reception desk and cast a spell that bonded it to Remy. Overlord Karl is recorded as a donor already, no need to carry a card. But it appears that I have a lot of work to do. I need to make copies of this skill for use and distribution. Once the Lord and the Governor learn that so many demons can learn a regeneration skill, it will be in massive demand for the army. Do you know how effective it is? He asked. Karl nodded. It's not as good as a minor healing spell of the heal over time sort, but it will close major wounds in a matter of minutes. There is a stronger version, Trollish Regeneration, but it's got a much more restrictive usage set. Is that the healing ability you have? I heard that you shrugged off blows like nothing during the battle on the docks. Karl smiled. I have limited invulnerability and a special constitution. My healing abilities are on an entirely different level. Karl returned to the guild house with Remy and their haul of new books. Ray had already grabbed the first of them to test. Master Leatherworker skill book was her first option, starting with the most powerful until she found one that she could use properly. But she had a strong suspicion that she would be able to use this one right away, and then she would be able to make magical decorations for her ladies. The only hesitation that she had was about whether it was better to try in public, to see if the spider goddess would let her succeed the first time out of sympathy, or to do it in the darkness of her web, where she was the most comfortable. After a few seconds of consideration, the web won out, and Ray took the book back with her and transformed into her natural form. She might be a whole new kind of spider now, but she was still a spider. Spiders had the most benevolent goddess, who wanted them to be happy. So surely, she wouldn't have to suffer long trying to learn how to decorate her humans properly. Ray settled into a comfortable spot on her web and flipped the book open. Knowledge instantly flooded her mind, informing her of all the knowledge that a master leatherworker needed to make clothing, armor, and various forms of equipment. That was excellent to know. Many of those items could be made with spider silk just as easily and gain the same sort of enhancements. It also taught her a lot of technical equipment that Ray hadn't known existed. Better types of harnesses for Hawk and Thor, pouches and storage devices, including some that would hold more than they looked like, if you found the right materials or spells. That could likely be done with Karl's runes. But the variety of braided whips. That was pure artistry. What sort of benevolent soul had created this book for her? Whips made of her own silk would be perfect, and there were runes to allow you to control them like a tail or tentacle. If the rest of the group knew what sort of ideas Ray was getting from the new trade skill book, they would be much more concerned than celebratory. But for now, only the beasts knew that she had already succeeded in gaining a skill. Before she came out, she wanted something to show off her new skill. If only she could decide who to decorate first. The vampire. Nick was adorable in the Lolita dress that Ray made her wear to work, but it was very unvampire-like with the ruffles and the parasol. If she made something more vampire for her, that would be good. She was a blood knight, a self-healing warrior class with high agility. So, she would be a suitable candidate. If only she had her baby rogue handy. Maybe Karl could open a portal to send gear back to her. First, she would pick a piece of leather for a bodysuit and modify it to be super stretchy. That was easy, and it could be done with a skill and no extra chemicals or steps. That was significantly better than the introductory skill. Then she just had to cut it to shape, slide it over the mannequin, add the leg, forearm, and chest plates. That kind of looked like Overlord Tabitha. Maybe they had the same high mobility fighting style? Now boots and gloves with hardened leather to socket gems into. The base armor piece was finished in under 20 minutes as Ray immersed herself in her work. Now she just needed Karl to add runes to it and make some gems with skills to increase the vampire's fighting ability. Oh, and ventilation. Numerous little holes would make it less water resistant, but it would keep the wearer from overheating. The vampires didn't really give off much body heat, but Ray didn't know if they could still sweat. A silk liner would make it more comfortable, so Ray added a bit more to her design. Then Remy passed her a pair of gems. Karl made these earlier. They're for weapons, but they should be fine on armor. Haste and shatter? Not terrible options. Ray fit them into the armor's bracers, and then used her new skill to integrate the gem buffs into the bonus of the armor. It wasn't as good as a full runic armor piece, but it was a rare quality Overlord rank armor suit. Leather bodysuit of nimble blows adds attack speed and agility. Physical strikes by the wearer cause the shatter effect, creating damaging vibrations through the target's body. Ray came out in her humanoid form and walked straight to Mick. "Put this on. I made it for you with my new skill," she demanded. Mick nodded, not seeing a reason to argue with Ray. The bodysuit fit her like a glove, and Ophelia whistled in appreciation. "What sort of cosplay is this?" the vampire asked, blushing bright red in the face. "A warrior in our hometown wears armor just like that. It's perfect for agility fighters. It's Overlord ranked, and it gives excellent combat bonuses. You could wear your dress over it if you wanted, I guess." Mick considered that. No, that would just look like it was some sort of weird fetish. But this bodysuit was entirely too form-fitting. Then Ray got a great idea. "You can wear robes over it, like everyone does at the temples. Let me find you one in guild colors." It only took a second. Ray had made lots of them for her clerk, in case she complained about the cute frilly uniform dress. White on the left, black on the right, the simple hassock was patterned like Karl's tabard, but without the decorations. A black rope tied it at the waist, and now she looked like a battle nun, with the visible leather armor on her neck and hands. Lotus smiled. "That actually looks good on you. But Ray, does she have to wear guild colors at all times?" Ray nodded. "Yes. You always wear green. So, I don't see why she shouldn't wear dark light host black and white." Ophelia chuckled at the confused look on Mick's face. "It's Ray staking her claim on you. If you're wearing dark light host colors, that means you're one of her people. I'm sure that we can get her to give you an all-white or all-black one," she suggested. Ray reluctantly handed both colors of hassock over. It would be better if the vampire would show off her cute new stretchy armor, though. Maybe Ray should make some for herself. With Ray's new skills, their shop needed some new sections. They had set everything up for magical accessories, but they also had silk available, and they could make custom armor. Convincing Ray to make a commander rank sales piece wouldn't be easy, but they could make a mannequin to advertise their custom armor services. There had to be those who preferred leather armor in the city, and they weren't prohibited from selling the actual bolts of silk, which would be insanely expensive. A few dressmakers and merchants would certainly buy up any stock that Ray made, and when it was at lower qualities, she could make huge amounts of silk cloth without running out of energy. So, that was her first contribution to the shop. 10 rolls of commander rank silk in 9 solid colors and 1 black roll with pink cherry tree blossoms on it were arranged along the wall when the first customers came in the next morning, looking for potions. The word of the silk spread quickly, though the visitors didn't know if there was anything special about it. Simply having access to high-quality silk by the bolt was enough to draw in customers. The first of which was the shopkeeper whose dress shop they had halfway cleared out when they first arrived. "Lady Ray, it's a pleasure to see you again. Though I must say, it's a relief to know that you weren't planning to open a fashion shop here at the gates." The woman greeted her when she saw the transformed spider lurking at the back of the room. "I thought that it might be better to offer the raw silk instead. Take a look and tell me what you think. You will find no lumps or imperfections in my silk. If you wish a different grade, I have inventory all the way from commander to overlord rank and can make custom colors with a small delay." Ray agreed. The dressmaker admired the corner of a roll of golden silk, trying to determine how it had gotten so bright golden. She had never seen a dye like that before. It was actually a result of Ray using her camouflage skills on the silk as she produced it, which gave the silk a metallic luster that was nearly impossible to replicate with a natural dye. "It looks like the silk is made of liquid gold." "That is beautiful. How long is the bolt?" she asked. "I made each bolt 10 meters. I wasn't sure what was the standard here, but that should make a dress for most species," Ray explained. "That sounds right. How's this to work with?" the dressmaker asked. "Not the easiest for weak people. It is a commander rank silk, so it is quite resistant to penetration, but there are runic needles that will let you do it without a skill. You might need one, and some enchanted scissors to cut the pattern as well. The dressmaker nodded. I have some. Occasionally, I do use monster fur as trim, and it needs them. I will take the bolt of liquid gold, the black and the... She paused and then went to inspect another bolt. That's not pale gray, it's gossamer white over a black roll core. So thin, it's almost like air. I will take that bolt as well. Ray nodded, and Davis silently wrote the price on a piece of paper. For expensive purchases when there were others in the shop, it was polite not to speak the cost out loud. That way, nobody knew for certain who got a discount or how much of one. In this case, she did get a small discount, as her shop was one that Lady Ray had bought many dresses from in the past. She had only been gone a few minutes when a merchant wagon stopped on the street out front, and a powerfully built young overlord-ranked demon in mage robes with gold embroidery stepped inside. Good morning. I am told that I can place a custom order here, to be collected upon my return to town, he announced. Indeed you can. What did you require? Davis asked. I have a daughter who will be joining the ranks of monster control adventurers in a few weeks' time. I would like to procure her the finest set of equipment possible. Money is no object. Davis sent a guild message, and Karl came down to greet the merchant. My name is Karl, and I am responsible for custom orders. Might I inquire as to your daughter's class, elemental affinities, and specialty? Karl asked. The demon looked impressed. She is a golem mage. Her elemental affinity is earth, and she is currently at the royal rank, but I would like the finest quality of equipment that you can create for her. Karl nodded. So, my thought would be a leather armor suit with mobility, robes, 2 rings, 2 bracelets, a necklace, earrings, and a staff or wand. Which does she prefer? Definitely a staff. But no need for earrings, I have an heirloom set for her. Karl nodded. I can make a complete set, designed for synergy and enhancements to an Earth Golem mage. I guarantee none of the stats will be inappropriate for her class and specialty. How are her defensive skills? I would assume that she has Earth Barrier or an equivalent. The mage nodded. Indeed. But I have heard that you are capable of adding spells to your staves. Lard Academy gave her a fireball, staff that your shop made. Karl smiled. Congratulations on raising a valedictorian. So, we can say that she doesn't need a fireball-related item, but I believe that we can come up with something suitably rare. Or would you prefer not Earth element? The merchant thought about the answer for a few seconds. Earth elemental attack magic if possible. She relies almost entirely on her golems and fireball for attacks. But her fire affinity is not strong. I know just the thing. We do require a deposit for custom orders, but the majority of the price is due on collection. Your order should be able to be collected in 4 days. The man looked shocked at that, and Davis smiled, then cleared his throat. Sir, we have the base items in stock. They only need to be custom altered to your requirements. Much like having a dress altered instead of tailored in a new design. The man nodded, then placed a picture of his daughter on the counter. If you can choose a set of robes that will suit her lovely visage, I would appreciate it. My princess deserves the best. Davis nodded politely and passed the picture to Karl. That was a succubus. No doubt about it. The tail was a dead giveaway. All right, I believe that we know just what she will like. The next few days passed mostly peacefully, though Ray was constantly restocking her bolts of silk at a rate that was giving Mick heart palpitations. A remarkable feat for a vampire. The bolts of commander rank silk sold for dozens of gold each, and they had moved hundreds of them through the shop in the first week. Even by the standards of overlord-ranked vendors, they were insanely profitable. Karl, I have finished the leather armor. Are you finished with the runes on the mage robes? Ray asked as she appeared in the main room of the 2nd floor. Indeed. I have them all done. I just need to finish up the staff now. The rest is complete. Dana came up to see what they had made, and then stopped to stare at the outfit in Ray's hands. What is that? You can't be expecting anyone to wear that in public, she insisted. It was mostly black gossamer silk, with strategically placed leather straps to keep it from being obscene, then with leather sleeves for the arms and legs. It came with knee-high lace boots, with a practical riding heel and elbow-length stretchy leather gloves that shimmered in the light, as if freshly oiled. Ray scoffed. I did 10 hours of research into succubus fashion and determined this to be the perfect design. Plus, it goes under the mage robes. Look, I even made a cute leather collar to hang charms from. Karl nodded. And I enchanted it with mana storage and damage taken reduction. It reduces base damage taken by 400 points, and as far as I can tell, that is the maximum for an epic grade overlord ranked piece. Then he took out a heart-shaped earth gem with a gold loop at the top and attached it to the ring at the front of the collar. This is a gem of stone bullets. It will give her an overlord ranked attack spell, and she won't have to take out her staff to have it available. Instead of putting the attack spell on the staff, we gave the staff a void gem of damage nullification. A new hybrid skill that I worked out with Kara. It doesn't stack with void body, unfortunately, but it ignores the first 3% of your health in damage, then reduces damage taken by another 400 points. Combined, the whole set has over 100% more skill power and a huge amount of mana storage and regeneration. Dana stared at the outfit in amazement. All right, I will admit, that is impressive. She sighed, ignoring the overly sexualized design for the armor that Ray had picked. At least the robes were completely normal black mage robes with pale green overlord ranked runes on them. The items were moved to the store vault, a subsection of the guild bank, and Ray grabbed Dana. You're up next. I got the others this morning. I will make all new armor for everyone but Ophelia. She wanted metal armor. Ray insisted. Oh? All right, I won't say no to a custom set of overlord-ranked armor. Our gear was getting behind what we were selling at the shop anyhow. Dana agreed. What about this style? Ray asked, with a book from her space suddenly in her hand. Where did you even find that? The Book of Fashion says it's a Wrath Demon bridesmaid's outfit. But it's cute, right? Ray asked. Dana pulled Ray down to her height and whispered in her ear. Oh, I understand now. I will make you a set anyhow, but not for battle. I will just make you regular adventurer armor for wearing under new robes like the ones you have then. Karl wondered what the two of them were looking at, but decided it was better to find out later. Ray had made him leather pants and a long double-breasted coat with a leather tricorn hat. Then it was finished with a silk shirt and waist sash. She had been deeply impressed by how fashionable a species known as the Wave Riders was, and thought that the fashion would go well with Karl's furry form as well. Every minute of Ray's day was filled with fashion as she finished her work, but the others were also dedicated to their work. Ophelia had even started a new guild program. She was doing morning training in the backyard with a group of local youth who wanted to join the guard, letting the kids build up combat skills in advance while allowing the berserker to blow off some steam on durable targets. Little Butterfly was assisting them with illusions, turning the backyard into a training ground during their workouts, or making sand sparring rings without damaging the immaculate grass of the yard. They were going to need a larger space soon. But Little Butterfly was limited in what she could do for a training ground as dangerous as a bunch of monarchs and royals sparring. If she used illusionary domain, it would shatter during combat. But she could borrow Karl's skills to put a barrier on the sand of a sparring ring without overextending her skills. The Butterfly considered using the tiny world that she had learned when Karl did and using multiple illusions inside, but that was a lot of work, and her body couldn't sustain that much mana flow yet. Given time, it would be no problem. Unfortunately, even with all the assistance from the beast's space, most of the mana that the Butterfly could use was dedicated to survival and growth from her newborn phase. At least nobody tried to damage her library space. She didn't have the mana to be repairing it all the time. Growing up was a pain, and it took far too long. Little Butterfly didn't understand how others of its species managed it without an extra dense mana flow and a protective space. But in reality, they didn't. They all died within a day of their transformation, so an adult phase glass wing illusionary butterfly was essentially non-existent. It was the end of life for their caterpillar phase, not a new beginning. Finally, The merchant returned for his custom order, with his daughter in the wagon. They were inbound with a whole caravan, but came through the gates before the trade goods were checked, so they could do their business with the dark light host right away. Merchant, it's good to see you again. Your order is complete and waiting. Davis greeted them. He placed the boxed order on the counter, but the shape of a staff was hard to hide, even in a box. You ordered so much. I told you, Dad. We will get items from the monsters as we eliminate them. There is no need for you to go all out at the start. The overlord simply patted her head indulgently. But I am told that this is the best of the best. The girl rolled her eyes, clearly used his indulgent behavior. Then Ray came down and smiled at her. Oh, this is good. Would you like to go to a private room to try everything on, then surprise your father? She asked. The other few customers in the shop looked relieved. The excited shouting of an overwhelmed teen succubus was hard on sensitive ears. Ray didn't wait for an answer as she grabbed the bundle and escorted the girl up the stairs. Davis bowed to the girl's father. It is all custom-made overlord-ranked equipment and specifically tailored to the fashion sensibilities of a succubus. I can assure you that not only will she be the best protected, but the most fashionable member of her team. Fortunately for all of them, the rooms were mildly soundproofed, and the shouting and cheering was only faintly audible from downstairs. There was no hiding the happy tears in her eyes when the girl came running down the stairs with a staff in her hands and leaped up on her father to wrap him in a hug and plant kisses all over his face. Daddy, I love it. It's beautiful and so powerful. The demon gently set her down to get a better look. The robes were fully covering, as he had hoped. But the odd collar at her neck, with the amber-colored heart gem, caught his attention. It's an attack spell gem, and the necklace is a damage reduction item. The staff is also damage reduction focused. You see, many will interpret the use of a staff as preparation for combat. But in reality, all the offensive power is available without the staff, and the benefits of the weapon are entirely defensive, other than the skill power and mana storage. Ray explained. Practical boots, durable gloves, it's everything that I had hoped for. And in thick overlord-ranked silk, it should be warm enough for cool evenings, as well as an extra layer of defense on its own. He noted. Ray smiled. I don't expect an Earth Mage to take a lot of damage, as Earth barriers are known for their durability to begin with. But it's best to keep your princess safe. The succubus mage laughed and took down the hood of her mage robes, revealing a golden chain that ran between her horns and held a translucent silk cloth headscarf covering her hair. It's fire-resistant, waterproof, and overlord-ranked, so it won't be easily cut. Not as good as a helmet, but it can easily be layered with a barrier spell without disturbing her hairstyle. Ray explained. Is there a full suit of armor under there? The father asked. The succubus nodded and raised her robe to show off her bootlaces, then her sleeves to show her gloves. But Ray didn't miss that she didn't show off the rest, even though that was the part she was happiest about in the changing room. Perhaps her father didn't approve of high fashion? The merchant handed over a bag and Davis tapped it, then nodded. Thank you for your patronage, sir. Please do come again if you have additional requirements. Once they left, Ray stole the bag to see what good things they had gotten. It couldn't be money, the bag wasn't big enough. Well, there was some money, glowing light blue coins of a strange metal, but mostly it was in overlord-ranked magical gems. That was perfect. She needed Karl to make more of them into runic gems so that she could add them to armor pieces. She wasn't the only one that needed them. Ashbringer also had a number of weapons ready for upgrading to overlord ranked, thanks to the materials they had brought back from the stone crushers, and the city would be coming soon to pick up weapons for the auctions. It would be fun to surprise them again. The customers left, and one of the other demons came over to speak to Ray. Those collars with the damage reduction. Do you happen to have more of them? Or was that a special ordered item? He asked. That was an overlord-ranked custom full armor set order, with jewels and staff. But I have a few test pieces with lesser bonuses left. Ray offered. Hawk had a lot of commander rank boar hide in his space left after eating the good parts. So, she had been using it to practice. From the doorway, Loros raised her voice. We also have a number of the heart pendants with various bonuses on them, if you want to add them to an existing necklace. I am just bringing them in for the shelves. The charms had given her and Wendy a great idea. Instead of full items, which many might already have, they could add a charm to another item and make something mundane into powerful magic. Many of the demons had fashionable non-magical jewelry. A small magical charm could be added to that without ruining the fashionable impression, but while gaining the magical bonus. Mostly, these were charm items. Ones with runes for charisma, luck, and wit. Designed to make the wearer seem more likable and avoid stumbling on their words in conversation. But they had made a few for more combat-oriented purposes. Wrath demons in particular thought that everything should have a combat purpose. They were even known to bring weapons to bed, just in case.